Okay, fellas. This is Uche Obiku. Why I go call my name? Anyway, I was chilling with a friend today, and an idea came to my head, and I thought maybe I should share, and maybe this is something that will bring sweet memories to everybody's mind. You know, Odogbolu 8490 set. So I think I'll call this Pass the Mic. I'm going to be passing the mic to the president, Premo Ojokojo. I don't know what the current last name is. But what is it about? Just say, hey, this is who you are, what life is doing with you. You're great, thanks God to that and all. But just do one throwback, something back then in Fego we enjoyed or something we'll remember, and then one curious question or something that always bothered you that you want to share. So I'm going to start. I will pass the mic to Premo. I trust Premo will pass it to whoever she pleases, and it'll go on and on and on until, we just enjoy ourselves. Mine is a song I don't know the words, but I always just had it in my head, and I'll go ahead and I'll hit it right away. Great Fago call, a dear river, my heaven, dearest alma mater, prepare me with steady all I've good see. Great Fago, God will rise on me, on us to be very. Not judge me, not judge me. I just gave you the one that, that intrigued me, something that I liked. And a curious question. All the while this was going on in Fragment College of Odogbolu, I think nobody ever thought about it, but it just every time I heard the name, what will hit my head is whoever is calling this name, do they know really what it meant? But I mean, everybody. Matter of fact, maybe a teacher, I don't know, but everybody, boys, girls, back then we had people we called SUs, juniors, seniors, mates. Everybody knew Chiedu Uzonwane's name. If you remember who Chiedu Uzonwane is. And every single person called him his nickname. As in seriously, every time I hear a female student or somebody else call Chiedu his nickname, my mind always said to me, do they know what this means? But hey, that's my time, and not trying to be funny, just trying to, just remember good old days. And I wanted to see if this is something we might just pick interest in. Everybody pass the mic and, share something funny and just, say hello to everybody and, just let it go. I beg, mo cut the phone. Premo, I beg, I'm passing the microphone over to you, and do yours. Keep it short so that nobody says, hey, too much space on the phone and all. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, perfect. And because of that, I dropped the mic and I'm handing it over to Premo and the rest of the crew. I appreciate you guys. 8490, best set ever. And I pray the Lord blesses you all, and you all stay safe. COVID was a bad one, fine, but I trust we'll still plan towards being able to get the meeting, the 30-year thing we plan to do, the anniversary and all. So when that happens, we'll all be able to see each other, embrace each other, remember something sweet, something good, and not just, let's not dwell on, the ones that don't really bring us together. And I say that, and I round it up, and I say, hey, keep the faith going, guys. I love you guys. I miss you guys. All right, stay blessed. Premo, microphone over to you now.
No big thanks for this initiative. Pass the mic. Oh my gosh, I don't know where that came from. Anyway, Hello, FGC 8490 Odogbolu people, my people. It has been an awesome pleasure to grow up, know, and be associated with every single one of you, and it's really an awesome thing. Pass the mic. Okay, so I'm passing this mic when I'm done to Samuel Keshinru. Sam Kesh, you got to do this. I don't know any other way or any other person that would, do this better than any one of us, so hey, it's up to you. Okay, so what is one thing from Odogbolu that it stays on my mind a lot? I guess it's just the camaraderie. There's just the way we always used to show up for each other. I loved, I think one of the major things that stood out, I remember during one of the I think it was we were in school, I think during GS3 preparing for exams, and we used to have this funny drum circles. That's the only way I can describe it now, but in those days we didn't know it as drum circles. World has changed, but we just gather, sing, have fun.
I want somebody to love me for me, not because I'm MC every day. I'm looking for a love. I saw it as a rock. Is that what they pass the mic for? Or rap, sing, or talk about fondest memories of Odogbolu? Anyway, my fondest memories were in 1F to 3F, where we used to have end of the term parties. End of term parties. I'll be drumming and everybody will be dancing. There'll be rappers, there'll be dancers, loads of people. Now they're pastors. Kenny was there, Sean Baptiste, Clement Tene, the fitness expert, Peter Sazwa, Silent Jibo, Silent Eritobi. They're all in the same group. Even Femi, I'm not sure whether he's in this group now. Abuska, plenty of them. I had a lot of fun in 1F to 3F, I never had to think about so much than to just drum and play and have fun. So those are one of my fondest memories of Odogbolu. So I think that's mine, so I have to pass the mic to Otumba. Olukorede.
Yeah, good morning, good people of 8490 FGC Odogbolu. This is your boy, Otumba Dr. Korede Okusanya. Let me first thank Dr. Kesh for passing the mic to me, and I must also thank Obix for the initiative. Also, I must thank the President for having taken the lead. Well, what more could I say? I think being in Odogbolu, being with this class set, 8490, for me is a blessing. I can tell you one thing for real. Most people in the other sets, they see our set as a trailblazer. They sort of, I won't say envy, but they see us as, leading the pack. And I must confess, being through Odogbolu for me was an experience. The kind of experience I would love to have a second time if I come to this life again. Being with all these good people I had the pleasure of relating with, and the memory is very good, very good. I can remember. You remember these guys in Violet then, Lapai, Unabe, Edward Bananda, and co. I remember something in the class, in the mathematics class. One of those guys came late. I know those guys they are a set of clowns. One of those guys came late into the mathematics class, and the teacher, I can't remember, was it Mr. Ajayi or Mrs. Onokala? I think it's Mr. Ajayi. Tried to scold him. Come on, you came late for this class. You know what the guy said? He said, okay, if I come late to your class, you want to ask me to go out, I even drop your subject. I'm no longer doing mathematics. The whole class bursted into laughter, and I think it's something I always remember. Also, back then, I had an experience. I was coming out from the bathroom. You remember the bathroom at the back near the incinerator. I was coming out of that bathroom after taking a shower. Lo and behold, as I stepped out, I was almost stepping on a snake. Wow, it's an experience. And going to Odogbolu, you got the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I tell you, you cannot have company in the person of Felix Oyetomi. I mean, come on, Dodoji. Thank God for his life. He's now a pastor. But I'd like to have more of those guys in my crew. You know, Dodoji, Walata, Stiko, Femi Awonusi, Pablo Picasso, Dele Sonyaolu were all in Violet, and I think it was a very good experience. I'm going to be passing the mic now to the next person. I think I'll pass the mic to Lanre Sarumi. Ijebu, over to you. Thank you.
Fego, it's a pleasure to actually talk to my colleagues. Federal Government College Odogbolu, 84 to 90 cents, Fego. It was so bad, it was good. I laugh at the face of danger. Well, Fego was actually a life thriller, good and bad. For me, it made me a survivor. There's so many events that happen in Fego. And I just can't think of one to pick up because there are so many. It's when I go out, when Mark and I, Idakuabuda, when we became cowboys in our junior days, because we never stayed in hostel. This is how we had our bush kitchen. Or is it how we run away from all kinds of seniors? But yet, I was very resilient too. I was quiet, as you all know, but at the same time I was very stubborn. And I think that brought out the best in me, as well as I think about every other person. One event I can remember one time, that time during the semester, during the term, maybe when the term has gone almost more than halfway and everybody's provision has finished. I think that particular term, there was this competition they were having. There was an event, like I think one of these literary and debating society event and all that. And I think they are doing this Gary zipping competition, So I couldn't check them. I said, man, my position don't finish and I'm hungry. And then come and get a roll for this free Gary zipping, While everybody was doing the competition, while everybody was just rushing was supposed to be first to finish, they make a very big bowl of Gary. That was at the National Assembly, one of those evening events. Then, so after we all gathered and it was our turn for who is the fastest Gary drinker, or you call it Garium at the time, Garium Sulfate. Who is the fastest Garium drinker? So we started now. Oh boy, when everybody was busy taking their spoons and rushing their spoons, I just stirred my own, they are rushing their spoon. Next night, I just gulped everything off. And that was how I won. And that was in my junior days, actually. I think that was in JS3. That was in my JS3. Yeah, I was in JS2. Is that JS2 or JS3? And the funny part was that as soon as I did that stunt like this, I don't know who was it. Who was the senior at that time? Was it Bartholomew? Bartholomew was a Namibian at the time, because those days we used to have these exchange programs. I think was it Bartholomew? I think it was a Namibian that came for an exchange program. Then He now nicknamed me for that particular stunt. He now nicknamed me Boniface. And only God knows where he brought that name from. Yeah, well, it was funny, sha. And at least the Gary Zipping Commission saved me a meal for that day. Oh, that was fun. But in general, it was not all good, but somehow I see the discipline and resilience it actually gave each and every one of us, of most of the time anyway. And it was nice. And I also remember Mr. Mebo, Mr. Atiba, who was my guardian. Then Mr. Dalima that flogged me one flogging, he flogged me. I almost peed in my pants. Then Mr. Mebo, then Mr. Defolaju, wonderful man, fine man. And that way he is right now. And that is daughter, who was our junior. Well, and our mates, and those I really like, people like Mansura Ahmed, which I think she has said, well, her surname now is something else. And Shola, I think now you guys call her Ayaba. Okay, it's wonderful people, wonderful memories. It was nice. Well, I guess this is my talk for now. There's so much to say, but we are getting there. We will get there. We will make it. And we shall succeed in good health. Cheers, everybody.
Hello, my peoples. This is your man, your boy, Olufemi Olumide Odunaya, aka Labari One. Your boy. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and give a short one, I'll just look for one to give you guys. I had the good, the bad, and the ugly. Then, okay, let me quickly say this, okay? It's about me and my principal, then Tude Adefolaju, I'm always getting into his trouble, and it's, then I was a bit notorious, but I wasn't that bad. It wasn't as if I was that bad. I was always getting into trouble. There were badder guys in my set, badder boys, Logzi, bad boy, Yebilawa. Bayo Shori Made, but they never used to get into trouble. It's me, Labari, that will always get into trouble, with all the beating, all the harassment. Then, I used to think Adefolaju was sent by my, village people, then. So I never really used to like him then, So, but when I left school, going to the world, and, I realized it wasn't my village people that sent me. It was, God that was preparing me for future challenges and all that, So Adefolaju really tried, gave me the punishment that I deserve some then, but, So now I'm going to say big up to Adefolaju, for giving me the training and all that, the beatings and all that, has really helped a lot. So right now, there's no challenge you bring to me, man. I'm a vorila mole noni, because if it don't low, I'm a rough noni. So it has really helped me a lot. So big up to Adefolaju, and big up to you guys, for being there for me, managing Labari, all my troubles, all my babes, all you guys. I love you guys. So, on that note, I'll leave you guys with one thing my dad always tell me when I was young, when I was growing up. He would always tell me three things, So, and I've passed it on to my boys, So, number one is Olu, dream big. He used to call me Olu Omo. My dad used to call me Olu Omo. Olu, dream big, number one. Olu, work hard. Number 2, Bob the Baba La, the Baba, Gbogbo Baba of them all. Olu, whatever you do, make sure you have God on your side. If you have God on your side, man, nothing they happen. So on that note, I'd like to say thank you again to you guys for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for managing Labari. So I'd like to pass the mic to my man, my main man. I did Damola Bolodioku. Damola, take it away. God bless you guys. I love you guys, I show more appreciate. God bless. Have a good one.
The mic, I'm Damola Bolodioku. My memories of Odogbolu, I can just remember when we were coming in 84 set, I wanted to go and read. No matter, you guys might not believe it, but that is exactly what happened. I wanted to go and read, so I went back to the hostel to get my books, and I was going back to the classroom. I was passing the girls' hostel, so right in front of the girls' hostel, I got stung by a scorpion. Seriously, as in, it was so painful. It was like something like 10 inches long, coming into your body for 1 second and coming out again. And I screamed. The story is like I screamed, "Yeah, Baba, scorpion gave me J." Well, of course, I know Baba Dracula, the one girls' hostel security guard. So they came out when I screamed and they saw the scorpion. Baba Dracula actually put his torchlight and he killed the scorpion and used the liquid in the scorpion to rub the top of my the place that was beaten. So next thing, Tunde Taiwo, God bless his soul. That guy was a savior to me that day. He was right behind me and he took off. I think he was a Red Cross. Like at night, we had to cross from the girls' hostel to across the field at night, and I was already thinking that snakes and all that. But I don't know who the second person was. Well, they carried me along and we went across the field to Mrs. Omole's house at night. I remember knocking her door and she was screaming that what? And we now told her I had to stay, but she was like, "Hey, why did you go to Dr. Chukwu's house?" I was dying. I thought I was going already. She told me, she pressed out the blood and all that. Then she was asking me that, did I have eaten? And it was beans. I never had beans. I'm serious, I never had the beans. So I told her, she was now shouting that, "You see, you people, you eat your food, da da da." Me, at this time, I'm thinking I'm dying. They got me a bottle of Coke and she gave me this injection. Even trying to sleep that night, as in I thought I would sleep, I won't wake up. So I was just like, I think I was talking to people and everything. And so we get to the assembly hall and principal is saying it that someone was stung by a scorpion. I don't know what he was doing in front of the girls' hostel. I was going to read. I swear it was really one of those unfortunate days. That was an experience for me. So now I'm going to pass the mic to you, Dr. Olusegun Shoke.
Israel Olusegun Shoke, taking the mic from my guy, Damola Bolodioku, Big Bad Bolo. Want to thank Uche Big Kudu for starting this initiative to, just give us something to do, something for fun. It's not like we are sitting around and don't have anything to do anyways, but well, I am always excited to just recall memories of Odogbolu. It was, I would say, remains one of the greatest experiences of my life growing up, and it shaped me. Like Otumba said, there was many memories. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there are also memories that I'll call like what the F moments. Like, I remember a few of those memories. So me taking the mic. I don't have any song to sing. I'm not very good at it. So I will go with the memories. As I was saying, one of the F moment memories was, I think we were in SS2 or SS3, and we were like big boys. So we decided that we were going to stab class, and I was in Oshun House. I was hanging with boys. I think Odogbolu, Oyedeji, the famous five, Obayoshori, Emila Wow, Rotimi, Wale, and I'm blanking on the other person. And we got wind that Baba was coming, so boys pick race and headed to school because we headed to class. That's how Oyedeji was being sharp boy and decided that he was going to outsmart Baba as we were in class. So apparently we got the information that Baba had captured Femi in his pajamas and was bringing him to admin. And eventually we saw Femi cutting grass in front of admin in his pajamas, and that's why the boy became PJ Terror. So just one of those few moments. I think that was pretty funny. Looking forward to resetting the dates for our reunion. I think COVID busted all those plans. So guys, let's do this again. Looking forward to seeing you guys. Always proud to be amongst you. And now I am going to pass the mic to the PJ Terror himself, Femi Oyedeji, Dr. Olufemi Oyedeji.
Okay, guys. Woke up to see that Segun Shuke has passed the mic to me. After saying I was a what the F moment for him in Fego. Let me try and do my justice to this without saying, like Ogbo, without trying to speak Fune like Kesh. So here we go. Fego. I think my memories about Fego is that I was just an escapist. I was an escape artist. I used to escape everything. I never stood for inspections since JS2. So I was fortunate enough to escape all the punishments, all those major punishments Asset had. All the I am a rat, I am a rat, I am a bush rat, I am for a rotten material, all those things. I wasn't there. I escaped all those ones. So basically, I was an escape artist. I just used to escape. So I escaped everything, and I sometimes blame that on why I do not remember a lot of things that happened in Fego. So of course, that was my first memory of Fego. Second memory of Fego is, of course, the major one I can never forget, me cutting grass in front of admin block in my pajamas. Good enough, pajamas was a very nice pajamas. I had the two shirts to pajamas then, so it wasn't like it was a total disgrace. Good thing also is that it's not in these days where social media is. Otherwise, Adefolaju wanted to take my picture and send to my parents, and then I even escaped from that too. I was supposed to cut grass till they go and call a photographer from town. Then I just walked away. I just left the place and went back to the hostel to change, because I figured that if I had changed, they cannot tell me to change back into my pajamas. So, and of course, I can remember Ijepip asking and making a jest of it that 48, Loganikov, 48. So I mean, like everybody has said, Fego had the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of the ugly I won't be able to discuss. But another memorable moment is that because I was very young and very innocent, I can remember the first person I ever pecked. And I'll probably call the person out later on in this video. So of course that remains with you. I mean, innocent peck. That was all, nothing else. But it remains with you since it was, age of innocence, unlike some that were very old and matured and all-knowing. So I remember a lot of people, and but I don't really remember Dele Nwakama for some reason. And that is very strange because I used to pride myself as one of those that met the most people in her set. So after all that is said and done, actually I was planning to play Shina Peters, because that is one song that reminds me of Tutu and a few other people. I can remember the boogie in SS3. Shina Peters just used to get people to get up to dance, even though, and up till now, it still gets people to dance. But, well, I didn't want to delay and start, and I don't think I had that patience for that technology. Maybe someone else can help me to do that and play Shina Peters. So, I like to be different. Who am I going to pass this on to? I'm not going to pass it to one person. I want to pass it to two people. So that is different. So, I mean, first is that it gets a lot more people to participate. We get to see a lot more videos much earlier. So the first person I want to pass it to is Bros G, Gabriel Ama. I'm calling him out because I don't expect him to do it. So I'm passing first to Bros G. I'm passing also to my main person, my really main person, my sister, BBB or BBA, Busolani Mayalike. So I think they should now take off from where I've dropped. So this is Oya PJ Terror dropping mic.
Hi, Fego 8490 set. So the mic has been passed to me. First, can I say kudos to Ucho Bix. Well done for starting this initiative. Also to my chum Pali Pali, Dr. Fem, for passing the mic to me. I'm gonna start by saying 8490 set, I'm so proud to be one of you. You are the best set, you're the bomb. I am so happy that I'm one of you. I'm part of the family, so that's nice. Because you are all just the best. Fun memories. Okay, I am going to start with the girls' hostel, which Premo touched on. And the fun memories there are those nights where we just mess about, we sing. Mopisho is our drummer girl, and we're doing Nini Nana, Nini Nana, Nana na Nini Na, and then all those other songs. I'm sure most of the ladies will remember them. They're not coming to my head now, but I remember that one. It really used to be so much fun, honestly, just messing about until Matron, what's her name, Mama Yemi, comes to shut us all up and everything. And those nights where we run around the hostel, I don't know what chases or shabots, we all end up in Chad House. Anyway, those were great times. The other thing that I'm going to say is I cannot talk about Fego and not talk about this was SS1 to SS3 Blue. The guys, we had crazy guys in that class, and that has been confirmed even now, how crazy some of them were, even those that used to pretend to be quiet. What I remember is you come into class in the morning and someone would have drawn somebody on the board, obviously nicknamed them and said some things. And I can remember two. Actually, I can remember Luxie's one where they drew his head so long on the board like a luxurious boss. And also BC Bikunle of blessed memory. Honestly, she also, I'll keep that one. I don't know if it's something to say, obviously, but I remember them bugging her too. but apart from that, honestly, it was the best class to be in. Like I said, the crazy guys, they know themselves. I would say they're suspects now until someone answers my question at the end. So the suspects, obviously, Loxy, you weren't on this list before, but after all the gist, I've added you. Yemi Lawal, Ujepip, Victor Laufe, you are all the culprits. Once you come into blue, all the guys, if you're facing the class, so all the guys on the right at the back near the annex, I think that's what they call it, they were the notorious ones in class. They're the ones giving us names and always making the side remarks when you walk into class or walk out of class or say something or do something. Anyway, but honestly, it was fun because after Fego, it's like no matter how anyone yabbed me or said anything, I'm just like, I've been there, done it, I've worn the t-shirt, with the guys in blue. Nobody could say anything to me that would upset me. But honestly, it was the best class to be in. If I could come again, I would want to be with the same people in the same class doing the same thing, honestly. But those are all my fond memories of Fego, and I also remember Jide Olatoye, may his soul rest in peace. Jide Oshoba, may his soul rest in peace. Bisi Bikunle, may her soul rest in peace. And Rita Makama, they were all in blue. May all their souls rest in peace. And that's it. So I'm going to pass the mic now. And the person I'm going to pass the mic to is Monisola Ni Otubaga. So Moni, over to you, and I'm going to say peace out and bye everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Moni Odogbolu Ni Otubaga, also known as Miss Hot Legs, Miss Straight Legs, Miss Sexy Legs, Miss Toli. You guys can call person in Sha. But anyway, it is nice to be doing this, and I am so honored to be part of this Fego 8490 set. You guys all rock. Obikuru, thank you so much for putting this together. Busi Waya, my forever friendship. Thank you so much for nominating and passing the mic on to me. Before I proceed, let me say this happy Mother's Day to all our women in the house. You guys are beautiful women. Yes, happy Mother's Day to all of us. May we all reap the fruit of our labor. Yes, Fego was, I had so many fun memories in Fego. I had so many fun memories. I do not take any of them for granted. Reminiscing on them now, I just, a lot of times in my corner, I just giggled and my people will ask me, Mommy, what's funny? And I just tell them, you guys cannot just understand. But anyway, yes, I had so many fun memories in Fego. Let me start out with female hostel. Prema was so right. Madam Skosko, I don't know what it is about this unimaginary lady that never showed up. I'm telling you guys, at the mention of Madam Skosko, oh my God, we will run from Oshun House to Chad House. And of course, she never showed up. And so that was very fearful for all of us. Nobody will remain in Oshun House. We will run to Chad House. Chad House was our safe haven. Yes, Madam Skosko was a very funny experience. Mrs. Alawo, oh gosh, during prep, some of us just refused to attend prep. We would just stay in our corner, doing our little ekpano in our small corners. And so, yeah, Mrs. Alawo would sneak into the hall, into the hostel, and trying to catch up on us, running, back and forth. And of course, she was never able to catch up on any one of us. And so, let me just leave it to that. Dining hall experience. Oh my gosh, dining hall experience was so bad. Very, very bad. Especially junior days. So many days that I went to the hostel. I went to the dining hall, looking forward to, of course. But of course, majority of the time I came back to the hostel empty, cha-cha. And well, thank God for our Garium sulfates. Garium sulfate was there, and that was our last resort. And yes, high school, yes, senior days, when we had the sitting arrangement in SS3, there were some FFOs in my class. I'm not going to mention your names, you all know yourselves. FFO, oh gosh. But yes, that was those were the not so fun memories back in high school. Let me go to the fun memories. Boogie nights, oh yeah, guys, we all look forward to boogie nights, all those social gatherings that we had. We girls all look forward to it. I particularly look forward to it. And yes, I had so much fun hanging around with our mates, all those experiences looking back. Yes, I really had so much fun in high school. And if I have to go back, I will relive those days, those times that we had together. And Busola, you talking about Blue. Guys, I read your chat about Blue. I cannot imagine Logzi. Logzi, he was, if I would say, I would say that he was one of the most quiet guys in our set. But people mentioning Logzi here and there. Logzi, well, anyway, it's so good to know that you were not as quiet as we thought. Yemi, yeah, still my gentleman. No matter what you say about Yemi, is still one of my very gentle men in our set. We had a lot of them in our sets, too. Very many gentlemen in our sets. But yes, Yemi Lawa was definitely one of them. Doesn't matter what you guys say, but he's still on the list. Yes, yes, I've talked about boogie nights, yes. And guys, Fego was a lot of fun for me, very interesting. I do not take any of those experience for granted. I made valuable relationships, very so many relationships that I've made back then and are still very, very evergreen memories as we speak. So yeah, Fego definitely prepared me for the future. Okay, prepared many of us for the future and help us to be the very strong, independent men and women that we are today. And so to this, I say I'm passing on the mic to Ayaba Makonjola ni Udutola. If she's not available, Bemi Ogufora can also take it.
Good evening, my darling Fego 8490. And you take me worldwide. And you take me worldwide. Here is your mama, Adeshola Makonjola, aka Ayaba. I'm here for you all. Ni Odutola, as you remember me. Anyway, guys, so the mantle has been passed to me, or I need to say a few bits and bobs, but I don't want to bring out my Panama papers, because if I bring out my Panama, we won't finish from here. So, well, I'll just go with what are the do's and the don'ts and the things I like about Fego and not much that I do like. But I'll start with the interesting bits and I won't start with the interesting bits. I'll start with the bad bits. As you all remember, even getting into Fego when we were very young, you can imagine I was taller than most of you, and my goodness, was I picked on? I was picked on by some seniors. I was picked on by even my own mates. Is it the boys smiling and calling me all sorts of names? You know the names. Let's not go there, but you know the names I'm talking about. Anyway, we shall talk about that another day. And don't you let me bring out my Panama paper for you. You know I've got it. Anyway, so yes, so Fego 8490 said, you guys are one of the best, human beings I've ever come across. And I want to thank you, a lot of you who have reached out to me, especially during the time I have not been very active on the forum. You've called me, you've sent messages. Oh my God, you know who you are. I'm not going to mention names, but my God, God will bless you and reward you. You are friends for life. So thank you so much for checking on me, just seeing how I am. I really appreciate it so much. Now going to the part that I really wanted to talk about. Do you remember, guys, during the time when when they would take the light, like there'll be blackouts in school, and then the boys will now go and start putting their fingers in, or trying to raise the girls or get skirts up and stuff like that. Do you remember that happened to me? And I remember this incident very, very well. And I think we were in our senior class. I'm not sure. I don't want to name the guy that did it, but everybody knows who it is, and some people know who it is. And then he came and he tried to pull my skirt up. And you know me, I'm actually taller than most people anyway, so I grabbed his hand and I wouldn't let go, and he was screaming and everybody was saying, "Shola, leave him alone, leave him alone." I said, "No, I'm not going to leave you today." I held onto his hands. I didn't let this guy go. Eventually, after so much begging, and I remember later Emeka Oranyeli, and he remembered the story very, very well. And he was one of the people that was really begging me that, "Shola, let this guy go." And then before I let him go, Fego is a place to remember lots of sweet memories, and I'll never forget. It's in my life as a Christian. That was where I first was introduced to the Lord, and never since then I never left that part. We all have our ups and downs in growing up as a teenager, but that was my first call, knowing about Jesus, and I will never forget it. And just to say, I learned a lot in Fego, and the survival skills in that school, really I still use it to today. And I thank God that I'm able to say that as time goes on, still knowing a lot of you guys today. I feel very blessed, I feel very opportune, and I just want to say, well done. So without saying much, did I talk about the seniors that punished me? Oh, they used to tell me to fly my hands and all of that. Anyway, that one, in the past, I'm not even going to bother about that. But anyway, what I did enjoy is what I've spoken to you about. I enjoyed, my sets. I enjoy, all the time I had there, especially, with my mates, and in school, in chapel. I enjoyed all of that. So, guys, you guys were one of the best, and I'm very pleased that, I'm able to be part of this, sharing this little experience with all of you. So now I'm going to pass this is it pass the mantle, or pass I'm going to pass it to the next couple of people. I know people are busy because I've been very busy and I haven't had time, so I'll pass it to my dear friend AYB Lomo, and also my dear sister Ade Tutu. I want to hear your own. And to the guys, I want to pass it to Paul B. You too, you need one of this, and also another, who else again? 2 boys or 1 guy. Okay, what about Coco Sakaka? I want to pass it to you too. Take care, guys. Love you all. Mwah. Love you like Kilo Day and Kilo Nshele. Bye.
Hello, Fego 8490. This is Gwemi Fakuleni Ogufora. I just want to thank Uche for starting this, and for everyone that has contributed one way or the other. It's been great seeing everybody's memories, and Winnie, thanks for passing the mic to me, and all the other folks. I'm just going to do this now because I know Monday I will probably be at work and be too busy to do this. So, my special things for Fego, most of them have to do with girls. Sorry guys, I don't know if most of the ladies here remember Laomi Odutola. She was like the most wicked senior then. She just used to terrorize us. And I remember there was one room, I think it was, I don't know if it was Chad House or Cross House, top floor, that if you're a junior, you just go to that room, just know that you're dead, because you fetch water, you miss everything. So we used to just, as much as possible, avoid going to that room. And then again with the girls, we had girls' day. It was just a fun day for girls, and all the girls' day preparations will suffer midnight. They would, oh my gosh, but it always used to turn out well. So it was really nice, and most of our efforts came to fruition, and it was really always nice. And then I remember, I don't know if some of you ladies remember, behind the cloud ripples, that would all go to staff quarters to just go and watch those shows. At night though, we'll start prep and we'll go and watch behind the clouds and ripples, trying to avoid Mr. Ajayi. It was just ridiculous things like that we just used to do, just to watch our favorite shows. And it would be like when we come back, we'll now start analyzing the shows and saying, why did this person not do this or do that? And then our junior days, oh my gosh, I remember when we first got there, I was like, Daddy, I don't want to be in this school anymore. Please move me away. And my dad just kept saying, don't worry, you get used to it, blah, blah, blah. And, I'm so glad that, he did not listen to me and made me stay. I just want to take another memory that I remember when we were SS3 Red. We used to leave class to go to staff quarters and just eat and sleep. It was just like when we just got bored, we were like, okay, please, what are we doing here? Nuratu was a day student, so we just go there, sleep, watch TV, cook, and then just sleep. And then I think one time we're like, what are we doing? We're going to fail and everything. So after a while, we just like, okay, let's get serious and everything. And then when you just look at life and how we've all come this far, I can't just help but be proud of everybody in the set. And I just pray that God will continue to unite us, and that we'll continue to grow together, attend each other's functions, and just stay united as a team. So I'm gonna pass on the mic to Remy, aka Rendo. Actually, fun memory with her. At one point, I think it was when we were preparing for SS3, I literally moved to her corner and we were both studying for SS3 exams together. I remember we used to take turns. I would sleep and she would be reading, and then later she would wake me up, and then I would, later, we just used to wake each other up and encourage each other to read and everything. And we had a cassette player that we used to listen to music to help us read. So, Rendo, over to you. Thanks. Bye, everyone.
What a beautiful day. Today is my birthday, and I'm so, so happy. Thank you all for the birthday messages, for the calls, for the gifts, for everything. I'm really, really grateful. I just want to thank my friend for passing on the mantle. Is that what she said? Ayaba. I've received the mantle, and I'm receiving the mark at the same time. It's like double portion of anointing. Anyway, and to my friend Uche, you're really a wonderful man. Thank you very much for coming up with this challenge. And what can I say? The first thing I want to talk about is I remember I acted a part in a dance drama, and I can't remember the title of the drama, but I remember I acted the part of Chief Polluter. And like I said, it's a dance drama, and they always sing. The song that they sang was that goody goody pie jibility tom tom akara woman iresi woman waiting they do for early morning for marketplace. Abi you the craze, abi you the man. The song sweet to make I join, I no go join. The song is sweet to make I join, I no go join. That's how the song be. And my part is to fat. Whenever they sing the song, when it comes to my part, I have to lift my leg up and do how fat. Ikpa, proper fat. And so after the drama, the presentation, the second day I went to the class and they started calling me Chief Polluter. I'll be so annoyed, and I was like, why are you these guys doing this to me? It's just a drama, because nobody wanted to have that part. And I know why people didn't want to have the part, had the part of Chief Polluter. So even the people that got me frustrated, that was calling me Chief Polluter, and they are the most gentle guy in this group. I'm not going to mention their name, but they are my real brothers now. So, but I just wanted, what I did later was that I tried to ignore them, as in ignore them. And it worked. So they stopped calling me cheap polluter. And the other thing I remembered is, what I cherish again is my friendship with Shola, Makonjola, Buki Ogunade, Fisayo, Ne Odogbolu, Premo Ojokojo, Late Deke Olowode, I just remember us singing together in harmony, singing beautiful songs. And I remember Shola teaching us this song, Maker of this life in me, you know me very well. You understand my deepest part more than I know myself. So when my face is darkened and I need to find my way, I trust in you, shepherd of my heart. You are the beacon of my heart. You are the sunlight of my days. I can rest within your arms. I can know your loving ways. So when my face is darkened and I need to find my way, I trust in you, shepherd of my heart. I think we sang this song in our SS3, and it's really an uplifting song. And it's so nice knowing this wonderful woman. Shola sings tenor, I sing alto, Booking sings tenor, and I think Yabo sings soprano. I just thank God for their life, and I love them so much. And another one is, we're talking about the good, bad, and the ugly. When I had an accident and I fell from the moving vehicle in Fego, I just want to thank God because God saved me. I'm alive, and I had a broken hand, I had bruises on my body, but you know what? Through it all, I just want to thank God because God really sustained me. And the other one is this. I remember when I was in Fego again. In my GS1, I always attend boogie, and there's this guy that is always dancing, always dancing with me. Should I mention his name? I'm going to mention his name because he's my very good friend now. Sunday Oketa, that's Rex Oketa. He will always come and dance with me. That's another thing I always enjoy. And another one is when I go to the chapel after service and the choir have to line up left and right and we sing, guide me every day, oh Lord. Guide me every day, oh Lord. Hold me with thy mighty hands, lest I fall down. Have mercy on me. So another thing that I want to talk about, I just want to thank everybody that stood by me, that supported me when I wasn't feeling well last year. People like Kenny, my friend Shola, Busola, Shade, Stanley, Boyega, Dewumi, Mani, you guys, Dipo, a lot of them that always call me and check on me, I really appreciate it so much. Thank God for the gift of life. Thank God I can celebrate another year. Just know that Fego 90 set, you guys rocks. You guys are so good. You guys are so kind. I just pray that the Lord God Almighty will continue to bind us together with cord that cannot be opened, that will continue to be there for each other, and we will see our children in the mighty name of Jesus. I love you all, and God bless you. And I'm going to pass this mic to my friend Kenny, Boyegan Dewumi, Stanley, and Buki Ogunade. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Have a lovely day. Cheers. Bye.
Hi everyone. My name is Yabo Amoda, also known as Remi Barakai and Rendo. I want to thank Uche for the opportunity to share my memories of when I was in Fego, and I want to thank Bimini and Umat for passing me the mic. I want to thank Ugbo for his relentless calling and, sending messages to make sure that I get my video done. I came in just 3 with Kunle Shembore, and I was in 3B, he was in 3A, and I remember that every single time that I had to pass through 3A, to get to my class, that 3A would shout "Raw Bear." I remember, the girls' hostel being so much fun from when I was, when I got in my GS3 with my mates anyway, from GS3 to our SS class. I remember Mokwe used to drum, it was so much fun for us. I remember, us eating together. I remember, may her soul rest in peace, Ronke Sholari, and Bisi Bukunle, may her soul rest in peace, Bemi and I, Mokwe, I think Bola Bagon was there as well. We used to eat together, and Usala, we used to eat together from, one bucket. We used to make eba and geisha sauce, and I tried eating the eba and geisha sauce in my house in Lagos, and it was absolutely disgusting. So I can imagine that we must have eaten it with one love. I remember we used to cook rice as well with boiling ring. I remember we used to boil corn in the bucket as well. I remember Mrs. Oyinlola's moi moi. She used to cook moi moi. She was the girls' hostel matron. We used to queue to buy her moi moi. I remember that. I remember Katanga. I think Katanga or Kangala. I'm not sure. Whatever that thing is that we used to eat with Coke. I remember that as well. I remember the dining hall and all the massacres and stuff like that. I remember, our senior classes. I remember, in our SS1 class, we were in red, and Bemi and I, with Sonyaolu and Nurat, we were in the same class with Coco. And I remember that we were very, very uncomfortable because he used to give us dirty looks. So I'm not sure any of us used to answer any teachers in class for fear that if we made any mistake, we will be laughed at. I remembered one of these times in my SS1 class, I was coming back from night prep, and I had my torchlight in my hand, and I was, trying to find my way back to the girls' hostel. And unfortunately, the torchlight went into one of the senior guys' face, and the next thing, it was a whoozing on my face. I got a slap. I remembered that night. I just didn't understand the reason why I was given a slap. To be honest with you, I didn't know who he was, only that I got a slap on my face. I remember that there was this other incident as well, that I had only just come into class, and it was another night, one of those night preps again, and this time around I think it was in our SS2 class, and it was the time that Wei and his friends were terrorizing the whole school, and I only just came into class. This time around I wasn't even in my SS2 red. I think because we were late, I was late, so I had to run into one of those classes to sit down. And unfortunately for me, to be honest with you, till tomorrow, I don't know if there was anything that had gone wrong before or anything, only that the first available seat that I sat on was in front. And this guy came in, I had no idea whatsoever, and then the next thing on my face, again, a slap. Okay, so let's put aside the ugliness of when I was in Odogbolu, and let's talk about our senior classes. When we got into the senior class, it was like freedom. It was felt as freedom as far as I was concerned, because now we could wake up anytime we liked, which is a lie, because of the matrons like Mrs. Fakorede that would pop in, anytime she likes. And then I remember that, in our senior classes, I remember the Joneses lane and the T-square lane. I remember that I would never pass through the Joneses lane because I thought, anybody could see me walking on the Joneses lane. So I made sure that I was walking on the T-square lane. I remember all the T-square. I remembered all the notes that I used to get. I remember all the posters that I used to get in my senior class. I remember, the T-square. Don't ask me what I did because I did nothing. I'm innocent. Mimi and I, we used to walk together, from the girls' hostel to class, back. It was, and I remember the time in our senior class, in our final year, that she moved to my, to Oshun House. She was in Chad House. She moved to Oshun.
Hello, everybody. I remain Adetutu Odunoye Jayesimi. So the mic has been passed to me, and I want to start by thanking the Almighty God for the gift of our lives. I am so grateful to be a part of this awesome bunch, a part of 8490 class. You all are like bags of gold, honestly. You are amazing, magnificent, extraordinary, wonderful people, and I just celebrate you all. Next, I want to thank Obix for starting this initiative. I celebrate you, my brother, for driving and thriving on unity. Honestly, the last couple of conversations I've had with you, I can't help but be proud of the man that you have become. I think this idea is brilliant. I think it's creative, it's clever, astute. So big ups to you, my brother. Thank you so much for being who you are. Let me just get right into the memories, and can I tell you all, Mopi Lolly's beats were everything to me in Fego. I mean, it was literally my extracurricular activity. That was all I did outside of reading, studying, being in class, going to prep and all of that good stuff. I want to tell you guys, I was Mopi Lolly's cheerleader. I was her backup dancer, her supporter, her fan, her promoter, her proponent, name it. I remember Mopi's song so well. Well, at least I think I do, at least the way I used to sing it back then, So I'm going to sing to you two of her songs. I know Baby referenced one in her video. It's called Nini Nana. So it goes something like this. You are always dancing lettuce. You are always dancing cabbage on the dance floor. If you know you want to dance, nah, nah, nah. And the other one was the one Clement referenced in Baby's after Baby's Past the Mic video, actually. It goes something like this. Mr. Baptist went to town. He saw a girl and kissed the girl. I know Clement said he pressed a bum bum and ran away, but Moko used to say he offer putu and offer bra. Oh man, Mopi man, those songs, those were the days. It was just awesome and amazing. Another memory that I have was going on for the holidays that I remember my parents, things weren't too good between them. Literally one of my lowest points as a child. I just wanted to talk. So Maria, our head girl, we kind of we always have had a special bond. So I decided to pour out my mind with her. I wanted to talk as a child. I just literally wanted to burst. Because back then when our parents were talking, we weren't allowed to talk. So I wanted to pour out my mind to somebody. So I remember talking to Maria and, just telling her everything that went on and how I was feeling. And out of nowhere, I'm telling you guys, true story, Maria blurted out, Tutu, you look like a banana. And the next thing I knew, I was like, Maria, you look like a pineapple. And we just both burst out and started laughing, and that was how we started calling each other different fruit names. Like, you look like an apple, you look like a tangerine, you look like a guava. And up to this day, we still have that thing between us. One of those inside jokes that you have with special people that nobody else understands. It's just the way we do our thing, honestly. And then another memory I have is also this language that we started speaking in Odogbolu. Odogbolu that we still speak till this day. I mean, Monsura, Bola, Sheye, Mabel, Funke, Shade, and I still speak it till this day. And I know that some ladies also might speak it. Bemini might know of it. Monisola might know of it. And I could have sworn Nori spoke it to me one time. I'm not sure. But I think Nori spoke it to me. I don't know if the guys know about it. And it goes something like this. Mushe hungriness, mufeshe eating, shumashe mini food, ni giving, which translates to I'm hungry, I want to eat. Can you give me something to eat? Can you cook me some food? You know, just awesome, honestly. Just crazy memories that, you know, we still have till this day. And I remember teaching it to my husband too. He tries to speak it around the house. I mean, it's something that we still do. It's just still a part of us, you know. It's awesome. So I think it's all good. I think it's all good. I'm grateful to God for it all, the highs, the lows, you know, everything. Can I just leave you all with this? Guys, let us all try to be as good to everyone as possible, because at the end of the day, the reason we are here is the difference we make. Nothing else matters. It's just that plain and simple, you know. Let's live, let's laugh, let's love. My blessed people, we are richly favored and divinely blessed in Jesus' name. One love, one love, one love. And now I'm going to pass the mic to Shola Adegbeson, aka Eggy Fresh, and Sheye Sonyaolu, or Sheye Odi. Thank you all. Love you all, guys. Mwah!
Hello, guys. The 8490 set of Federal Government College Odogbolu. It's actually a privilege to be called out, and I do appreciate the Cardia Shokoya and a very good friend, Kosa Kolomia. One of the things I thank God in my life for is the fact that I came over to Federal Government College Odogbolu, because I was seriously impacted by the school and also by my colleagues and the people I met and grew up with. But most especially the fact that I have my foundation of my knowledge and my relationship with Christ Jesus in Federal Government College Odogbolu Chapel. I never cease to talk about that school. I never cease to talk about the people. I never cease to talk about the church. And I never cease to thank God for the privilege to have gone through Federal Government College Odogbolu. For everyone in that said, I want to say thank you for being a part of my life one way or the other. For all the guys from A's to F, from red all the way to purple, big ups to you guys. Thank you so much for everything you've done. One of the memories I have of Odogbolu will be, just to mention a few, was that particular song we used to sing by the school choir, Till Tomorrow. I didn't know the meaning. It goes something like, Nendewo Udumara to know Udu, Nendewo Udumara to know Udu, Edu da 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 Udu, oh yeah missy, oh yeah mama, I sapalabe ewo, I sapalabe ewo. Ewo mamue, Asabalabe, Asabalabe. Could somebody please give me the lyrics of that song and what it means? Because 30 years after leaving school, I still do not know what the lyrics is. Neither do I know the meaning of the song. It's been one of those things I love to sing, but unfortunately, I don't even know if I'm singing it correctly. And also, I would want to say my personal encounter with a couple of other people has been a wonderful one. Michael Gegel is a very good friend. Cosmos Obina, Larry, Cardia Shokoya, Femi I know, and many other people. I say big ups to you guys. I remember various encounters with some other people in purple and green. They were wonderful memories. Encounters with Mr. Defalaju, wonderful memories. Encounter with quite a number of you. I just want to say thank you for letting me be part of your set. I deeply, deeply appreciate you all. And I pray that the Almighty will continue to uphold each one of us, show us the path of life, and continue to give us strength to move from strength to strength. In Jesus' name. Thank you. My name is Boyega Delmi. Some people will refer to me as Uncle Boye. A lot as Bros G. And a few as Baba G. It's been a privilege. Big ups.
Hello everyone, good evening my Fego 8490 peeps. I trust we're all doing well considering the global pandemic. My name is Oluseye Odi, Shaya Sonyalu of those days, and well, I've been passed the mic, so here goes. I remember the first time my parents dropped me in Fego. It was a Saturday evening. A lot of you might not remember, I don't know, but I joined in JS2. I wasn't part of the ones or part of the students that joined from JS1. So I joined in JS2, and as we were driving into the compound, the first person or the first student I saw was Ni Ajayi. I don't know why I remember him as the first student, but that was who I saw first, and maybe it's because we both ended up in JS2E, and we had Miss Onokala as our class teacher. I remember her being the meanest teacher I have ever encountered till date. She was just so mean. We were all imbeciles, to her. She would give us one name or the other. I guess it figures why that must be the reason why I really hated French. But anyhow, Fego was full of experiences for me, and I had a lovely time. It's formed and shaped who I am. I was actually very excited, and well, except when I saw the girls' hostel, the very stark bunk beds, and having to fetch water from the reservoir using a sponge case to fetch water into our buckets, and then we now had to use like either a bed sheet or a pillowcase to filter the algae, from the water, and we still used it to bath like that, and we were fine. So Fego taught us a lot of lessons. I remember that into our buckets, and then we now had to use like either a bed sheet or a pillowcase to filter the algae, from the water, and we still used it to bath like that, and we were fine. So Fego taught us a lot of lessons. I remember that within the first week I was in school, a junior in Chem, I can't remember what her last name is now, but she told me about being born again, about being cast into the lake of fire, hellfire, and I had never heard of anything like that until this girl told me about that. So I was pretty scared, but well, I thank her for that, because that was my first encounter, with religion, so to speak. Even though we were church-going folk, my parents never really talked about, hellfire or being born again and all of that. So that was a good learning experience for me as well. I remember all the excitement, of Fego. I would go home. In fact, it's so funny for me to say this now. I had a slang book. I had a little notebook where I wrote all our slangs, Bonjela, Ekmano, T-Square, I used to write all those things down in my little book and take them home and use it to pose for my younger sisters, me being the first, They used to look at me with awe, and, Mashakogo in those days, at least to them anyway. So I remember that being a highlight of me going back home, to my sisters. As we grew older, we started to have more fun in school. I had friends. I think my first best friend in school was Funke Adetuji. From then it was Among Meomonijo, Shola Oditola, Mabel, and so on and so forth and all of that. I think I was pretty fickle, back then. But having these friends have actually molded my character, made me a better person, made me who I am today. These Fego experiences have really, Monijo, Shola Oditola, Mabel, and so on and so forth and all of that. I think I was pretty fickle, back then. But having these friends have actually molded my character, made me a better person, made me who I am today. These Fego experiences have really, molded me, so, and I'm very, very, grateful, for that. I'm also very grateful, for the near misses, that we also had in school. I was terrified of Coco, and the boys in green. Even though I'm saying it now, I was really, really scared of him. I was really scared of Coco. I don't know why I was so scared of him, but well, there it is. I was, and I just want to say, that these friendships that we have forged over the years, they have stayed with me, and it's like anytime I come into contact with anybody, any of our friends, especially people like Premo, Ayaba, Bola, Tutu, it's like we never left school. We just pick up where we left off, and we can gist for ages on. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, my mates, for helping me be who I am. And I want to say that, this bond that we have all shared, or that is between us as Fegosians, may it never waver. And I pray that we all continue to be friends, guide each other, support one another as we go along, life's challenges and, everyday life, and I'm very, very happy to be a part of the Fego 8490 set, and I believe we'll have so many reasons to celebrate going forward. Thank you guys. I'm passing the mic on to Dipo Akinrelade. Peace out.
Hello, 8490 set. Just like everyone has said, this is a one in a generation or once in a generation group, and I count myself a bit privileged, to be part of this awesome group. I want to say that I am very honored to be part of this set of people. I don't even know where to start, because the truth is, most of the lessons I learned while I was in Fego. It was Fego I learned how not to be stupid. Because I remember a particular, I think it was one of those labor days, or we had to clean up before a Saturday inspection, and everybody was out. And I was on my bed, covered myself fully with a coverlet, as we used to call it then, thinking that I would not be found out, only for, can't remember his surname now, something Sonwolu. I think it was a room head. I think also that's what they used to call them then. Came in, pulled up, my coverlet and gave me a dirty slap, and I can tell you I saw stars that day, And, many years after, I asked myself, what was I thinking? Did I really think I could hide under a coverlet on the bed and not be seen? So that was a stupid thing, and I learned from that day not to do anything stupid if I don't want to be caught. And so many other, terrible examples. I'm sorry, I'm having to start with the terrible one. One of those times too, like most people, you don't want to go out cutting grass or doing Labor Day. And one of those times I actually feigned, illness. And I was literally carried to the dispensary. And they kept there. I had to behave as if I was actually sick. So they gave me some tablets, and I would never forget this incident. They gave me some tablets. Around that time, chloroquine was in vogue, and we had heard of people who itch whenever they use chloroquine. So they gave me the tablet. I knew I wasn't ill, but at the same time, I had to kind of ingest some of the tablets. So once they gave them to me, I looked at the tablets, looked at the colors, and I asked myself which ones must be chloroquine and which one. And I think normally they also add pyridine to reduce the itching effect. So I looked at this, the tablets in my hands, and I just assumed that the one with color different from all the other ones that were white must be the chloroquine. So I dropped the chloroquine down the drain. What I thought was chloroquine, and of course ingested the remaining, not knowing that there was a pyridine part of it, that I actually, threw away. Of course, even though I wasn't ill, I felt it 3 days after, even when I went back to the hostel. And those are some of the things I remember, and I just laugh at myself that what was I thinking, trying to be clever by half. But that said, being in Odogbolu was a very, very good experience. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I had it very, very rough when I first came, even though it was supposed to be the easiest of path. If you remember Fako, I mean, I'm sure you probably remember him. That troublesome guy whose dad, I think, was the Oba of Odogbolu at that time. His mom and my dad worked together in the same place. I was handed over to him to say, okay, this is your school son. And you won't believe it. Fako jacked my locker the very first night, took everything that was given to me, you know, and he was so audacious that one of the things he stole, which was some, I think, caps that was given to me by my dad from his company then, you know, Sako actually wore it to visit me the next day, even though he knew that whoever had that thing on must have been the one that jacked my locker. But he didn't even show any sign of anything going wrong. And I remember several times he would say I should, you know, loan him money, he'll give me back. Up till today, 30 years or 36 years after, he's not giving me any of those things back. You know, and I thought, how can somebody be this cruel? I mean, there's so many things that you can remember. But in the same light, I remember, I mean, some other good, you know, instances and good people who I met in Chad House in particular, you know, Yemi Lawal, Wale Shoneye, Kehinde, Olisama, Bola Olatunji, Sheyeba Migbaye, Bayo Shorimade, and I can call all of them. I mean, of course, we were sharing a wall with Cross House, Tokumbo, Irakpada, Diron, Raphael, Felix, Francis. I mean, if I've not called your name, it's not because I forgot, but there's no time. You know, and those were really good times. And I must say, you know, without trying to give any special credit, that Wale was one of those people who actually inspired me. You know, even though you would think he had some kind of disability, Wale was somebody that was never afraid to go into a fight. You can't chance him. You can't chance Wale. And I'm so glad he still has that spirit of fighting for people, you know, regardless of what their backgrounds are. And remembering getting into Unilag, we had no room to stay. Wale gave us, myself and Yomi Adegboye, room to stay. I mean, whether room, yes, room, even though I think we're either sleeping on the floor or anything. Because almost like 8 people in one room then. But salute to you, Wale. And I mean, I'm not trying to single you out because there are no other people. You know, Bola Olatunji, Olisama, Kenny, we went out together, you know, just to visit, I mean, each other's houses, you know, just going like headless chicken, but just enjoying ourselves. Of course, getting to SS1, after all the things I've suffered, the last boy, the beatings, a lot of people have shared their own you know, reservoir experience where you couldn't get to fetch water, and even when you get there and your bucket is filled up after scraping, you still cannot get it out. I just have to give up on the bucket, try and beg yourself, I mean, out of the situation, and you are left with nothing. Or you are downstairs washing your clothes, cross house room 6, they drop buckets, they drop clothes, and you have to get it clean, you know. And so I had it a bit very, very rough with Cross House Room 6. I remember a particular incident, you know, where after, I can't remember what it's called, maybe it was Massacre, and Matthew Dwebo and the others in Room 6. If you remember Room 6, Evans and co, you know, and I don't know what took me to that. Okay, somebody had dropped some clothes downstairs, I mean, and asked that I wash them. So I took them up to give to him, one of the seniors. And once Matthew saw me, he said, "Mr. Man, come. This is half loaf." Of course, remember those loaf that you open them up, you pour the stew inside and soak it with the stew. And he said, "Take this loaf, finish it in 2 minutes." Wow. I thought it was a joke. I tried, chewed on everything. I think I made it. Only for, I think it was somebody else that actually called me. Then Matthew now came and said, "This is my own. It's got butter inside of it, the full loaf. Okay, have it." And I said, "Sir, I can't do this." Then he looked at me and said, "Are you calling me a witch? What do you mean? You're just eating my friend's half loaf and you don't want to take mine?" And the guy gave me a back, you know, I don't know what to call it. I just thought, what kind of life is this? So I made up my mind, to be honest with you, that when I become a senior, I will be wicked. And I will show these people that, I mean, they don't have the right to wickedness. But something dramatic happened towards the end of SS1. Michael, Ugegele, and of course, Boyega Adewumi, you can't forget him. The SU we almost thought he was born again Christian, you know. But I happen to be sharing the same bunk with Michael in Chad House. And I will see them, they will come around, do some nice things, do some nice talks. And I looked at Michael one day and I think I told him, I'm not sure if I can remember this, that look, if I return to school in SS2 and God has not saved me, God should just reserve a place for me in hell. And I meant it from the depth of my heart, because I thought, you know what, I have seen enough. I'd imagined the kind of things I was going to do. But thankfully, you know, God saved me while I was on holiday in SS1, and my life was never the same again. I'm not one to remember so many things, but at least the few ones I can remember. And then I can't forget Sonia Olu then, remembering when he came into 1E, and forgive us, you know, myself, Irapada, and a few others actually tormented her. And I thought, looking back, it was more of as a sort of our own insecurity, you know, than actually Sheye's non-threatening existence, but that we thought probably was threatening us. I saw a girl coming maybe from the UK, you know, and would speak one kind of Fune as far as we were concerned, and we thought, what's wrong with you, you know? And but so Sheye, this is time to say forgive all our sins, even though it was never intended to really, you know, do badly to you. Forgive our insecurities. What else can I remember? So many things, but I learned a lot from Fego. The last 3, the first 5, as we've all alluded to. Then Onokala, God help me. She was a head teacher. The class mistress in 1E to 3E, imbecile, animal. I think somebody's mentioned it here. She was mean. You know, and also, talking about Onokala and French, when I was in 1B, because I was in 1B first before we were kind of redistributed and I was moved to 1E. And I remember whilst in 1B doing French, and I think a teacher came in, another one came in, the Enwa Boise. I can't remember the name of the man, came in, and he never spoke English at all. He was just speaking in French, and whenever he was reading out the essay or whatever he was reading, I don't know if people remember that, all of us would just laugh when it was not funny, and we say, what is funny? But because we didn't understand what he was saying. And when we were supposed to be sad, you know, when we were supposed to laugh, we wouldn't laugh, and we would look like we were sad, and he was trying to guess, are you sure you're following me? Just those little things that just make life, you know, all come together. You guys are awesome, and of course, rally around me when I lost my my dad, and even my parents' in-laws, Omat and Sheye coming over for the launch of my stuff, and yes, Kesh is always there, the gentleman, you know. My mom up to today keeps asking after Dr. Kesh. Please keep doing what you are doing. But I'm sure you know that you should stop the naughty bit. You know, I won't go there. You know. Anyway, you guys are awesome. I can't remember everybody, but everybody I came in touch and in contact with in Odogbolu left with me a very, very good impression. And seeing them outside of school is always a thing of joy, trying to connect. So I would say thank you very much for all you do to keep the group together, for all the past presidents, Yemi, Femi, Kesh, and even Premo, who is in the reins now. You guys, we're praying for you. God will reward you even beyond your, you know, expectations. So long, so far. God keep all of us and cause us to ever remember ourselves with fond memories. God bless you. I'm sure all the shout outs have been done already, and all the dropping of mics. Probably that mic will have probably broken by now. But if you can find any part of it, please, anybody can pick it up and do theirs if you have not done yours. God bless you. Deepo. Bye.
Good day, everybody. My name is Okunkoya Akim Ademola, also known as Coco. I've been called all variants of Coco, Cocoma, Cocochi, Coco Vic, and so on. I'm also known as Brother Emmanuel. Initially, I didn't want to take part in this drop the mic stuff. I thought it was a good avenue for the ghosts amongst us to be able to express themselves, because they've been quiet all the while. They're just in that group. They virtually don't say anything. You don't even know if they exist. So, but on a second thought, Obi Kudu is my friend, so I had no option. I had to oblige him. I had to participate. I thank everyone that has come before me and those that will come after me. I will probably say I'm one of the vocal guys. I have virtually said everything about my times and moments in Odogbolu. I've barely said it all. I've said it all. That's the best I can say. I've said it all. So not to repeat myself, that's why I said I wasn't going to take part again. But now, here I am. Unknown to a lot of us, I toasted one of our teachers. I think this is the first time I'm going to say it or tell it out. I toasted one of our teachers. I won't mention her name. To cut the long story short, we were in a relationship. Yes, we were in a relationship. So she invited me to her quarters. That's the staff quarters. So I think it was on a Sunday. I went to her house at the staff quarters. What else? On getting there, I saw a lot of meals and drinks everywhere. And I asked her, is a party going on here? She just said, no, it's all for you, my love. I said, I'm in trouble today. So we started talking about almost everything, At a point, she asked me if I needed a massage. Trust me, I said, yes, I needed one. So she massaged me for maybe about 10 or 15 minutes. After then, I think after then, I asked if I could come for more at any other day. She said yes. Okay. I was madly in love with her. I don't know what came over me. I just pulled her close to me. I wanted to kiss her. Then I woke up. It was just a dream. I know you're all happy. You want to listen to gist, Abby? I have nothing to say. On a serious note, I think the Fego 8490 gave us a second chance to really get to know ourselves better and more. I think some of us have explored that avenue, and I think some of us have not. Yes. We've had our quarrels, arguments, and what have you, but I don't think I truly hold any grudge against anyone. We are all the best of friends. When quarrel comes, let's quarrel. When it's time to laugh, let's laugh. I'm all for, I can adapt to any situation. If you want to quarrel, bring it on. Let's laugh. Let's fight. And therefore, any moment, any issue, I'm always around. I'm always available. But I will tell you one thing I like about that group. It's a very kind group. That is what I like most about that group. It's just a very kind group. And I will always cherish our friendship to the end of this. I am going to pass on this. Is it mantle or bike or whatever? Ayaba, please clarify. Your mantle, is it MANTLE or MANTOOL? I'm not so sure which one you are talking about. But no matter what, you know you are my correct person. So I'm going to pass on the mic to Norris and Wale Makonju. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Fego 84 to 90. The only set that went to Fego. That's how I feel, like we're the only students that went to Fego. The rest of them don't count. Because we did things that other people had never did before, and they said they never did before. Obix, thank you for starting this initiative. February 8th, thank you for locating me and getting me back in touch with everyone after 30 years. It's been a long time. I believe I saw a couple of people after we left school that I ran into Biggs sometime here in Texas. Same with Charles O'Hire and Clement Anna. Other than that, I hadn't seen anybody until I got on the forum and just listening and texting and watching people has just been funny because it's bringing back memories. Some of those things I really don't remember. But disclaimer first, I didn't do anything wrong. I was a quiet boy. I'm still a quiet boy. I never got in trouble in school. I didn't cut grass. I was in a suspension. Baba Dracula, Baba Porter, Olopele, Ebebo. I don't know anything about all those stuff. I just know that my dad used to go visit Olopele on visiting day and will stop by just to say hi to me. Then a couple of times he did visit me though, yeah. So my experience is the first. I'm not going to talk about good, bad, or ugly, just some crazy experiences. How about that? My very first day of school, got there, nighttime. I had no locker, so I had my trunk box. It's on my bunk, on my bed, on the lower bunk. My mosquito net tucked in. This guy comes, he's sitting down there for a minute. Where he thinks I've fallen asleep. He's trying to pull up the mosquito net and try to take my box. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought it was my bed. I was like, are you crazy? I called him out of his name. I said something. He was like 3 years our senior. I'm not going to say his name. So he took off running. And I was like, what kind of school is this? Mind you, because that box had my whole life in it. My uniform is in it. Provisions, money, everything is in that box. If you're here taking it, what was I going to do? My very first day of school. So I'm like, what am I doing here? Already, like, I hated it that first day. But glad I stayed true because the experiences with everybody is just, I wouldn't trade it for anything. If I were to just change anything, is to make sure that we had cell phones at that time when we left school so that I can have everybody's information and would have stayed in touch. Shout out to my role models, Ogbo, Coco, Tipsy, Omat, and Reverend Fowler. Anything that they say I did that was wrong, evil, whatever spirit they say they had or whatever they're saying, that's on them. They taught me everything I know. I'm still innocent, but they taught me everything I know. There was a time we're going into town into Pomola. It was a few of us, so it was broad daylight. As soon as we came out of the bushes to hit the road, Adefalaju, here he comes driving up. And I just walked up to that Toyota Cressida and I was like, oh, good afternoon, sir. He's like, good afternoon. He said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to town, go get something real quick. He said, okay, hurry up, just come back to school. And that was it. And when he left, everybody came out and was like, you crazy, why did you do that? I was like, man, if we run, he's thinking we're guilty. When I walk to him, he's thinking we're good. That's all it takes. Then there was a couple more times we went to town that was really crazy. What's his name? It was a few of us, once again. It's still the same set of people. I'm not going to name anybody. So we went out to drink that night specifically. The only person that didn't drink amongst us when we were coming back to school, that person actually fell into the gutter. That person drank a Fanta. I always remember that. So we laughed at that. We kept on laughing at that person, making fun of him for a while. Then there was the time where we went also at night. When we were coming back, there was all you see was just like this fire, like it was like a bonfire with some people wearing white or whatever. And I guess curiosity kills a cat. So I was trying to find out what's going on, and everyone was like, "Come on, let's go. We're in here, Jamalo, we're in here." So I was like, "Nah, let me see what's up." So when they said, "Talon Lombe," and they said, "Man, if Usain Bolt had chased us, he would not have caught any one of us because we all dispersed and we're gone." When we got to the dormitory, there was a couple of us missing, and we're all worried. Did they catch him? Are they going to use him for sacrifice? What do we say? When they asked for these people, what are we going to say? So anyways, everybody showed up, so we were good. Then the last story I wanted to share was just like this creepy thing used to happen. It was a senior year as well. Ocean House, I don't remember what we call our room, but it's the first room, the one next to Niger. In the middle of the night when there's no power, this creature, whatever it is, used to come into our room. It walks with like this wet web feet. And we can hear it. Nobody saw it. At first I was scared because I thought I was the only one that was hearing it. But one day we all realized we were all hearing the same thing, but we didn't see it because everybody was too scared to get out of bed to check it out. So we all just lay there. But there was one particular night, it went into the little annex room, and all you heard a jackpot say was, "Help, help, it's got me, it's got me." So nobody moved for a second, but as soon as the light came, everybody jumped out of the bunk and went. Nobody saw anything because that thing always disappeared before the power comes back. So it was a crazy thing. It was a crazy experience. I can keep on going on and on, but let me get off because this time is going up. So I just want to share with us that it is our differences that makes us a cohesive unit. So please, let's love one another genuinely, because love covers a multitude of sin, and love conquers all. I haven't seen everybody in a long time, but I cherish the memories I have. If I had to do it over again, I won't change anything except making sure that we all had cell phones at that time, so that when I left school, I would not have lost touch with everybody. I would have shared the story about Ogumakide, but I think that was his name, our physics teacher. He used to have rough parking, and he would say some crazy stuff. "Come and be going, no, come to go, come to go." And there's another phrase he used to say, but I forgot. It escapes me right now. But anyways, let me pass the mic. I will pass the mic to Ojakba, Obas, Kunle Salisu, Leke Jibodu, and Tunde Akpena. All 5 of you. I love you all. Peace out. God bless.
My name remains Adeleke Jibodu. 8496. A group of awesome guys that I've met along the way. I thank God for every one of you. Well, I think I will appreciate Luxy. I don't know if the video should have been done in the order that I called out the names, but I think I just needed to do what I had to do. Thank you, Luxy. And then on to Obikudu. I appreciate you for this initiative. When Obikudu got on the platform, he called me up after a while and said, "Guy, I think these guys are somehow..." I think he came in when some guys are having issues among themselves. And I told him, I said, "Hang in there. I might not be talking much, but I enjoy every bit of the gist once I have the time to go through and read." And I told him, "Hang in there. You're going to enjoy them." And I think he has come up with this initiative that is awesome and very good. Well, it's like a virtual reunion as far as I'm concerned, since the pandemic has not allowed the real reunion to take place. Yeah, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I had my times at Fego, and I think I really enjoyed myself because Fego made every little thing that I'm able to be and achieve. And I think I appreciate the set that I belong to. The best set. Luxy said is the only set that he reckons with. I share his sentiment because in my 6 years in Fego, I think we were the first set of guys that were not rooted out of the school with police escorts. And that's something to be noteworthy of. It's noteworthy of. And I think other good things that should have been along with our set. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I had some good times. I will quickly share maybe 2 or so of it. You know, when you're coming down the stairs after night prep, and then you see some funny hands going through, the guys start shouting, the girls start shouting. The guys who did those things, they know themselves. Some of them are still here, very much here. And the ladies that were taunted, I'm sure you also, you know the feel of what it is. Then I had my very bad experience. Honestly, we were a group of guys in our junior days. We were coming from the class. We stood around the dining hall area. And lo and behold, you know this dung that they pour the waste, the dining hall, and somebody pushed me into it. Man, I had to struggle for my life. The rest is history, but thank God somebody came, rescued me, and I'm still alive. That was something that I would never in my life forget. Then there was this day, we were in class. I think it was Labor Day, and we ran from Labor. We were in class, gisting, myself, Zaid Ayola, and some other guys. And I think somebody was coming. One of the teachers was coming around, and we had to run. So we went through the windows. And lo and behold, when it was Said Ayola's time to cross, what the hinge of the windows, you know how those windows were broken, had to, you know, his finger stuck in it. And maybe it was him or somebody that pressed it, and then his nails, the finger cut off. You know, Said is still living with that finger, and I know if he sees this video, he can recollect because the finger is still there with him. And I had to pick up that cut off part of his hand and hand it over to him. It was a very gory sight. And we took him to the dispensary. And we thank God for that. Well, if for lack of time to say quite a lot of things, man, it will be too much. The time will not permit me. And I want to pass on the mic to a guy that I really enjoyed while on and off the school. He was always watching out for me then, coming around to visit me. Odogbolu Salisu, big up to you. I will pass on the mic to you. And then to my guy, Eddie Ebruke, I'll pass it on. Other guys are there, but let me just stick with these 2. And I'll use this medium to pay my tribute to the fallen guys among us. The lost ones we've had. I pray that their families are comforted, and I also pray that the rest of us who are still alive will remain strong and healthy until we all meet. Then my shout out to well, every other person, too numerous. So my tribute goes to you guys. Thank you. God bless.
Hello everyone. My name is Salisu Odogbolu. Some call me Bunchy, some call me a Bunchy. Whichever one, it's fine by me. It's been a while, and I just had to do this because everyone else is doing it. I was a games and sports captain, and I had some good times at Fego. Some memorable moments that readily comes to mind right now, I'll probably say the football final match we had at Aipe, where we won the tournament. That's one moment that was will live with me for a very long time. There's some odd moments too back then, but not worthy of recall right now. But hey, well, I'm a positive person, so I rather think of those beautiful moments, good friends that we shared some moments together in the GS class and the SS class, good friends that we've kept in touch. Odogbolu had been a blessing because I've met some wonderful people. Even without mentioning their names, they know themselves. They've been a blessing as brothers, sisters. Odogbolu. This is Pastor Mike. This is Ayo. Passing the mic. Peace out.
Hi everyone. Greetings to all my brothers and sisters from our great Federal Government College Odogbolu 8490 set. Greetings from Milan down under. For those of you who may not recognize me or remember me, my name is Gregory Imagwe. I was in Chad House throughout my stay at Fego. I was in F for my junior days, so I was in GS1 to GS3F, or as we started from 1 to from 3F, and then later on in SS1 to SS3 Red. So I was at the extremes of the block. I'd like to start by thanking Uche Ogbikudu for coming up with this idea. I think it's a very, very good idea to put together a video diary of our experiences. It will be a good thing to look back at a few years from now. So thanks to you, Uche, for coming up with this idea. And also thanks to everyone else for running with the idea. I think we've so far we've done a good job. I've watched a few of the videos and look, just lovely memories to share. I guess for me, my experience of Fego is mostly sweet. I think for now, all I have is overall is to say I'm very grateful to have been a student of Fego. I'm very happy I attended Fego. I'm very happy I attended school with you all. So overall, I've got mostly good memories. The bad memories are really gone far behind me. I have a few have come to mind which I'll share, but overall, I think most of the experiences were good. They were nurturing, if that's the word. One experience, I guess my experience was starting from the first day I arrived. I came to school on that first day. I think it was October 84 we started. I came very excited, ready to go, looking forward to this new school, this new experience of being in boarding house. My family, I think only my sister had been to boarding house, my brother for a few terms, but otherwise I was the next person to go to boarding house, so I was a bit excited about that. I didn't, until the day I arrived, it did not occur to me that I was going to be away from the family for an extended period of time. So I think on that first day of arrival, that was a big shock to me when that realization dawned on me. So it was a bit difficult to tackle. I think that took me a fair few years to get on top of. But overall, I think the thing that was shocking to me the most was the hostels. I never expected to sleep in rooms without windows, but that wasn't too bad. But it was the bathrooms and the toilets. The toilets especially. The bathrooms were okay. Everyone was using them. Having a shared open bathroom was okay. Even the rooms were okay. But those toilets, man, they were just... I still have nightmares about them till date when I think about it. But thank God for Jamaica. Thank God we found Jamaica pretty quickly. And look, Jamaica, I think, was a blessing to us in many ways. Later on, as we moved on, just that road to and from Jamaica it came as a useful tool for us for many different reasons. So, look, I think we all found our way around it, and it all worked out well at the end. One of my experiences as a student, I think I have that still lingers in my mind today was one experience I had with Bola Latsunji. I think it was Bola, yeah. So we were both in the same we're both on the same table. For some reason, both of us were placed on the same table in our junior days. Both of us in child house, both of us on the same table. And in JS2, we were on the same table with these two seniors who were table heads. That's what we used to call them, table heads. They used to give their plates to some JS1 boys to bring to school, to the hall and take back and wash and that kind of thing. And then there was this day we had, I think it was Fallow, we used to call it, or Massacre, one or the other. Anyway, it was happening, so everyone was rushing into the hall to get their food. And we did the same. We rushed in, got to our table, got our food, sat somewhere quietly, ate our food, went back. I remember seeing one of their plates on the table, but look, everyone was getting their own food and moving, and I did the same. Or we did the same. So we went back after dinner, preparing for prep. And next thing, these guys come to pick us up, take us to down to their room. They were on the ground floor at the time of hostel. Took us to their room. They were staying in the that little corner room, not the middle rooms, the little annex. They were staying in the annex there. Was it the annex we used to call it? Yeah, there was that little open room. There was two on every floor. Anyway, they were staying in there, so they grabbed us and took us down there. And next thing we knew, we were serving punishment for not providing their food, which obviously they asked us for their food and we didn't have it. And in no time, we were hanging off bunks and receiving beating. And then the interesting thing was, every other senior who walked by would ask, what did these ones do? And they would say they ate our food, and these guys would wallop us, slap us, kick us from the back, And eventually someone came and cleared us off the bunks to the ground. That was quite painful. And I think Bola sprained his ankle on that fall. When they finally let us off, I remember we were preparing for prep, and we said on our way we should go and report. So we ended up going to Mr. Olopele's house to report. And I think by the next day, Mr. Olopele had taken it up with them, because I remember they came to ask us to please come and retract our statements, which we said we would do, but we never did. We never went back to Mr. Olopele to change anything. So eventually, I think they were sanctioned for it. I don't remember them serving any. I don't remember it being announced on assembly or anything like that. But I remember they never disturbed us again. They just, they kept to themselves. We kept to ourselves, and for the rest of their stay in school, they just gave us space, which was good. The other thing I remember used to happen was, it used to be Friday nights when you all want to wind down for the week. Saturday was inspection. You get waken up in the middle of the night to come and do chores, to come and sweep floors, go and wash toilets, just very painful things. Go and clear your portion outside, breaking your sleep to do this ridiculous work. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's raining. It wasn't very nice. It wasn't a good experience, but it happened. We lived with it. But the interesting one was in our JS3. There was, I think it was the sports captain and the labor captain who came up with this bright idea that junior students should go and clear the sports field one afternoon. And as JS sports field one afternoon. And as JS students preparing for exams, I don't think we got the message clearly, so we assumed we're not supposed to be part of this crew to clear. And we all told that line and didn't go to clear, and we went to prep to read instead. And yes, the day went smoothly. We finished prep, we went back, had dinner, went back for night prep, went back to sleep. Everything was rosy. Not for us, we woken up at midnight that day. They woke up all the JS3 students from all the houses, lined us up and, walked us down. In fact, I think we even crawled. We crawled or something down to HSC block, obviously received punishment with lots of frog jumps and rolls and all sorts of things. Those things are called exercises now, but we did them as punishment on that day. And the interesting thing that they asked us to sing this song I'm going to sing now. I guess on the day we asked to sing it differently, but I'm going to sing it the way I prefer to sing it on the day. It went like this: you are a crab, you are a bush rat, you are a rotten material. You must obey all rules and regulations given to you by your seniors. I wish I could have sang this song on that day the way I just did, but woe betide you on that day if you had tried it. Those guys, if they had heard that from your mouth, you'd have received the beating of your life, But that passed. By the next morning, we mended we nursed our wounds and we went past it, which was okay. So overall, I think there were bad experiences. We had seniors, chasing us about for all sorts of reasons, wanting to punish us for all sorts of things, even things that really should not occur. But we went. All those things passed, and as we became seniors, I think most of us were quite reasonable to our juniors. I don't think we're as bad as the seniors we met when we came to school, which was a good thing. Look, in terms of school life, life was in class. I enjoyed my time in 1F to 3F. I had lovely people. We had very good classmates. I had all sorts in my class, and we were all very close friends. We never really had any major fights. I think most of us, understood ourselves, and we lived well with each other. I remember the junior days, Kesh used to be the one to start with his drumming, and then Herin Toby would follow. And then some singing will go on. Some people we just had to bear the singing, from all these people. But they won't shoot me today. We'll all laugh and drink about it, but that's fine. And in our senior days, I remember in Red, I think Maduka was class captain for a fair bit during our Red days. And remember we had Coco was kept us on our toes in Red for most of the time. So kudos to him. We did a good job. It's so nice to be able to reach out and communicate with you all now. And then in chat house, going back from class to the hostel, we had I had good friends in hostel. I think as mates we're all pretty good together. I remember my good friend Uche was like a brother to me in school. From our junior days, we had the same school father when we came in, and we remained very good friends till we left. Yeah, we had ups and downs, and then there was a period when I know we didn't talk to each other for a few months, but that passed. We mended bridges, and we became good friends for most of the time in school, so which was good. I had good friends, and had Henry Toby, Cosmos, Pop Banjoko in Chad House. Kunle Aliu were bunkmates at one point. Olanlege was also close by to us. And yeah, a lot of things happened in hostel, from contrabands to cooking. Look, it was good fun. And we had our mates next door in Cross House, people like Maduka and Cyril and Madubi and CCO and the rest, and Bola Bimbola and what's his name, Kings Yokoro. Look, it was a lovely time. I think it was a good time we had overall. And look, overall, my experience of FEGO was, I think I appreciate to have attended FEGO. I'm very happy I did. I'm very happy I was privileged to attend FEGO with you all. I've thought about it. Would I have attended FEGO with another set, maybe 1 or 2 sets above us or 1 or 2 sets below us? And look, the answer is no. I think I attended FEGO with the best set that I ever passed through that school. And I was privileged to have done that with you all. So look, I'm very appreciative of you. We have lost a few friends over the years, and may their souls continue to rest in peace. I remember even Emeka Oranyeli when we were in hostel. There was a period when we used to go play tennis together every afternoon. That used to give me a good break from it all. It was just nice to go and play with someone, and there's no one at the tennis court, just 2 of us, and we play as long as we want till we get tired. It was really good fun. May his soul rest in peace today, and may God continue to look after his family. The souls of all of our mates who have passed on continue to rest in peace, and may the Lord bless their families also. Look, I appreciate you all. I'm very grateful to have had you as classmates. I'm very grateful to have you as friends today, and I pray we may continue to keep this our friendship going. We may continue to look after each other and look after ourselves. I wish you all the best. I love you all. You all take care, and God bless.
Yeah. Good evening to you all, my fellow brothers and sisters. My name is Bonabi Dalbadam. I'm here together with my kids, my children here in Nigeria, Kaduna State, Nigeria. Yeah. I'm still very much alive. 8490 is my set. Yeah. I believe most of you will recognize me, whether by voice or by face. Idemudi Obiahon was my right hand man back then in Odogbolu, and we were doing great, but we were the escapades. Yeah, we were the escapades. Yeah, we never stayed in school, but To the glory of God, we're still alive, we're still kicking fine, we're still doing fine. As you can see, these are my children. Yeah, these are my children. This is Zara. Zara, what do you have to say? Say hello to your uncles, to your dad. Hello. All right. And then this is Aviv. Aviv, say hello to your uncles. Hello. Yeah, and then this Esli, say hello to your uncles and aunties. Hello. Yeah, we love you all. We love you all. We love you all. Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, let's keep in touch. Let's keep talking and let's keep communicating. We love you all. Mwah. Greatest 8490. Greatest 8490. Say it with me. Greatest 8490. We love you all. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Everybody, my fellow 8490 sets, I love you. I love you all for coming up with this initiative, for coming together to share our experience. I want to thank Buki Womiloju for passing down the mic to me, and to appreciate, I also want to appreciate Uche Bikundu for coming up with this beautiful initiative. My name is Omolola Olawole. I was in Form 1. I was in C in my Form 1 to Form 3. And I was in Boku when I was in the senior class, a member of Niger House. I remembered my first week in February. It wasn't funny because of the stress and the way the senior treated me. I thought it was a good welcome, so I decided to go back home. I left the school compound. I trekked to the gate and went through the gate. I was going to town. So this particular teacher parked beside me and asked me where I was going. I told him I was going back home. Why? And who gave you permission? He asked. I said, sir, I don't want to stay in this school. I don't think I like this school. I'm not enjoying it. And the stress is too much for me. He put me back into his car along with his wife and drove me back to school and took it upon himself to look out for me, checking me to see how I was faring and if I was able to adjust myself to the system of the school. But thank God I adjusted and I became part of this wonderful set. I can remember vividly when we were in JS3 and SS1. We were in a particular room where the house prefect, the house prefect, it was our house prefect and our room prefect. She was always, to me, she was too strict and too mean to me. We were always working. We can't do anything to satisfy her. You will clean, she will tell you it is not clean. You will sweep, she will tell you it is not clean. You will dust, the louver, she will say it is still dusty. You should do it continuously as punishment for not doing it well. She will confiscate your things. If you litter your room or your corner or put things on your bed, she will confiscate it and you pay to collect it back. She was just too wicked. For me, I felt she was too mean and wicked, not knowing she was molding me, molding my life. In short, even after at the end of every term, whatever she collected from us, from the things she confiscated, she will use it to entertain every one of us at the end of the term. Then also one night that I was going to the bathroom to take my bath, I saw a guy came upstairs to third floor, was almost getting to the child house annex. When I saw him and I shouted that there was a boy in the hostel. When he saw me too, he ran. We didn't see him again when we went downstairs to meet him. We couldn't find him. It was later on that I met him again. I met with somebody who told me he was the one I saw that night, and I was shocked that this person could be the one that came to our hostel. Anyway, and then the stress of going for labor, it was like a stress then, but a little bit I learned some things from it. I was able to do my own work too without stress because we were always cutting grass when we were family. When I got married, the place we parked, I was on the ground floor, and there was a lot of grass in front of my flat. I had to come out to cut it. I scraped it to the roots. If I had not learnt this in February, I wouldn't have been able to do that. I would have been looking for somebody to cut the grass for me. And February really shaped my life and gave me the spirit of survivor, to survive any situation, and to do things, to be independent, to adapt to any environment I found myself. Fego was a wonderful place. I had the best of my time when we were there, and I think the friends I made in Fego are still the very good friends I have till date. The memories of having fun together, singing together, moving together has kept us together too. The boogie nights, the preparation for Girls' Day, the inter-house sports, the Founders' Day celebration. It was all fun. 8490 sets. You all are wonderful people. I love you like Kilode and Kilo Shele, like Shola would say. And I remembered Mr. Emebo's skin. If you do anything from afar, he will give you one and you feel it. I also remembered how we feel uncomfortable walking in front of SS 1 to 3 green to 3 in front of SS the green class and to red. When you walk past, they will give you names, they will call you names. So it was always like there was this fear I had passing through that class to anywhere. So rather go down and turn if you have to go anywhere, so that people will not call you names. But few of our friends, few of the guys were a little bit close to me, and those ones that I was in the same class with were the people I was close to, apart from Sheye, Bangbaye, and I know if I mention the name, people will laugh and say something else. Hey, Alika, and few other guys who were friendly, who didn't look down on people. Because some guys look down on some people, thinking these ones are not my class, which shouldn't have been. But thank God, it's different now. All of us are together, and we've been relating as one family. That's I appreciate about this wonderful set. You all are wonderful people. I love you for all the things you have done. I bless God for being part of my life. And I thank God for every one of you who took time to look out for me, even during the period I was mourning my husband, and everyone who contributed one way or the other to help me. I love you all. I appreciate you. God bless every one of us.
Hi everyone, this is Shea Bamigbaye, also known as Tingubi. Chad House, GS123B and SS123 Yellow. I think this has actually been a very, very noble initiative, thanks to Obikudu, and thanks to everybody who has actually dropped in their videos as we've come along. Many of them very interesting, many very revealing as well, I've come to realize. But more importantly, many very exciting in terms of the things that they have actually brought to the fore for us to reminisce regarding our time in Fego. Fego for me was very interesting, actually. I joined a bit after midterm in GS1 and was allocated to 3B and Chad House. My very first friend in Fego actually was Skaluchi Leke Akindele, because we sort of had the same school father at the time, Dr. Adelawa, if I remember his name correctly, who I think was one of the Chad House captains, and he took care of us. And obviously I went through all the challenges that everybody went through in Fego, fetching water, some of the punishments, last boy and all that stuff, because I mean, it's just part of life. But I look back at it now, I think it's part of what has actually made us what we have all become today. I recall Jorok was really, really helpful for a lot of us in Chad House then, because otherwise the level of Iregu will have been terrible. Moving on from that, GS1 to 3, like I said, resumed fairly late in that first term. My first result was just awful. I had about only 5 weeks in that term, and I think my result was 38. I'd never sort of been near anything like that, so it was really, really worrying for me initially. But coming into the second term, settled in well, became one of these, sort of top students in the class, I guess. But the level of competition everywhere in Fego was always, very great. I remember in those GS1B class, Ibukwaino, Odefatono, Okus, guys who really, really push you. And I think we all sort of benefited from that healthy rivalry all through our time in school. Going to the hostel, oh shit. I mean, that was actually where we spent most of our lives and, got most of the experiences. Seniors were a problem constantly. So you learned to survive. I'll just put it to that. You have to learn to survive to be in Fego. As Kaluchi said, a lot of times you are better off just sort of lying low, try not to be the one that is most noticed so that your stress becomes generally less. And some people even took it to another level, buying escape, Tiamiu, oh shit, you could never find him. It was just an escape bastard. Once we had either in the dining hall or maybe in class, he just sort of disappeared from every activity, just ran away. But I'm sure it worked for him because he escaped most of the punishment as well, especially all those group punishments. I remember one of the very funny experiences for me was Mr. Wadibia coming to do inspection for us one day, and then he had some issues with our room or something, and then he was going to be beating everybody. And funny, he was actually hitting people on the head with a cane. I was like, what kind of rubbish is that? Why would you want to hit my head? So he got to me and I said, no, I wasn't feeling well. I couldn't let him hit my head and all that stuff. And I was having a headache already. He said, okay, I should bring my hand foolish me, childish me, just sort of removed my hand from block, defending my head, stretched out my hand to get the cane, and to me, I just whacked my head. It was really crazy, and of course, it got everybody in the room laughing, which was interesting. But I didn't find it funny at the time. Another thing I liked from Fego was actually the exposure it gave us in terms of, giving us responsibility and helping to build people's confidence early. All the activities from list day to boogie nights to film nights and things like that. I remember us having to act a play for the prize giving day when we were in JS2 as members of the Fine Arts Club at that time, coordinated by Mrs. Avose. Those kind of experiences, actually getting people at that young age to come onto the stage, take charge of activities and actually present, was a lot of confidence building moments, which sort of grew up with us. SS Yellow was another interesting period, when we all came together. Of course, it was almost like a selection of a lot of top students from all of our junior classes coming into out of GS, and it was a whole lot of competition again with all the guys and ladies, and we had very, very strong ladies as well. Odogbolu amongst others, who pushed as hard as any of the guys. And as you can see, they are also all doing very well today, challenging each other. There were fun times in Yellow. It wasn't just about reading. Cash, drumming, a lot of fun in the class. Yes, there's been a lot of things about Blue, but Yellow, yes, not very funny in that kind of way, but we had a way of catching our own fun as well, and it was cool. For me, my fondest memories also, revolve around when we, started organizing as executives of this Fego Sports Association, Fego Supporters Club, going out and organizing all the inter-house, inter-class, inter-club competitions, which later sort of helped us to build a very strong football team in Fego as well. Working with the relay teams, visiting many schools, doing different competitions. I mean, meeting and making friends everywhere was also brilliant as well. But really, really, my most interesting times in Fego were actually the simple things that just, made us like kids, and when we didn't have any worry in the world, waiting for the rains to fall and going to play rain ball was, for me, probably the most exciting times. That's the only time when you really forget all the struggles of the school, from the book to even the seniors to anything, and you just went out and played like kids and formed great friendships. So that, for me, remains a big memory. And then coming out of school, actually, I think this 8490 set has actually been brilliant in the way we have bonded together, come together to help each other whenever there was need for it. More importantly, the friendships that have been built. I happen to have, spent some time in Nigeria, spent some time living in the UK as well. And every time we've always, had the opportunity to catch up, it just feels like we've never been away from each other at any point in time. And I always look forward to such opportunities. I thank God for the relationships that we have built. I thank God for the friendships that we still maintain. And we shouldn't take it for granted. We should always, respect it, give it our, sort of time and attention. Because for me, it's always great times. I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody again who has participated, and to encourage those who haven't participated to do so, because I think it's just good opportunity to reminisce. I thank God for the lives of the guys who have gone ahead of us, even though it's painful, but we believe that they've gone to be with the Lord. And we pray, for those of us that are left behind, that we continue to prosper and do well in all our endeavors, and our friendships continue to blossom. Thank you. It's really been great fun watching the videos. I look forward to see more. And I just wish us well. Best wishes to everybody.
Alright guys, I finally get to do my video. I would like to apologize that the video is coming very late. It wasn't intentional. All right, life in Fego. Before I came into Fego, in those days we used to have people living with us, and immediately I got admitted into Fego, they began to put so much fear in me about boarding house. They started telling me all kind of stories, of things that happens in the boarding house. So that fear already, frankly speaking, I know I was 100% at the bottom, and that fear was already crippling me, and I began to strategize on how I was going to live while I was in the boarding house. And so immediately they brought me. Okay, you guys know that I'm Momo Baba now, so my dad just took me and dumped me with my grandfather. So my grandfather brought me to school, God bless his soul. And as I was, being showed to where my dormitory was, which I think then it was a cross house, the first person that came my way was Ogbo Senior, that's Joro. And immediately I saw him, with all that my uncles had fed into me, I just dived down and prostrated. Good afternoon, sir. I'm sure you will have been wondering that what is all this, but that was just my way of saying, okay, you are the first senior I'm meeting. Let me quickly prostrate for you so that I know I'm in safe hands. But generally, I think everybody has said most of what we all experienced. The dining hall, the scraping water in the concrete tank, the portion, wow, the bathing naked, either outside or bathing in our glorified bathroom where you have feces littered all around. At times it just occurs to me that how did I really survive those times? Walking into toilets and you now have to be, peeping and watching your steps so that as you are going to have your bath or leaving the bath, you don't step on someone's faces. I don't know if this was the same thing happening in the girls' dormitory, but those are the kind of things that we experience. Of course, met people. That was the first place I was meeting Ogbo. I knew it was my cousin, distant cousin. That was where, there was a time that we just came back from holiday and Spotty Waves. I will not mention this guy's name. Spotty Waves was raining. That was when Spotty Waves was raining, and this guy came back from home, supposedly to have Spotty Waves on his head. And when we saw, when myself, Ijepip, Yemi Lawal, I think Atiba was there as well. I will not call the person's name. Say, oh boy, this your Spotty Waves, that serious issue. What did he do? I don't know. The Baba had used blade to draw lines on his head, calling that Spotty Waves, and and that went on, Of course, I know there were times also, I think it was in SS2, SS2, I think SS2 and SS3 used to have issues, and there were nights like that, that, we used to they will parade SS2 students to HSC unit and ask us to be singing songs like I am a goat, I am a dog, I am a rotten material, we shall obey all school regulation given to us by our senior, you know, something like that. I mean, terribly, maybe as at times even like 2 a.m. man. And you know, when I just look back now, and because my kids also went to boarding house, and I can just imagine that they went through such things. You know, I mean, those kind of things can never happen, you know, in these times. But I guess it's made us strong. It's made us resilient. It's made us, you know, it's made us to be able to face challenges and not give up. You know, I mean, the way Nigeria is now, honestly speaking, if you are not someone that believes that things will get better, you know, I'm sure you will have left this country like many of you guys have done already. Someone said the poor man pays money to gain weight, while the rich man pays money to lose it. And so I've noticed one thing from the chat room. I've not seen Boyo doing all these your walks, you know, and showing how many kilometers he has walked. I've not seen Folikoya. I've not seen Korechi or Tumba. I've not seen you doing all these walks, you know. Dele Sonyalu, where are you? I've not seen you doing all the work. So if I have to follow this, this is it a proverb now, or is saying that the poor man pays money to gain weight, while the rich man pays money to lose it. Boyo, Foley, Koride, Dele Sonyalu, and the others. I mean, do I categorize you as poor? And then those people who are jogging up and down, you know, all over the road. Main person Ogbo Labari. I mean, I see you every day on our platform. Good one, you know. Kayode Oshokoya. That means you guys must be multi-billionaires. Anyway, I'm just pulling your legs. Okay, I think I'll round up with crush in Fego. I had a crush in Fego that was, I think I had only one crush in Fego. And that was I think in my GS3, you know, GS1, GS2, we are good boys. I think it was in my GS3, but I could not toast the person. And I was fortunate. One day I was just walking. I think I was going to staff quarters, and I heard the person calling my name. Very pretty, beautiful lady. I heard her calling my name. I'm sure she'll probably be watching now. I heard her calling my name, and I said, wow, this is the person that I so much admire. You know, she was calling my name as if, Sam, come now. So, well, you know, I was scared. I didn't know. So I just boned. And let me not say much of that story now, because I know. But I think that was the only person I had a serious crush on, you know. But of course, you know, when I moved to SS1, I gave my life to Christ, and you know now, that was a no-no, and I had to let go. But by and large, Fego has so much impacted my life, and I thank God for all of you guys that I've met along the line. It's been a family, even though I've not really been on the platform platform. I mean, I just joined after a very long time again. But I think I would say one of my best friends, even till now, is from Fego, and that is Boyo Stick Baba. He's my brother. Don't mind Coco Master was a serious bully. And today when I look at him, I just wonder how come this guy was able to bully not just myself, but many of us in those days. But let me not take most of our time, but I want to say thank you all for being there, being there for ourselves, and it's really been great being in Odogbolu. Great Odogbolu. Thank you.
Hello guys, this is Odogbolu, aka the Russian Spy. This is my contribution to the Obikudu project. Yeah, I guess we need to make some sort of recording for posterity, so here goes. My memory of Fego. Ooh, I hated it. Hated it. Jesus. I was so glad when I left. I mean, when I met Bode in London a few years after we left Fego, Bode said something that I've never forgotten. He said Fego was like a South American prison. I mean, if you've ever seen a documentary of a South American prison, yes, man, for me, Fego was just like that. I did not like it. I mean, it was the people that made it bearable, really. Abimbola Okusanya, like, that was my constant, man, like, my very, very close friend. Olan Lege, when I saw your video, wow. I haven't spoken to you since we left Fego. It was incredible seeing you again. I remember Olan Lege, he used to wear this cortina. He used to wear these cortinas, and the soles had worn out, so essentially he was walking barefooted, but he still wore the cortinas on top. It's camouflage. Hilarious. Muiwa Gamikon, that was another great guy. I loved Muiwa. I remember once when I saw Muiwa eating something, whether Gary or cornflakes. I just saw this guy eating. I just brought my hand out, to get Bela. Muiwa was always very nice. He would always give you something, But that day he was so irritated. He was like, "You don't even know what I'm eating. What if I'm drinking Omo? You're just begging me. What if I'm drinking Omo?" It was hilarious. Saki, Nosa Bizugbe, very good friend. When Shani was talking about cartoons, drawing the cartoons, I think it was in Form 3 or Form 4. I can't even remember anymore. I learned a lesson in plagiarism because Nosa drew this comic and I went and I copied his cartoon. Man, the guy didn't. Me and Nosa were very tight, but he never spoke to me again after that till we left Fego. So sorry, guy. It's great seeing so many of you. Wow, the babes have gotten finer. So you guys, you've done well. It's good to see you. And
hello, guys. My name is Henry Toby, GS1F to 3F, and then SS1 Red to 3 Red. I'm thanking Mark Udori and Shion Adebanjo Pastor for passing the mic on to me. I'm just going to make it a bit sharp because I know I'm supposed to keep it between 5 to 7 minutes. Experiences that come to mind for me. First one is my first Yoruba sentence that I learned, which was Omotoyugbo. And that because I went on that crazy errand looking for this book, Arodon, written by Omotoyugbo. I didn't know the word Yoruba then, I didn't understand. So it saw me going back and forth, trying to get this book from different people. Of course, I was set up by a senior, and I could remember vividly, "Hey, Omoibo, come here. Come here, I'm in a hurry, go and get me this book, go and collect this book from so and so person in Osho House, and better be back quickly because I need to go and read. And you have to be back by 10 minutes latest." And of course, after an hour, 45 minutes, 2 hours, he told me, after slapping me, you don't know the value of time, and you're wearing a wristwatch, and he collected my G-Shock wristwatch. And that was the last I saw of that wristwatch. I remember how many times, people had to have their bath with just one sponge case full of water and then go to class. I remember how many times you would wash your clothes, but you don't have water to rinse them. And woe betide you, maybe when you're running from the rain, running from class to the hostel, the rain catches you, and you see yourself foaming, your uniform foaming because of it wasn't rinsed properly, or it wasn't rinsed at all after washing. I remember people sleeping and having their mattresses stolen from them, as in you'll be asleep and some people will come and pull your mattress. Next thing you wake up and you're on the spring of the bed. And people started chaining their mattresses, to the spring of the bed. How silly we were. People would just come and then take a knife and then cut through and then people will go to class and then come back and see the chain and the padlock, and then the mattress is still gone. Anyways, crazy. I remember our Mayflower colleagues, very evil set of people. I remember Wirikbi, devil being poured on someone. I won't mention the name, by one of these our evil Mayflower brothers, our Mayflower colleagues. We had to rush that guy to the kitchen, and they had to pour almost like half a pot of palm oil before he could calm down. And that was something really, really mad. I didn't think that as kids people would even think of doing that. I remember going with people to go and look for Anwi, at the back near Jamaica. You go and look for Anwi and then you park. I remember quite a number of those things we did, but for the sake of time. But what that was really memorable for me was my during the senior days. I think it was sent on was it suspension or was it detention at the time? And Adefolaju wrote to our parents. I think some of the guys went and then they knew how to get those letters blocked, from getting to their parents. But I didn't really care because I felt I didn't do anything. But it was such a damning letter. My mom made me read that first paragraph to her too many times that it never, it stuck to my memory. Letter started like this: your son has become a total nuisance to this college. All efforts to make him attend classes have fallen on deaf ears, although he never fails to report promptly for meals. My mom you went to school to eat, Abi. So you can imagine, all that, and being suspended at the time, and because you always go to eat and you never go to class. It was crazy. Just to reiterate on what we used to sing back then, what I think Clement has alluded to, and I think Jappy as well, did no Spadi Wawa. I think that song originated, we were, twisting our names, spelling our names backwards, and no Spad is actually Dabson, which was, I think, something's nickname. And I remember Jappy even coining a song for me. Koto one take photo inside moto, Koto de goop, Koto, funny things like that. I don't have the list in front of me, so I don't know who to pass the mic on to. I'm just going to, urge each and every one of us to please, chip in your own little memory, chip in your little memory, and then let's have this video diary series. So thanks, guys. See, no, I passed the mic on to Peter Osazua. Osazua, pick up the mic and come and speak. Thank you, guys.
Hey, hello. So the other day I got this mic from my buddy, Charles Ohio, and out of the blue, some characters on this platform sent this mic. Ogbo and Obikodu. Now, well done. I hope so now that will let me drink, drop glass, please. Let me put the mic away before it seems like a press conference. By the way, Leishanlu, guess what I found yesterday? Kuli countries. And for your information, Emilawa was here just now. This is a sign of he was here. So, ladies and gentlemen, with you. My name is Peter Chazua, aka Osaz the Law, thanks to Lawrence Anini, also Omo Anini, also Omo Bendel. In recent times, some noble men on this platform call me national leader, and I suppose it's because I'm heavily invested in making sure they do the right things at the right times. So, my recollection. First of all, thanks to all those that have posted videos, talk back a lot of memories. Those who are yet to post, take your time. Those who will not post, hold on, nothing doing. So, the first time I heard the word Odogbolu, it was a bombshell, was like broken dream. Odogbolu, what is that? And I take you back a bit to make you understand why I felt that way. About a year before I had to fill in my preferred for federal school, my parents had an ugly separation, really ugly, messy. Thankfully, just before then, my older sister went into FGC Wari. And for your information, majority of the Bendel boys stood in my time that wanted to go to federal schools all wanted to FGC Wari because they're sure that your mates from school are going to turn up there and be. But my dad, God bless his soul, had a different idea. As a result of the separation, wanted to win the influence on her family because at that time, my mom's older sister was located in Wari and my sister was having a bomb. So there I was, we had the form, before it was time, choose Wari, pass, and I will escape tension in the house. I was no longer a home, unless a house where I stayed. So there I was, ready to spend the chorus of FBT Wari, and that said, we are going to square wahala with this in my mind because I'm afraid to my concern. May so rest in peace. He actually tried to sell the idea. After that, he took me to my cousins who I'd never met up to that time, the Airheads. Told me about this great place. As far as I was concerned, I still achieved an escape. Going to a boarding facility. So come September 22nd, 21st, about 1984, headed out and my dad was driving to Odogbolu, the furthest I'd ever been in my life by road at that time. We got there and lo and behold, we were told that we were supposed to turn up in 2 weeks' time and we didn't get any alert. And then the poor man, because it was a long journey, was thinking he has to go back and make this trip. And then between the school, Kinanel, who was the courthouse captain, my cousins, they all agreed that stay behind for 2 weeks before my set mates turned up. And as far as I was concerned, no problem, because the first time in my life I was going to be in charge of provisions. I could take conflicts, whatever, whenever I wanted to. So it was all well and good. So marched off to first house. And that's where I met my guy. So rest in peace. Someone drew to me who, like me, was also an early adult this secondary school life. Together we formed a friendship. It was a great time. 2 weeks of no classes. We either went for meals, played around. Our eventual room was unoccupied and spacious, so we played like soccer during the class period. So that's how we spent 2 weeks, taking our time, doing what we wanted, blah blah blah. So also during that time, the provisions, like I said, were disposable. So I turned up in school not a fan of beans. On the day of beans, I would give my plate out to seniors, to maybe Simon, whoever, like beans. In 2 weeks, when the provisions had finished, I was not turning up for beans. And on that very first visiting day, which was more or less 2 weeks later, my mom turned up to see me. One of the first things I recall I told her was, "Mommy, I now eat beans." Yeah, I now eat beans. So, here's one else. First day in class, Mr. Kuka walks in, introduces himself as a class teacher, and then says he has the responsibility of appointing a class captain of our choosing, and he encouraged us to nominate amongst ourselves. Lo and behold, this chap in one corner raised his hand, and I was wondering, who do you know here? Because I was the only guy who turned up from where I was staying then, Benin City, Bendel, the whole Bendel. I was the only one in my set that turned up at that time. Was it a couple of terms later or a year later, my schoolmate, classmates then, Josiah Bizubi and Mecca Riley, may so rest in peace, turned up. So this guy that raised his hand, I know him as Koto and Toby, now stood up and, who are you nominating? And he said, and I'm sure Ola Shinowo and Sam Kesh and the other guys in 1F were as surprised as I was when he said, "I nominate myself." Can we nominate ourselves? I thought I was so impressed, and he said, "Yeah, Henry Toby, you are the class captain." And that's how we had our very first class captain, Henry Toby. Hold on, Boma, Koto. So, yes, what else? GS. Yeah, so GS, scars from the school. Just trying to get my thoughts in order. We all carried scars from the school, mental, physical. 2 scars I remember. One I still carry today. The first one is those of us who fell into the gutter. We always had these marks on the side of our laps, the lap that rubbed against the side of the gutter. I was one of those people that had that mark. I'm not sure it's still there, those marks. But the main mark I carry today is from a time when a couple of us elected to go to the lawn tennis court. Yeah, as boys, had balls but no tennis ball. You get my point. No rackets, and we elected to go jumping over the central net. After a couple of successful jumps, it was now my turn again, and I made the jump. And next thing I knew, I was falling face flat onto that hard grid. So, bruised face, incisors, thinking I mistimed my jump, only to find out that, as far as I remember, Felix Oyetomi had raised the net. So from stiff incisors, one of the two incisors in front, or one, became discolored because blood flow, clot, whatever. And years later, I was in University of Benin. I started feeling this pain, headache from that tooth. I ended up having to visit the dentist, and I ended up having to go through a root canal treatment, RCT. And eventually, I lost that tooth, and today I wear a denture. So, Felix, well done. Fast forward to SS. Sorry, it's taking a long time. It's already 11 minutes. I remember as a kid, I was impressed by my uncle who stayed with us for a bit. He was an engineer, and I thought, man, this guy, man, it seems engineering, I have to. So when the time came, I elected to go into an engineering class. And we're told that for you to study engineering in university, you needed to also study further math, additional math in school. So I added it amongst the courses I was offering. But that thing was like Greek. So as soon as the directive changed and they said you don't need to study math, I have to drop that subject. So that decision to drop further math affected me when I entered University of Benin, Great University, chemical engineering, because when we started with engineering math 101, I did not have the third list or anything. When I saw differentiation, integration science, these were like, my God, I knew they were not T's and S's, but I really did not know what they meant. It was only God that helped me, or else that would have resulted in my being minimum rusticated from the school for poor academic or even expelled. Aside the fact that even way back in Odogbolu, because I wasn't offering math in SSC, I had to leave earlier, and it potentially cost me something that maybe would have meant a focal point in my life. But get to that some other day, so that I need to already talk. So, quick mention of Defolachi. I think he made some key decisions that really improved on our lives. Remember in GS1, like many of you have alluded to, getting water was hell. You'll be there when the tanker came. By the time the tanker is driving off, the reservoir is empty, not a drop of water. Like, how did it happen that this guy pumped for like an hour and not a drop in the reservoir? Even, I remember the first time I managed to scrape water from the reservoir. As soon as I took the bucket away and I noticed all the Aerogyra, algae and all in the water, all the water I ran, I felt this water is of no use. It was later I realized that all you needed, like someone said earlier, was a shirt or some material to serve as a filter or a sieve. You had water-free Aerogyra, at least to the naked eye. Use it. So I never at that point imagined the school Fego where as over a day after the tanker has left, there'll be water in the reservoir. It happened with that. I think it was after even in my GS1, I never observed CS because at the end of the day, as soon as you had lunch, you had to go do your washing and then hope to evade seniors when you're coming back with that bucket of water. Another thing was in terms of clocking center. The water closets were no good. I was so scared of standing on those toilet seats because Jesus is Lord. You fall, the injury was unimaginable. Going to Jamaica was like a competition. You had to find your own space, or else you might see something that challenges your natural endowment. So, for those two developments, I think Abibola really tried for us, tried for the school, and I think he deserves all the honorable mention. I remember just one coming in, we were to wear white and white. Thankfully, my dad not followed the rule that stated that the shorts had to be khaki. My good friend Nia Jai, I remember his khaki white and the fact that we didn't have enough water to rinse after you washed. Every time his khaki white was dry, there were these lines, colored lines, showed that detergent dried the material. So it was a great development when our shorts, the color was changed from white to green. What else? SS. Remember when we were all in the hurry to put marker everywhere? I was here. How many of you remember when we now heard that the school was going to go around to collate the names of all those that were indicating they were everywhere in the school, and we were going to be made to pay for the repainting of this where your name was found? I remember some other guys watching frantically round classes, round different centers, looking for where your name was etched, so you could take it out, and your name will not be on that list. Thankfully, my name was not on that list. Oh, my dad would have done to me. I was, like I said, I was in Cross House. Great guys in Cross House. Aduka, Adobe, Aruya, Japi, Shamey. Two great guys that not a lot of people knew because they came in much later. Moiremire, Tonichidule. Tonichidule was a cook, great cook, great guy. We still relate up to today. Almost, it's been a while. Ademoye, Bolaji Abimbola, Shaitan ST, major headache, even to today. One more letter and he will move from being a headache to a venereal disease. But ST is my man, any day, anywhere. And Musai Bizigbe was also in the house, and of course, Ameka Rayeli. We've lost too many of our classmates, but this video will not be complete if I don't mention these classmates of ours that have sadly departed this world. Because I need to make it fully on record that I'm grateful for the fond memories they gave me of time in Odogbolu, and I also pray that they're in a better place. Bonke Sholari, Sibi Kule, Vita Makama, Emeka Oranyeli, Gidi Olatoye, Simon Drotimi, and Dolak Wele. I guess that's my story. I hope worth your time. Nearly 20 minutes. And I just want to leave you with this. For sure, a picture of my greatest achievement. I left you guys. Yeah, my family. Ever. And finally, especially in these times of COVID, a toast. We test negative and stay positive. Amen. Take care, guys. Stay strong. It was Azua signing out.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is your babe, Ellen Johnson Temito, now Ellen Odogbolu, 8490. My great people, my wonderful people. I will never forget 8490 set. I remember my first day in Fego. The drama was so funny. They are crying, my mom, my dad, they were all crying. But to me, it's not new because I've been in boarding school throughout my life. Oh, the drama is different, but to me, it's not new. You've all said it all, but I just have to say something. I can remember there is this story that I want to talk about, just two stories. There is this my sister, I'm not going to mention him. She normally bring provision to school as if she wants to come and open a shop right in Fego. And there was a time that they said they are going to seize all the contraband provision. So we all came up with a plan. Okay, let's do it this way. We went to the back of the hostel. We have to help her and bury all her contraband provision because she's nice. She's not stingy. Anytime you beg her, can you give me geisha? She'll always give you. She's always there for everybody. And I want to say another story again. There is this person in Oshun house. I'm not going to mention him. I'm sure she will remember this story. She normally come to school with a lot of provision too. But her problem is that she always take it home. We don't understand. Anytime you beg her, can you give me Gawi? No. Can you give me this? No. She will never give anybody. She always save her provision and take it back home. Okay, me and one other person, we came up with a plan. Okay, let's do it this way. Immediately after the assembly, we have to leave the assembly very early before everybody got to the hostel. So we open our box. When we open our box, we open all our provision. We pour everything in the box. We mix the gari, the cornflakes, the soap, the toothpaste. We mix everything together. We have to lock back the box. I'm sure by the time she got home that day, she was like, oh God, who did this to me? We did it to you because you are too stingy. I'm sure she can remember this story. Those are the two stories that I will never forget in Girls Hostel. And the other story again is, I don't want to mention names. Some guys, they normally come to the Girls Hostels. I know you all, you know. And I want to use this moment to say thank you to my brothers in India. My brother Kemet Ene, my brother Charles Ohaya. Oh my God. These two guys, they've been great to me. They have been nice to me. They have been there for me. All the time, they are always there for me. When I first came to India, they did a lot to me. And all my brothers and sisters in Yankee, they all tried for me when I came to India. God bless you all. I will have mentioned name, but I don't want to mention name because I might forget to mention somebody's name and the person will feel bad. Could you believe my sister Tutu Oduni? She came to visit me in India when I first came to India. Oh Tutu, may God bless you more. I'm so grateful. You are always in my heart and I always pray for you. I pray for everybody, but I always pray for you because you've done a lot for me. You've done a lot for me. You and one other guy, I don't want to mention him. The guy knows himself. They've done a lot for me. Thank you very much. 8490 set. I'm sure there is a bond in that set that brought all of us together. You know, they normally say this word that 20 girls cannot play for 20 years. No, in 8490 set, It's not like that. Never. We are all together as one up to today. Even the people that I've not seen for so long, they are always in my mind. I always remember them. I'm not too good on social media, especially that group. The message is too long. I'll just look at them, put it back then. It's not easy because I'm very, very busy. But I want to use this time to thank Uche for bringing up this idea of pass the mic. At least the people that I've not seen for so many years, I could see some of their faces. Thank you very much, my people. May God bless you now. Now so it be. So let us be good to each other. That's all I have to say. Thank you guys. See you. Bye.
Great Fego call Nigeria, my ever dearest alma mater, instilling me bullshit. Hey guys, Fego 8496. This now Amani Emmanuel Bolter. Sorry, I have to try and speak phonetics, considering everybody else has been speaking phonetics. You understand? I was in JS3D and I was in SS3 Red. Okay, I hear Luna. That's English to plenty. It's all good. Appreciate you, Odogbolu. Excellent, lovely initiative. I've done this video like 20 times and I keep on forgetting one thing or the other. And I know say I go forget one thing. But it's all good. We'll send one. When we send one, everybody will understand. For me, Fego, I think it was extremely challenging. There was the water incidents, water was like it was luxury in our JS years, obviously. There were things like the tanker coming in the morning. That's like your alarm. It will just wake you up. That tanker, Baba tanker, don't show. Senior years, I think I enjoyed, well, I won't say enjoyed, but it was more of less of a stress because I didn't have any stress, truthfully. I've observed a couple of people had more stress than I did, which I recently we're understanding, but it is what it is. I think in SS2, one of my recollections will be something like Popsy coming back from was passing through Fegut from just to Lagos, and he see me at the speak for again, and he now stopped in school, and I eventually got some potatoes, yam, everything inside the car. Literally, I was just picking them out, and middle floor, Osho's middle floor annex. That was Osondo and I were there, Fridays. We were really starving that period. Popsy just turned up. I was like, yeah, see groove. Things like Bomola that's Fanta episode. If you weren't in that Fanta episode in SS3, I think it was SS3, where the hell were you? That was the bomb. The whole school was there. If anybody missed that out, how come? Football was fantastic. I think it was Odogbolu, you don't know who's Odogbolu, you don't know who's waking us up, whether Odogbolu or Tanka, but it will just be making noise in the hostel. Yeah, school if I can't wake up, go jogging. I think we used to go jogging into town once. It wasn't frequent, but I think it was once in a while or whatever. Come back in, play football. That was extremely fun. School team matches, great. Timber and Caliber, I can't remember. I think it was Golden Stars. There was some football activities happening. Hockey. Hey, hockey was where we carry our hockey sticks to go and when we were going to play football, hold our hockey sticks as well. Hockey sticks were for different reasons, not to be exposed. Technical drawing, going to school activities in class. I loved that guy. That guy, he did teach. He taught me how to read maths. Not learn. He taught me how to read maths and further maths. So I've observed some people didn't like further maths and all that. Different strokes for different folks. And his technical drawings, that technical drawing, I actually wanted to read Aki because of that, but past chemistry, no be everybody be doctor. Things like my class, I think in red it was Okos, Zito. I think they're all doctors around me right now. Okeze na pastor, Aruya, when that far corner to the right, to the left when you enter. Then we used to go to primary school. I think it was and chop 12 o'clock. I think it was 12 o'clock. If you slack, no food for you again. What else? All the issues in the hostel. That was don't want to remember all those type of things. All those pit latrine and bullshit. Jamaica, Tanzania. We'll just move on. What else? We had some nice seniors, some bad seniors. Obviously, from what I can see, everybody else is saying, but let me think of one thing. Osondu and my guy stayed together. Stacy, that's you, Stace, footballer, great footballer. Charles O'Neill, Then in our SS3, I think it was Obaz, Omat, and I, Negedo and Girama eventually left the annex to one block, children's block, year one, Form 4, Form 1 block or something. And that was our haven. We did all those spots we on the fight. I say, get some silent guys where they do things. Then they find Ogbo up and down, but where they push Ogbo, tick. It is Sheung is not a pastor, but we know Eddie Bruke, silent but the ladies, it's extremely lovely seeing all of you. I think it's about time I went to go and rest right now because I don't do high seas. Okay, safe guys. Hey! Oh, pass the mic. I have to pass it to somebody. Who am I passing? Dele Nwakama. Dele, show yourself. Gregory Imagwe. Doctor, Trado Medical Doctor, show yourself. Who again? Another doctor. Okus, doctor. Bimbo, show yourself. Okay.
Asin.
He's not a doctor, but he's a doctor on his own rights. Lukman Akbeno, show yourself. Okay, let me think. Money. Who again? Aliens, everybody. Nice one, bro. Nothing to big ups.
Hey, good morning, boys and girls. My name is Dele Sonyolu. I was in JS 1C, JS 1 to 3C, and Violet. So I've been seeing these videos, right? I just stumbled on them over the weekend, and I've had a good laugh just watching some of them. So no one has passed the mic to me directly, but although Igbo jabbed me small yesterday that I should do video. So I'm kind of taking the mic by myself, and so make I no carry last. I'll do something. I'm normally camera shy, publicity shy, but what the hell, let's do it. So my experiences in Odogbolu. So first of all, to back up a bit, going to Odogbolu was I felt privileged in my home. Then I have two brothers who didn't go to boarding house. So I was the first one to go to a boarding house. And I felt I was going to, a very prestigious school. So getting there, the first shock for me was, I think when we were registering or something. So I had my suitcase, I had a small padlock, this kind of padlock. That's what I brought before. And someone told my mom then that this padlock no will work. They will jack it. They will jack easily, they will break into my locker and everything. And I thought, wait a minute, this is meant to be Federal Government College. Do people break into lockers there? So anyways, my mom had to go back had to go to town to get padlocks and all for my locker and my fancy suitcase. Then I later replaced the suitcase with the metal coffin looking suitcase box. You can't call that suitcase. Anyway, so I got to the hostel. To borrow Larry's words, it was like a concentration camp. No doors, no windows, just bare like that. Then I think later that night I went to the toilet or whatever we used to call it then. No, not latrine, toilet. And I turned back. Now we resumed October 5th of that year, 84. And I think midterm was October 25. So I didn't go to toilet until October 20. That's about 15 days after we got to school before I blocked. I held it for 15 days. I know Tunde Ogune was close to me then. I know Tunde held it till midterm. So 20 days the guy didn't block. I don't know how he did it. Anyway, so junior days was a bit tough. We're juniors, so the chances get part two as we all experienced. So you think going into SS1 would be better, but SS1 was when we were washing pit latrine, we were washing toilet. Then some idiots would get up and
say the toilets are not clean enough, and just beat us like the world. But we survived. Then SS2. I remember one incident. Right? So I sent one junior boy, to go buy Gary and Kulikuli from master's quarters. So I told him that if anybody asks you, tell them it's for Manchester. Manchester is Tayo Oyede, a year ahead of us. Ayobola's husband was my guy then. So the guy went to buy the thing. Coming back, this terror, Tunde Abiola, hijacked the Gary and Kulikuli. So I went to meet Manchester that, let me tell this guy, say, that is your own, and collect it back. So Manchester gracefully went to meet Tunde, and Tunde told him, no problem, that he should just tell me to come and collect it. So Manchester told me, and the idiot that I was, me too, I went to meet Tunde that, the Gary, one way or another. I don't know how, the conversation it's a bit hazy now. I remember today just told me to lie down first. He drink the Gary and Kulikuli. Then he now said that he has vowed that he will never use his hand to beat anybody again. So he carried plank. That was the days of planking. I mean, I can still feel the pains, even till now. Anyway, still on Gary and Kulikuli. Jide Olatoye, God bless his soul, he was my guy then. So I don't know what I did to Jide, and he was the president of press club. So Jide said he was going to bug me press club. I said, what is it? Don't be me. What can you? There's no controversy around me, so what can you possibly bug? So he released press club now, and I remember, seeing the magazine. I was reading with some guys, they were yapping some people, and I was laughing, only for them to turn the page. I saw Dele Schwarzenegger. That was me. He said that I liked the way I crush Kulikuli like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was so funny. So, some people started calling me Schwarzo at that time. The name stuck for a bit, but it fizzled out. But for some reason, Jibo still calls me that till date. I don't know why. Anyways, I'm running out of time, but let me quickly say this. SS1. I think Bayo Abdul and Rogi just joined us. So, SS1, it was a quiet class, but we had some crazy guys. Otumba, Felix, Walata, Pablo, a few other crazy guys. So one of them said, I think it was Felix, said, I don't know what the conversation was. Rogi can beat Bayo. And maybe Otumba said, no. Bayo can beat Rogi. These guys had no grudges against each other, nothing. That is how they started promoting fight right in the middle of class. It wasn't prep, or it was like 12 noon during the day. Long story short, all of us went to around that library side. The library that not too far from, I think, around the chapel or something. When both of them fought that day, I can't remember who won, but you remember such things and you just laugh. So Odogbolu was sweet, despite even though the start wasn't the best, but you guys made it wonderful. The lessons there will remain with all of us forever. We learned resilience, we learned determination, we learned a lot of things which we use today. An interesting thing, right? The friendship, most importantly, you look at it, most of my best buddies today are Odogbolu guys, and it's not because we went to Odogbolu together, it's because they've remained great people. I went to university, I don't have as many university friends as I do have Odogbolu friends. For instance, now, if Kesh and Dr. Femi, they are the first people I call for any medical issues and other things. Anytime I'm in Surulere, Kesh must buy me beer. That's the way it is. Yemilawa, him and I were there's some transaction we're talking to each other about now. So, these things, but they factor now. While anytime I'm in the UK or is here or whatever, we have to see. That is how it is remain. And it's not because we went to not because we're classmates. They're just great people, and I'm sure that's how it is for many of you. These are long-lasting, lifelong friendships. I mean, when our kids are getting married, they're not because you went to school with them, but because they are your friends at this time, and so that's it. So it's been great. I mean, having this opportunity to talk to everyone. I apologize that I've always been a silent member in the group, but I'm always forming busy. Like I'm the only busy one. But it's just that when you see you get busy for an hour, you see 1,000 messages. Where do you start from then? But I'll try and be more involved. Right, because this has been a great thing to do. Obikudu, well done. I mean, this is good. I've coming out of the I don't want to use closet, but just to get some airtime on the forum is great. So in passing the mic, I'll pass it to fellow backbenchers. But if I turn up, a great guy, we'd like to hear from him. Bami, who most of you know as Samanja, after we left school, we even got closer. He became a brother to me, so he needs to say something. Then Yinka Tinade needs to talk. Tunde Oguni, also fellow Ibadan person, needs to say something. So these four guys. So let's keep it going. I mean, I've loved doing this. This is not something I would do normally, but it's been great. So big up. Thanks, guys.
Hi all, my name is Bode Fatomo. I've probably been known by many other names. Most of them have to do with my complexion. I'm still black, as you can see, very black. And some people call me by the multiple ways you can twist my surname. I mean, I've heard them all. You can come up with any innovative new ones, but I've heard them all, and it's quite amusing, funny. I was in Niger House. I believe it's the one with the blue collar, and I made a lot of great friends for life there. First of all, I'd like to thank those who got in touch with me directly to tell me about this project. Dele Sanolu, Uchebukudu, Lola, thanks very much for getting in touch with me. When I heard about it, I said definitely something I want to be involved with because it's really cheaper than going to see a psychiatrist. Talking about my experiences in Fego, the whole thing was a very bittersweet experience. And the sweet part was the brilliant friendship I made for life. And the bitter part was pretty much everything else. Fego was tough. It was really tough for me, especially in my junior days. I remember on the very first day going through, my parents driving me through. In those days, we all did common entrance hall. I mean, we all wanted to go to King's College, but obviously, as our first choice, we didn't all get there. So we all settled for second or third. And I remember I didn't really come in with the first cohort. I came in a couple of weeks after. And I remember distinctively going down that really deserted road and turning off going into school and driving in, and the first thing you see that big uncompleted assembly hall. And in those days, you just go in and a lot of excitement at that age. You're thinking, no, this is going to happen. But a lot of, still a bit worried at that time. I mean, I'd never been away from home, so it was a new adventure for me. But I remember distinctly seeing Abimbola Okusoya, and Abimbola and I have been friends forever. We went to the same primary school, we've known each other for even before that. Our parents knew each other really well, so he's been my really good friend, and he still is my very good friend. And I remember him running around saying, "Oh, that's my friend," and I was so excited to see him. I said, finally a friendly face. And it helped me settle down, at least for the first day, but we were in different houses. I believe it was in Cross and I was in Niger. And unfortunately, for me, the horror started the very next morning. I remember waking up, I remember being woken up at 5:30 in the morning. I didn't have any idea that 5:30 in the morning even exists. I didn't know there was such a time as 5:30 in the morning because it was dark, cold, and I was told to get my bucket and a sponge case and go down to the reservoir and wait for the tanker, because you need to position yourself such that when the tanker came to put water in, you had enough time to get water and go have your shower, have your bath. So there we are, waiting for the tanker. We could hear the tanker coming, a lot of people, waiting at the reservoir. And it dawned on us at some point that the tanker wasn't actually coming to the reservoir between the one between the Niger and Oshun and the Chad and Cross. It was going to go to the reservoir in front of the Chad Cross block. And when it dawned on us, for like a split second in my head, sort of all hell broke loose. Everybody decided to run directly to the other reservoir. Now at that time, you had to go through the back of the Chad Cross block. Now those who know that terrain will understand the next point, what I'm going to say next. Because the terrain there is quite tricky. You have these poles and you've got these thin wires where people dry clothes, metal wires. So there you have people dashing, and I just try to follow them. And those who know the terrain very well know how to navigate around those obstacles. So obviously I had no idea. I just ran through. As I was running, my neck got caught in one of those metal wires, and I got slammed on the floor. And I remember crying. My bucket flew up in the air, and I was just in so much pain. I landed on the floor and I touched my neck, and I was bleeding on my neck. And I remember everybody just running, obviously boys were boys, just ran over me, trampled me, just up to get their own water, And I remember just one person waited, Wale Makonju. I really hope it is, because that name has stuck with me since then, as the only person who waited and sort of showed me some kindness. And it made a lot of difference to me, at least it's not all bad. And he sort of waited and sort of helped me up and cleaned myself up. And I remember crying desperately, thinking, God, I don't want to be here. I just want to go home. And luckily it got better. I made great friendships, especially in Niger House and the people I was in class with. I remember being electrocuted for the first time in Fego. I remember it was a case of one of the seniors giving you a shirt to iron with this contraption. They call it an electric iron or whatever, a pressing iron, but it was nothing but just bare metal with some electric cables with exposed wires connected to a socket, not even a socket, just pure electricity. You can actually feel and hear the buzz of electricity going from the wall socket to the contraption you call an iron, and then you had to use it. I remember trying to use it and I got electrocuted really badly. And even till today, I still have the fear of touching irons, because it occurred to me that, God, that shook me for a while. But it sort of taught that lesson in life, as in, we make do with what we have. And I remember thinking, all right, if you don't have an iron, what would you do? Obviously, as a junior. And Lawal Suleiman, I remember, God bless you wherever you are, he had this brilliant idea. He used to fold his clothes very neatly and put it under his pillow, under his mattress, and sleep on it. And the next morning, his shirts were pretty, they weren't sort of smooth and clean and with gaiters and all, but they were pretty decent. And I said, yeah, it cost nothing. I can do that. I remember trying to copy him and folding my clothes, and pillows were a bit of a luxury then, putting under my mattress, and it didn't work for me. I kind of ripped up most of my clothes then, and it just showed me that people had different ways of surviving, and it just taught me a lot of lessons. And the friendships I made there were made forever. Larry Sarame was one of the funniest guys I knew even back then. He had a fantastic sense of humor. Even before people discovered he was funny, he had a way of looking at life that sort of resonated with me. And other people I met, Luke Bonakbeno, Kesh, all the other guys kind of were in Niger House and in 1BL to SU Yellow. These guys are kind of, for now, till now, when I travel to the US or come to Nigeria, I'm trying to seek them out. Just every one of you sort of made me who I am. Even in the UK here, my closest friends are still people who I went to school with. When I got mine, my groomsmen were all sort of Fagosians. I'm sort of godfather to Kingsley Okoro, Okugbe Dean, to their children, Tony Ogbegugun, Bolaji, Leke. We all still, and the rest of the UK group, we meet from time to time. In fact, I tell my kids about the stories we've sort of gone through together. And I keep telling them, when you see your uncles, don't mention it to them. If you mention it to them, they'll break down and start crying. So it's probably better you save them from the horrors. So when I scare them with stories, I said, never mention this to your uncles because it's not good for them. I remember my mom in particular, I used to tell her the stories of what happened, and she never really believed what I said. She kept thinking I was telling tall tales and sort of crazy talk about somebody being locked in a locker and being bitten by a huge stick. And usually when she feels like being entertained, she said, calls me over, come over, tell me about this crazy story you have about people being doing silly things. But hey, we are who we are, and we've gone to great experiences, but I wouldn't trade it for anything else. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I thank God for all of you, wherever you are, and I'm sure you're doing great with yourself. God bless, and take care of yourself. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Take care. Bye.
Hello friends, it's Kingsley Okoro. The head is still big, but I think the body is cooled up a bit. I'm just giving a quick video about myself and what I remember about Fego. I now live in the UK, and I have 2 kids, a daughter and a son. I'm forever linked with Fego because Bode Fatano is my son's godfather, and Okugbe Aritogo's wife is my daughter's godmother. So I think I'm stuck with Fego for life, basically. Never thought I would have a list of things I would have to remember about Fego. My memory is terrible. I'm terrible with names, I'm terrible with events, but when I put my mind to it, I was quite amazed with who I could actually remember, which actually surprised me, to be fair. I actually typed it out. I wrote it in a list because there were a few things that came to my mind and I just kept forgetting them, so I thought I'll put them into a list and read them out, really. The first thing I remember about Fego is getting his textbook day. I remember going to the admin block and getting fresh textbooks. I never read them, but I just loved getting them. Second thing I remember is as an Igbo man, transport cash bursary payment. You know, the amount you used to receive at the end of every term. And what I'll never forget, I remember I always said I was traveling to Lagos for the first couple of years. Then I can't remember who told me, I think it was Kenny or Chukudi Okonkwo, that said, look, just use your place of origin and you get a lot more. And all of a sudden I was traveling to Imo State at the end of every term. I'll never forget that. Third thing I never forget is visiting day and always getting yellow Gary rather than the sweet Ijebu kind from my house, because my mom, not being Nigerian, was not a Gary expert. So I actually drank Gary for the first time in Fego, which is quite weird. It was only until I think my second year I started going out of my way to get Ijebu Gary and bringing it to school. Fourth thing is my first night in Fego being questioned by Jafojo. I'm sure all of us experienced, the boys anyway, had that experience in our first night. The fifth thing is always questioning why I had such a big head in Fego, because but always laughing at the originality of the nicknames. You know, I had Maleto, Head Boy, MC Hammer. God, the list was endless. You know, thanks for all of them. I still love those names anyway. Sixth thing, I remember squeezing into a teacher's living room to watch the '86 World Cup. Never forget that. That memory stays in my head. I'd also remember the famous dinner put together by Principal Adefolaju, Coke and jollof rice, yes, and fried meat, yes. For a very hungry young boy, that was heaven. My first time eating eko, right? We'll leave it there. The look and horror on my mom's face on my first visiting day. when she saw my skinny face, because I ate all my provisions, I think, the first 2 days, and the rest of it I was hungry, you know. So my mom seeing me for the first time on visiting day and thinking, oh my God, what's happened to our baby boy? Oh God, my early teen crushes on some girls back in the day. I had 0 babe moves, 0. I still have 0 today, but I had 0 moves. So I just used to stare at the girls I fancied in Fego for 6 years. So I'll never forget that. Reading Noza's Ibizube's graphic novels. Yes, reading those novels. We didn't have comics back in the day. We didn't know what DC the Marvel. Well, I didn't know what the difference was. So reading his comics was yeah, I'll never forget that. Following on that, reading the short novels by Odogbolu Arutogo. Okay, the skills those 2 boys demonstrated were beyond my mental comprehension back then. Seeing David Ua trap a ball and score some great goals, you know. I hear people talk about great strikers and stuff like that, but to me, one of the best footballers I've ever seen is David Ua, full stop. Right, then wrapping up, beating Wale Adelaja at chess. Okay, there's a story here, because I was just learning how to play chess and he was an expert. He was better than everyone in school. And we played in a chess competition and he made a mistake and I beat him, right? And I refused to ever play him again. So I've never played, that was the only match I played and I refused to play him again. So till this day, even at work, I brag to people that I've once beaten a chess grandmaster. You know, if he plays me now, he'll beat me in 2 seconds, but that's my claim to fame. Conversations with people like Stanley or Rex Oketa, Idako Aguda, Gregory Magoe, Uchenna Obikudu, Richard Ezegwe, all those people, just conversations, mad conversations we used to have back in the day, and the dreams and aspirations we used to talk about, and I just hope all those boys are safe and doing well. Well, men, sorry. Staring at, this is number 16, staring at Ambibola Okusoya while he's talking, and being fascinated, absolutely fascinated at how someone I could call a peer, someone that is my mate, could be such a deep and creative thinker. That guy's brain is beyond any other, well, beyond me anyway. 17, be in awe of, and this one is quite a humbling one, being in awe of Emeka Oranyele when I was in school. God rest his soul. As he was good at everything. That guy was good at football, tennis, basketball. He was an unbelievable human being, and God rest his soul, Emeka. But most of all, and finally, experiencing my first hunger experience in Fego, that I'll never forget. And last but not least, anyway, I'm not sure if you remember David Kemmer. I still tell my kids to this day, I remember a conversation I had with David Kemmer when we were doing portion. It was portion near the church. I'll never forget it. If you cross the road on the other side of the road, there was a portion, and his portion was next to me. We had this, I don't know, it was like special portion or something. And David Kemmer, up to a point when we were in school, was not to sound, it was ordinary like me in terms of academic achievement. And then we went away on long holiday and he came back and he blew everyone out of the water. He was on fire and everything. And I remember talking to him at portion and I said, what happened? And he said he just believed in himself and he started working hard. So on that note, I just want to wish you all well, wish everyone is doing well, and finally I went into Fego, a very naive child, and I came out still a naive child, and I'm still a naive man anyway, but much love to you, take care, and best of luck in everything you do.
Right. Hello everyone, this is Mark Udori, whom mostly referred to as Pado. thanks to Boyo for that. I think that was his idea back in JS1. How he got that, I think that's a story for another day. It's really awesome to be able to do this. Big thanks to Odogbolu for starting this fantastic idea. Really something you can't ignore. Okay, because it's really the next best thing to our in-person reunion that was truncated because of Mr. COVID, but hopefully we're able to do that soon. Right, my brother from another mother, Staga, has passed the mic to me, and wow, Fego 8490, the only set really in the book. I mean, undoubtedly, you guys are just awesome. Memories from Fego. Where do we even start? Where? So many. My first experience there, I mean, like we all said, the good, the bad, the ugly, and even the F moments. You know, as a young kid, just one night. I mean, this senior was so large, looked larger than life. You know, like that's character in Game of Thrones. You know, around 1 a.m. or so came to our corner. Open your locker. I said, what's this? You know. And wanted to use the guy just, I think maybe it was a push or a shove or something. Open your locker. Open it. I mean, this was the first time I knew someone could just take tin of beverage and pour. He didn't use spoon to is it bonje or so, what's it called? Just to provision, pour. You know, cornflakes, cabin, going locker to locker, and it was horrible. You know, I remember crying that night. I said, what sin have I committed that my parents brought me to this place? You know, and I think I'd take my stuff to my school father then. He was a good guy, fantastic guy. And that's how, you know, that was taken care of. That was really traumatic. And of course, all the punishments we went through, you know, as juniors, it was crazy. Fast forward to senior class when we began living, like, you know, we began to experience school in a good way. There was one incident that I still recall, and it was a close shave, really. So long those days we went staff assembly. I was just chilling in the hostel. We planned to go to class eventually, but guess what? There was a raid on the hostel. We were surrounded, teachers and all that. And I was seeing my wrapper. It's like I remember this very well. And the next best thing I could do was jump out of the window, back window. And I jumped into the waiting arms of Mr. Odogbolu, my housemaster then, Ocean House. Held me by the wrapper and said he's going to take me to the assembly hall in my wrapper and tell my folks, tell my dad. I didn't even know which one was worse. You know, because my dad would have just slaughtered me. The assembly hall thing in my wrapper, I mean, that would have made my good friend Deji's pajamas incident look like maybe a costume party. And the next few seconds, there was so much drama. Guys were running to Jamaica. I think that distracted him. He just gave me some strokes. Go to class, you know. So that was really a close shave that, you know, I just remember now. I mean, me in my wrapper in assembly hall, really, that would have been horrible. And one good one that comes to mind, you know, when I recall and I just smile, you know, this was an ISS2 also. We were getting ready for GC. It was a night before we left home to write our GC exams, and the guys on our table, you know, the dining had been showing us massacre left, right. And I think this was this idea was Wole Banjoko's idea, so I can't recall. But we were 3 or 4 and said, you know what, we're going home tomorrow morning, let's do something let's hit these guys. So we had planned that we won't sleep in our hostel, we won't sleep in our rooms. So I moved my stuff. I think Gregory Magwe was my safe house then. Right, safe house as in my gathered me refuge. So I moved my stuff to his corner, child house. No, cross house. Yeah, very long cross house. So we struck. I think just gave some juniors, maybe our juniors on the table, but we cleared everything and the hunts began. You know, they were looking for us, seniors. We kept moving. We didn't go back to, that decided going back to our hostel, house. When we didn't go to our class, we just kept moving that night. It was just, it was fun, but we knew that we were caught, and they didn't get us, After we got back from our exams, I think weeks or I don't know how many, what a good time had elapsed. One of them tried to bring it up when he saw me, and I put up my most innocent face. Me, when I was in Lagos writing GC, no. So I think his question was guy, this is nothing now. Why are you bringing it up? No, they struck. We haven't finished. But that was just very interesting. Fego was so, fantastic. How we survived there. Sure, but the banjo said it. We drank Dettol water. But the flip side is, looking back, I'm like, how would we have survived without Fego? All the banter and all that fantastic place, it shaped us, it made us who we are today, and the tenacity we have, ability to survive. We're just so grateful. So at this point, I think I would like to pass the mic to 5 people. Yeah, let me do 5. SS, Tunde Shunubi, Henry Toby. Yeah, I give you a heads up on this, so don't be surprised. Electron, and finally, the lady that this babe could read. Back I was in C. I think if I moved to A, 2C, 1C, 2C, I don't know what happened. They moved me back, moved me to A, and I didn't just like it. But Monsura Ahmed was the name at that time. Was someone that could read, and it's like you're in a marathon. You see the person going and reading, and I said, okay, you can read also. So she was quite inspirational, but she didn't know it. Now you know Monsura. So I'm passing the mic to you guys. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
To connect with you guys once again, I'm trusting that each and every one of us are doing well with our families. Wow, I want to thank you, Mark Udore. Mark, you were actually my very good friend in Fego, for passing on the mic, and also to Uche Obikudu for this initiative. It's actually good. Nice memories, something to laugh about, to reminisce about the past, right? And also to connect with the future. So my name is Monstrat Ahmed. Sorry, I wanted to say Adiuti. Monstrat Ahmed. And I remember vividly when I resumed at Federal Government College Odogbolu. Apparently, I was actually coming from a boarding house. I actually went to a primary school, which is a boarding house. I went to boarding house from 6 years old. I'm sure some of you might be wondering, what kind of parents send a child to boarding house at 6 years old? Anyway, I'm still asking that question. But honestly, I actually think that's one of the best things they did for me. All right. So from my private boarding school, primary school, I came to Fego. And I remember vividly the night when everybody resumed. Some girls were crying. Some were saying they were missing their mom, their dad. Some were saying they wanted to go home. And in my mind, I'm wondering, what's wrong with them? Why are they crying? Because for me, it's normal, nothing new. But obviously, I do understand, perhaps a lot of them, that was the very first time they will be leaving their parents' home. Okay, so to the memories, I had fantastic, wonderful, beautiful, awesome memories of Fego. And I thank God for the training that Fego gave each and every one of us. The resilience, the tenacity, the persistence, the can-do spirit, the positive attitude, the willingness to go that extra mile, to just be whatever you want to be. I truly thank God for what Fego offered me, and I'm sure all of us are thanking God for what Fego offered us. So, one of my great memory in Fego is when the matron, Mrs. Allah, comes to the hostel to seize provisions. I'm sure the girls can testify. I usually brings a lot of provisions to school, and the reason for that is because my mom, she was selling provisions. So apart from what she would have given me, all her friends, would give me as well. And I will insist that I had to carry everything to school, including contraband. And Mrs. Allow we always target my box, to seize the provisions. I remember the Jobites then. Jobites was doing, there's a 4 in the tin can, there's a goosey, there's the pepper, and then, we have our garium. We do hot water with garium and warm the tin in the tin soup. We will warm it and put it in hot water, and we just eat, in the night and all that. I'm sure, child as girls, we had fun. Another memory I remember is when I was in JSS 1C, Bola Latunji was actually in my class, and I remember him reading a book, How to Be Anything You Want to Be in Life. I'm sure your guess is as good as mine, that kind of a topic. And I approached Bola to say, when he finished reading the book, he should borrow me the book. And Bola said, he can just borrow me the book, and when I finish reading, I can return it, and he can continue reading. So Bola gave me the book to read, and I read the book cover to cover. And you know what? It was actually in that book, and I've told Bola actually this in the, when we were in Dallas. It was actually in that book that, because in that book, as you read each of the chapter, there are some questions there, and I remember vividly a particular chapter that was talking about your career, what you want to be, and was talking about your strengths, and I love maths, that if you like maths, you can be an engineer, you can be an accountant and all that. Anyway, that was when I settled the day and that JSS 1, that I want to be an accountant, obviously, because he also mentioned that accountant gets a lot of money, So, yeah. All right. So thank you, Bola, for lending me that book. Another memory that I have of Fego is Mark did mention that I love to read. Yeah, actually, there's a story behind my reading. The reason I read was that I actually thought I was doing my mom a favor by reading, because each time you're coming back to school, and the only thing I'm asking of you is to go to school and read. Be a serious person, study and excel academically, She will always tell me that. And in my mind, I just thought, okay, she's giving me a lot of provisions, she's giving money, she's done, quite a lot for me. And if that's the only thing she's asking me for, why not? And honestly, in my mind, I actually thought I was doing her a favor, not knowing that I was actually doing myself a favor, preparing myself for future lifetime. Forming that habit and attitude that will serve me, for the rest of my life. Fego is a wonderful place, awesome place that we had the opportunity to actually, to pass through. And I'm sure each of us have shared our stories, some of our stories in Fego with our children, and I'm sure as we have now grown, we were able to look back and actually, be grateful for that opportunity to attend such a school. So I want to wish each and every one of us all the best, that even as all these challenges, about COVID and all that, this too shall pass. We welcome our triumph, we welcome our victoriously, and all will be well with each and every one of us. So guys, do have a blessed week ahead, and warmest regards to your family. God bless. Bye.
Hello everyone. My name is Temitope Aino, one of the 4 Ainos in 8496. I want to say kudos and thank you to Obikudu for initiating this. I think it's a very good thing. How did it start? 8490. I started in 86 JS3, and I remembered my father mentioning that he's trying to do a transfer for me earlier in the week, and then this Saturday afternoon he came and told me that he's going to the school. I wasn't ready because he didn't tell me that he would like me to follow him. Anyway, I went to go to the school. They were writing exam for entrance. almost halfway. But I joined in, I wrote the exam, and then I passed the exam, and then I started. I came to the school, I think, if I remember correctly, September 20th or thereabout. It was when the JS1 resumed, and I was in Oshun House. I was in the same room with the JS1 students. My very early days, I want to thank Femi Aino, because actually he was the one that helped me through my early days. Being a novice, never been to any boarding school before, it was my first time. He actually helped me through. He was in JS3 with me as well. And I must say I really enjoyed my stay in JS3F, one of the best class. In fact, it's the best as far as I'm concerned. We had the drummers, we had the singers, and then at times we just drum and then we sing. Clement mentioned the annex, our class annex. Almost every time you find blockies there, and we sing songs like "Turn Back, Blockies Ahead." Lovely times. I think the only time we were able to make 4-3 in cleanness was just once, and our class teacher then even made like a party at the end of the term. We had a nice time. It was very interesting. Also, JS3, I remembered I was sick. I was very sick. I had collapsed in the class. Was taken home. By the time I woke up, it was 3 days later. I had all sorts, hallucination, everything. But I thank God that God, in His mercy, He redeemed my soul, and I'm here today. So I want to thank God for that. I also remember those days of first 5 and last 3. I think the best I had in JS3 was 6th. Very lovely times. Sport-wise, I remember David Uwa's goals. They are almost classical and almost the same pattern. Ball to chest to knee, and then that's it. Releases this thunderous shot and it's inside the net. I remember attending a final of a local tournament. One of the school very close to Odogbolu there, where the final took place, and then we won by 1-0. Remember the days of junior club, and at JS3, I remembered the team from the chapel, as people called it then, winning the tournament. They were never given any chance, but we won it. I remember the days of cross country. Can't forget Femi Awunisi finishing cross country and going to wash his clothes. Great guy. Can't forget the under 21 tournament in Saudi Arabia when we were 4 goals down against USSR. Then we came back. That was in 1989 to win by penalty shootouts. Socials, Saturday film show. One of the films that I can't forget we watched then was Django. And then college choir, I met Busola in college choir. We were in college choir for almost 2 years, if not more. And then remember the songs that we used to sing then. One of them is, if you want to marry a husband, never you marry a waka about. If you marry a waka about, that's also trouble. And then the other one, Ronu Rewo, apẹ́ kó tó jẹun, kì í jẹ̀bàjẹ́. Apẹ́ kó tó jẹun, kì í jẹ̀bàjẹ́. Ìkòkò tí ó já ata ire agbona. Dining hall, days of massacre. One thing I hated is okra. I never liked okra at all. And then when we started having a call and then a four, before you know it, guys will just pack a four to go and make a bar in the hostel. And then you have so many wraps of a call left. I also, it was the time I learned that actually you don't need a four. If you have milk, you can also take a call. And I used to do that. And I still do that up till now. SS3 red, guys in my class. And then I remembered Mr. Wokbetu, our maths and then arts math teacher, great guy. I remembered last day cooking. I don't know whether Kaudi Atiba still remember the day we went to cook rice in Jamaica using firewood. Unforgettable times. I remembered going to cook in one of the boys' quarters, the batanka that brings water. I'd given Femi one of the rooms because I think they knew each other from relation, and so we keep our contrabands there. I'd gone there on one Saturday to cook rice with beans, and then I fell asleep and I almost got the whole house burnt down. But thankfully I woke up and put out the light. I came back to the hostel and Payo said, "Oh boy, you don't go smoke." I quickly went to the bathroom and made sure I washed up. Can't forget that experience with senior. There was this particular one that was always looking for my trouble. I wake up early in the morning to take my bath, and then he will always come to ask me after fetching water for me to wait for him to use my bucket, to have his own bath before me, and I always said no, I can't. This particular Sunday he wanted me to wash his shirt and I refused, and he took me to the class. In those days, SS class was the bungalow side of the school, not the upstairs facing the admin block. And they asked me to climb on the desk, and then told me to hold on the beam of the ceiling and then remove the desk. So I was hanging there, and then after a while, one of the SS3 guys on the other class parallel to the SS2 block saw me hanging and then called everyone and then asked what's going on. So I said, well, this was what's going on. He said, okay. So he now asked the guy to hang on the ceiling in their own class and asked me to go. So that was how I was delivered. I was saved by that day. Can't forget that. I also can't forget my time in the chapel. Lovely times. And I can't forget, I remembered Mr. Ibe, our biology teacher. There was a time that the principal said they were looking for him, that he just walked away. I'm not sure he was found, but I remember that whenever he is on the pulpit to preach, there's this song that he loves singing. Our Lord God, thou hast made the heaven and the earth by thy great power. Our Lord God, thou hast made the heaven and the earth by thy outstretched arm. Nothing is too difficult for thee. And on and on and on. He loved that song, and I love the song too. So it's been, I would say, good memories most of the time. Fego, can't forget, lovely people, teachers, principal, very nice man, Mr. Adefolaju. He was passionate. He was passionate about FGC Odogbolu. Whatever we lack, this man will always get. from the Ministry of Education. He was very good. He was very passionate. We had teachers. There was a time we had 100 teachers, both teaching and non-teaching teachers. Both teaching like degree, those of them with degree, and even technical ones, almost 100. Great times. Remembered the time, like Kingsley remembered, we had rice, jollof rice with beef. You know, very interesting. I can remember 3 times that happened when we won the jet competition in 88 and 89. And then when we were leaving school, of course, it was a good send forth for us. It's been nice, being in this group. Thank God for every one of us where we are. I mean, looking back from where we've been and then where we are, I know that it's by the mercies of God. And I pray that God's mercy will continue to be with us. For as many among us who are no longer with us, I just want to pray that God will comfort and be with the family, and then God will be, the father to the fatherless, and then husband to the widows, and as many that have lost wife, and then anyone, that God will comfort everyone. I hope that we will continue to live together in peace. Look out for each other, be kind to each other, to lift each other up as we always do. God will bless us all. Thank you for this opportunity once again. Thank you. Love you all.
Hello everybody, 8497 Pro Unitate. My name is Olufemi Aino, one of the Ainos in 8490. How you guys doing? Long time no see, over 30 years. I'm happy, we are doing this, and I'm grateful to all of you for myself being part of this. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you to my brother from another mother, Temitope Aino, for reaching out to me. Experience. Okay. I came from Mayflower Junior School. I spent 6 years from primary 1 to 6. So I thought, you know what? I had enough hostel experience, going to boarding school, until I got to Fego. My JS1, my junior classes, was, I wouldn't say was a hell, because there was this guy, Balinga and Murphy. Those 2 guys terrorized me. They made school a hell for me. This guy, I don't know how we met. He was always, I was always his go-to guy, go-to boy, I used to smuggle his food from the dining hall, to the hostel. And any day that I don't bring his food to the hostel, that day, I was going to sleep under the bunk. This guy will punish me, do all sort of things, So he made junior classes, hell for me. But what can I say? Just to thank God. The tanker man. I knew the tanker man that used to bring water for us. My dad knew him one way or the other, so they were friends. And he gave me one of the keys to one of the rooms in his house. His house wasn't that far from, I think, Mr. Atiba's house, our housemaster. So we keep our food, provisions, contrabands, everything. Myself, Temitope, and Diron Ereton, we're very close, good friends. So we kept our food there. Any of us could go there at any time. Sometimes on weekends we go there, make food, eat, enjoy ourselves, then come back to the hostel. And as Tokwe mentioned in his video, that one day he almost burned down the house. He went there, cooked, and forgot. He slept off. But thank God, everything was okay. I saw in the video when Pastor Tinu Ade spoke about us praying for our set. That was true. Myself, Pastor Tinu Ade, Brother G, Kaidio Shokoya. I think Temitope was there too, So we prayed for our set, and I think Staga mentioned it too, that the set before us and the set before them, were either suspended or expelled. But we prayed, prayed for our set, and God answered the prayer. So we thank God we all did good, and we are still doing good, and we continue to do good. Thank you very much for me being part of you, 8490 set. God bless you all. There was one thing I remembered about Dr. Kesh. I was always wondering, because during night prep, we'll be drumming and singing and those kind of stuff. I joined, I was enjoying it. And he was always first or second in class, him and Kenny. So I thought, I want to know the secret of this guy. So I followed him one day. He didn't know. I followed him everywhere throughout the day. So this guy, studied hard. He was always, maybe going to a library or some place, study, then come to prep and disturb all of us. Drummed Jesus out of all of us. So, but I joined. A couple of people joined. We all loved it. We enjoyed it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do what this guy is doing. I decided to study, isolate myself and study, maybe Theodore or Tokwe or something like that. Study, and thankfully, thanks to Dr. Kesh, I was able to do good in school. I was able to, always in the first 5 in my class. I think I was in SS Green. During my SS1, I was in the green class. JS1 to SS to JS3. I wasn't even sure. Maybe one something. I forgot. But thank God, God is good.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Kayode Oshokoya. Like everybody has done, big ups to as many of us that have done this video. It's a refreshing time to see some faces I've not seen in 30 years. There are people that I would have walked past if not for this video. Thank you. My journey of Odogbolu, interesting, October 1984. My first friend in Fego was and is Kunle Aliu. I remember his parents. I remember the 504, very neat 504. I was marveled about the journey they had to make down from Kwara State down there to Odogbolu. Was very far from me. I'd never up to that time even heard of a place called maybe Ilongi or seen someone from that part of Nigeria. Now, Kunle Aliu, big ups to you. You've been my friend from our first day. Now, Gregory Magwe was actually my bunkmate and is the first person, or Gregory is with Gregory was the first time in my life I ever saw Nivea body cream blue. I never knew such cream existed. So even now, when I see the Nivea body cream, I remember Gregory Magwe. It has that stayed with me for years. Then Slap. Dayo Shokoya slapped me one day in front of I think girls was in front of the store. I saw stars. I could not believe myself. You know when you watch cartoon movies and when they slap Tom or is it Jerry, and you see stars, Dayo slapped me one slap, and everything went bizarre. Much later, we ran into each other in the streets of Lagos, and Dayo has been very helpful. Apparently, someone put up my father's house for sale, a 419. And Dayo ran into me and told me about it, that he saw that my father's property had been put up for sale. So if not for Dayo, we would never have known about such funny thing. And I thank him for that. So the slap and what he's done for my family, well, I must say thank you to him. Then Paul Banjoko, Paul B. I will never forget the day you made me walk through a puddle of water. Those days when we were going for night prep, we walked in batches, and Paul was in front. I think myself and Cosmos and some guys were walking from behind. Paul walked into this pool of water, and he kept on walking normally, and he walked out. The next thing, we that were coming behind him walked into it, and Paul started laughing. For the life of me, I could not understand why he did not warn us, but well, it's part of the fun memories of Odogbolu now. Then something that happened to me, I was in C, JS1C to JS3C, then I was in Red. Unknown to so many people, the first conti that came out in SS1 Red, I was actually fourth to the last. Man, my head sparked. Fourth to the last. So my name could have easily been announced on Conti, fourth to the last. Well, that was a wake-up call for me. People like me, I think, were late starters. There was another Conti that I made sure I did so well. I was fourth. What's it fourth? I think they announced first 5. If they announced first 5, then I was 6th. If they announced first 3, then I was 4th. But I know I missed by being called out by just being a position below. But my first committee in SS1 Red, I was 4th to the last. It was a wake-up call for me. And I'm sure a lot of people don't believe that, but SS1 Red, first time, I was 4th to the last in the first committee. But I had to sit up and help me. Then a lot of people didn't know this, but I actually did GCE exam, and people did not know. I did GCE exam, I think now SS3, and it was the GCE exams result that I actually used for some of my processing for higher institutions. So I did GCE exam, nobody knew about it. So sometimes when you're looking at people from outside, you always suspect the wrong people. Then I also did English lessons with Mr. Filani. Mr. Filani was coaching me for GCE English. So it was in it. He taught me well, and I had very, very good grades in my GCE for English. It was fantastic. Then Fego Chapel. I have been a chapel born again from JS1, and one term I never liked was being called an SU, because I just felt it was derogatory. People did not know who I was. They just assumed I was a fanatic. Well, I guess years later, people like Dr. Kesh, my paddy, tells me, Kayode, you are not born again. But the truth is, I have always been like this. Apparently in the chapel, for those that remember, there were 2 people. There were the extremists, and there were the people like moderates like me, Cosmos, Michael, that yes, we were born again. However, we were more people. At least we were not extremists. And I think that helped shape us in terms of how to relate with people. So really, I thank God for Fego Chapel in my life. And Dikpo Akinlade has always been one that would ask questions. Even from chapel days, when he asks those questions, in fact, when Dikpo is about to ask a question, I'm always afraid. Because Dikpo will drill the question. Dikpo Ibuku, I know, when they're asking questions. And yes, some of the moderates, Femi, I know, was a moderate. But people just held us as if SU. I actually hated the word, but well, what could we do about it? Then something people did not know. I was actually on Union Bank scholarship when I was in Fego. Courtesy of my dad having worked there. So when people were being primed for the federal government scholarship, I didn't know why. At least because of what I know I was on, I did not bother myself, or maybe I did not expend myself to be making sure that I was in that league of people that would qualify for the federal government scholarship. Now, my last words are like this. Since we left Fego, I've met quite a number of people. Monsurat, I met Lakpe. So at our time in Fego, I can't remember if I ever had 10 sentences with her. However, we've spoken for several hours on the phone. And this goes for several people. Ogbo was for someone I never spoke to in Fego. But please, I have eaten Ogbo's house. Myself at Ogbo, I've eaten Amala in Ketu. Yemi Lawal, anytime I'm hungry and I'm in Ikeja, I go to Yemi Lawal's house. One way or the other, he must find something for me. Femi Ideji is a hard worker. I would not want to be one of his staff. Samuel Keshiru, people said they've not seen Kesh angry. Did they Kesh spat at me? I asked myself. I think I sent me a text. Kesh, is this the same Kesh I know? So when people tell me they've never seen Kesh angry, I have seen Kesh angry, and I didn't like that end of it. Then Dr. Bobby taught me a lot. Dr. Bobby, I don't think we really had a relationship with Odogbolu, but Dr. Bobby is someone I hold in very, very high esteem. He has a very, very big heart. There's some things that Bobby has done that I can't say, and he doesn't know I know about them, but he's done a lot of good things for people. Well, then one of us, I won't mention his name, you sent me a clipper. I called you, I said I wanted to buy a clipper. I wanted to pay for it. You said no. I found out that the cost of the postal cost of the clipper is even more than the clipper you bought. Thank you very much. Tunde Shonubi, I've met so many people. Even for the females, Bemini, I'm still waiting for your books. One thing that is bad about me, and I'll say this is, I don't know how, but God has made it such a way that I only see the good in people. That has helped me being who I am. I'm not perfect. However, I do know that everybody in Odogbolu has been my friend. Even for those I've not spoken to in years, by the time I pick the phone and call you or you call me, I relate. Walata, wow. That's a wonderful, wonderful person to be with. So for me, Ahmed in Abuja. Yes, we are doing things together by God's grace. So like I did say, Odogbolu people have been very good to me. They've been very good friends. Then Oteju, while I was in Lagos, one day he called me, he had a business meeting, and I told him, yeah, put my name. And we went for the business meeting together. Till today, I don't know what we were talking about in the meeting, but I was nodding my head. Lo and behold, when I was coming to this side of the world, Oteju came to receive me at the airport. Then Muyiwa Gamikon is a wonderful person. I think Muyiwa Gamikon, in fact, you can't see him without a book. So he has probably read more motivational books than any other person. So that Toby, Big at Jibo, my person. Nature, please. In fact, I have to stop here because I have very, very wonderful friends. Then Doyin Olano. Doyin has surprised me in so many ways. Doyin has a very, very large heart, extremely large heart. I've seen some things he has done. I'm asking myself, wow. And Doyin, please tell us why you left Odogbolu, because I don't feel you left Odogbolu. You probably know more people than some of us do. Then Premo Ojokojo. Premo, I doff my heart for you. You're a resident lady. I know you go places. Then Demola Awonaike. Sometimes when I just look at you, I wonder, is this the same person? This away. Yes, you talk very well. So I like leave it like this. Like I did say, it's very difficult for me as a person not to see the good in people. I don't know how, but that's what has happened over the years. So I believe that by God's grace, we all conquer. We all, Sarum, sir, Larry Sarumi. Like I have to stop here because really everybody I've had a relationship with has been very good to me. But people I've called out, I actually wrote down your names, not to forget. Olimide Shofulu, Shofi, in cloud tell you I was with you yesterday. You must do the video. Muyiwa Gam Ikon. I don't call you Otu, I call you Muyiwa. Boyga de with me. Cosmos Obina. You must do videos. Well, I'm 12 minutes long. Thank you for this opportunity and big ups to every one of us. And we pray that God keeps us and we live the rest of our life in perfect peace. And the peace of God will be with us. Thank you very much. Ogbo, thank you.
8490 set. This is Nosai Bizugbe. No, one thing I was looking forward to after school was no more homework, but our brother Bikudu come give us homework, make video about where we are right now and fond memories of Fego. Bikudu, you try for this one. This is good. I like this. Hopefully, maybe by next year, all this Koro stuff go don't come out, then we feel hang out for real. At this point of my life, I'm into video production and digital media arts, and happily married. I have a 21-year-old daughter that tells me what to do, and Fego was harsh, man. I'm not gonna lie. Fego was harsh, and but the 8490 said they made it like our classmates. They made it bearable, like to survive that thing as it be. Some people they call me Bizman. Cyril. When Cyril found out, say my full name, my full first name, Nosayaba. Of course, you know, he used that one. That became my nickname from Cyril for a long time. He would just say, "Sha Yaba 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 Yaba." Yeah, I was that skinny kid that used to escape everything. So one of my nicknames, of course, was Escape Master. Yeah, I was registered to Niger House, but I didn't stay at Niger because when I first came to the school, the only two people I knew, Peter Sazwa and Emeka Aranyeli, rest in peace, my brother. We came up from nursery through primary school together, and they were the only two people I knew in the school. So as soon as my dad dropped me off at Niger House, I'll move my stuff, go over there to Cross House to hang with Peter. So most people just assumed I was in Cross House. Yeah, that was me, basically. Yeah. I wasn't too good at following rules. So I spent a lot of time doing comic books. I think it was just a good way to pass away the time, like fantasize about being superheroes and all that. Yeah. So all my comic book friends that time, Shani Ashiro, Shani was, man, he was an ace at drawing cars, man. Shani, if he draw a car from any angle. I did wonder if Shani, whether an engineer, car engineer or something, he would draw the car from the bottom, the top. He was good at that. Then Obi told a story about comic book stuff, but I get another story, but that's for another time. Yeah, Obi was good with his comic books too, but not as good as I was though, because I did that 24/7. Abi, Obi, you not gonna agree? Yeah. So there were a bunch of funny stuff that happened. I got in a few fights, won some, lost some. Yeah, got bullied a lot. Yeah, that's when they could find me. But yeah, now, yeah, I think of Odogbolu now fondly. But at the time, I'm telling you, man, we were going through some serious stuff. But one funny story I remember now. So we were talking about James Bond movies, and one of our favorite characters from James Bond, Sean Connery. But at the time, for Nigeria now, everybody, we knew him as Sean Connery. So all of a sudden, Shani comes around, come tell us, say, actually his name is pronounced Sean. Man, I argue with Shani Tire, I argue with Anda. I say, nah, lie. I say, do you see any H in the name? I say, his name is Sean Connery. It remains more, make Shani cry. So I would like to use this opportunity to apologize to Shani. It's like over 30 years later. You were right. His name na Sean Connery. Yeah, I actually left school I not stay with Una till 90. I actually left in 89. Was one of those days, I think, by then, I think all my provisions were finished anyway. Mine was starving and everything. My mom just came out of nowhere. She already had my bags packed and everything. So she told me, was there any way we could get out through the front gate? I said no. So I told my mom, and she came with my uncle and my aunt, and I just told them to go to the borehole area to wait for me. And man, I ran out of there. I ran through that part when we passed for borehole. I think that day I even had 2 different legs of slippers on. I think I probably borrowed that from Henry Toby. So Henry Toby, I owe you a pair of slippers. Yeah, now so I come out to, so I go America. So I've been here ever since. I've taken a few trips back to Nigeria every now and again. So yeah, that's about it.
Good day, my people. When I do well, 8490 set. Where do I begin? This is Cyril Nyong, aka Jappy, or as my man Tisho, who passed me the mic, still calls me Omo Japanu. Also, Shani Ashuru calls me the same name. So, I don't even know where to start. I've seen all of the videos posted, and I'll say I'm very, very excited to be doing my own video. I wanted to give it a few days so I could kind of get some memories back from what you guys have been posting. And first of all, I'd like to thank Uche Obikudu, who started this Drop the Mic video, I guess, diaries that we're doing. But the last few years I've participated off and on in this forum. I actually started back in, I don't remember the year, but I know Lola had started a web page that we made some updates. I'd seen it a few years back. I need to go back and look and see if I can share with you guys. And then the BlackBerry days, before the advent of iPhone and everybody getting on WhatsApp, we were chatting back then. Oftentimes I don't really chat much because the back and forth is overwhelming. There's a lot of chatter going on. Oftentimes guys like Rogi will ping me, or Tutu. I say, oh boy, you need to see what's happening in the chat room. And I'll come in, and of course there's always Larry and Norris typing. And I'll wait, going back and forth. But it's been great to watch. I've been, I guess, blessed that to see many of you who came to the Yankee reunion. I know Monsura, Iyabo Amoda, they came from the UK, and it was really good to see you guys. And Bola, thanks for kicking our Yankee reunion off. Again, it was fantastic seeing everyone. I was really looking forward to our reunion last year, and I can't wait for us to pick it up whenever this whole COVID craziness subsides. So, regarding memories, Actually, I wanted to raise different memories, some of them personal, but some of them we all share, or many of us share. Like, my wife knows a lot about some of our memories, like when Matt was talking about who said Pimpi. I called my wife and she was screaming. She's like, "You told me these stories for the last 20 years. Which other one came up? Baba Dracula. She knows about Baba Dracula, and a lot more stories about Bola mentioned I hunger. We both hungers. Who stole Chickson? You know, those memories are going to stay with me forever, and of course extended to my family as well. I'll say that even though I went to university in Nigeria, FUT Mina, for about 4 years before I came to Yankee, I mean, the memories I have from Fego are etched in my mind. Made very good friendships. Many of them are long lasting. And I look forward to reconnecting with the rest of you. And I guess we can pick it up from there. Just seeing you guys on video is exciting. Many of us, our personalities have stayed the same. It's good to see you guys like Coco haven't changed. It was good seeing Tito, seeing everybody, in fact. So I actually wanted to take time, make a video. I know you guys haven't seen much of me. And apologies for that. I'll do my best to keep engaging. All the folks in London, I see the wonderful, in the UK actually, I see the wonderful things you do, how you receive our brothers and sisters when they come visit. Also in Nigeria, it's been awesome. I see all the receptions you hold for everyone. It's family. It's like being little kids again. And I always wish to be part of those engagements, or I say meetings. But here in the future, hopefully maybe end of this year, towards next year, we can come back and we can all get together for our reunion. So memories, of course, the main ones I remember, like, you know, always cutting portion, doing all these chores every few days, cutting grass, cleaning the toilets, our really, really messy toilets. I know the girls' dorm, I'm sure, wasn't as bad as the boys because we had a lot more people. The population was much larger. But something else I remember is how studious many of us were. I wasn't one of the most studious students, but when it came down to studying for exams, and everybody would buckle down for SSCE, we're all studying hard. The more, the people who I think were more well-versed in other subjects used to help the rest of us out. And, you know, I went into many of those exam halls, confident, a little nervous, but I just remember the advice I get from many of you about, you know, how we should go about solving the problems that would be in the exam. Eventually, you know, all of us were successful in our own right, and we're doing well. I'm glad to see that, you know, we have families, the kids are growing up. Some of us, our kids are actually in university now. It's amazing. And when I say 30 years, I mean, out of secondary school, you know, my kids can't even believe, I can't even believe it myself. And other memories, I remember what we used to call oil boom. At the end of each semester or each term, they would, you know, give us some money for transport to go home. At that point, you know, I was living between Lagos and Uyo in Akwa Ibom. My parents were down there, and I've always been there, but I was living mostly in Lagos with my siblings. So I wouldn't put my Lagos address because we just got a couple of naira to take back to Lagos. But I would put, you know, Akwa Ibom at the time, and I'll get a lot more money, even though I was spending most of my holiday in Lagos. So I remember we'd take that money and on the last day, go and do a pano, buy some things, go to the dormitory, hostel as we used to call it, and go and splurge on, I don't know, I think we'll go to Kangala or somewhere, buy some bread, put it with the Ankara, you know. I mean, it was just crazy. There's so many memories, and I know I don't want to, you know, talk too long, or the video will just be extended. What else? on the other side, the not so happy times in Fego. I know some of you have talked about the bullying. I think it was really bad. The one instance that I can bring up that I remember that I want to share is, I remember in our SS2, those guys ahead of us were particularly bad. And I know it caused us to be good seniors when we got to SS3. We were more compassionate with our juniors. But I remember coming back from holiday, from the long hauls or long vac, whatever we used to call it. And my parents had made me like 4 white shirts, 4, I think it was 3 green trousers. At that point when you get into SS1 and you're wearing trousers instead of shorts, you're a big boy now. And the girls will transition from pinafore to, just the blouse and the skirt. So all were feeling like, these big kids. Also, I had 4 check shirts and 3 brown trousers. Tunde Adenekon took all of them and gave me some crap to wear. I'll never forget. I hold that grudge. I held it for a long time. I even used to tell my wife about it. It was so annoying. And with those guys, many of them were like our age or slightly older. And it used to just irk me that, we're the same age and you're doing all these things. But anyway, I'll move on to the next one. So I remember going to the dining hall all the time. When we come back from home, oftentimes we'll be, some of us will not go to the dining hall because we have a lot of provi. So we'll be there eating cornflakes, milk, cabin, all of those things with our geisha, with bread. Then when your provi starts dwindling, that's when you start going. You start eating rice. As things are getting harder, then you start opting for a call. You eat a call, then ewa and dodo. And then of course, you know what happened in after beans night, the next morning, toilet workers. Sorry. So, and then we always used to rush for food. Thank you, Lord, for the food, but everybody's rushing. Massacre. It got to a point that I think many of you remember, they took all of because we used to have from GS1 up to like SS3, or was it like from 1 to 5 before we turned to the SSC way of doing things? We had juniors and seniors on the same table. Many of the juniors would even get to eat, or would even get meat. You just get a bar, maybe 2 splashes of stew or soup or whatever. So they now put us all like by class, by grade, and we're still rushing. And people are still trying to muscle food from other people. You people, you remember yourselves. I won't call your names, but we know you. Don't worry, when we see a reunion, we'll talk. This is not camera or phone matter. And then we used to have Zip, that big tea thing that was horrible. But towards the end of the year, oh man, the Zip, you get to the Zip, you go put that bread inside that Zip, the chopper. Then another one that I want to bring up, I think many people may forget, because I know many of us will talk about the same thing. So I was trying to find different memories that I need to bring up. There was this, I was in Crosshouse, of course, with Niya Jai, Osazua, Shini, who again? I can't even remember. It's been so long. But on the side of Crosshouse, they had this water tank. I think they had it on Niger or Shun side as well. But they had this giant tank that had water in it that they used to lock. So there was one time water was really scarce. I don't think tanker was coming anymore or something. And we kind of pried open that tank. We stuck our small containers in, like the soap dishes, and we were bringing out water, drinking it, trying to filter it. One day we opened up that tank, there were dead rats inside. That's what we were drinking and bathing with. When I remember all these memories, I'm like, I don't even know how we survived. But, we did. Like Monsura said, it's made us persevere, become focused, we've become resilient. And, my friends and I who live here in the US, who went to FGCs, we all have the same kind of stories, very, very similar. And yeah, all man, we're rugged though. We've roughed this place, we're all doing well, in in our different endeavors. We meet up occasionally here with, like Larry and the other folks up here. But if all I think of, if I didn't go to Fego, how would I survive in Yankee? How, first of all, will I survive in FUT Mina when I went there? Rugged. But it all was like a piece of, like, cakewalk. By the time I left Fego at like 17, 18, got to these other schools, university, there was confidence, bordering on arrogance. Like, if you can do it, not two heads you get. We self go do one. Yeah, in America, it's the same thing. The upbringing we got from Fego makes us feel like we can achieve anything. And many of us have, and I see many of us were still very humble. Even though we're aggressive, we're getting things done. We have awesome families. We're living a good life. We love coming home. I for sure. I come home every year, even though it's always very brief. That's why I don't get to see you. But like I said, 2021 no go pass. I'm being 22. We have to do that reunion wherever we come out of this COVID craziness. But those are the memories that I wanted to share. There are a lot more. All of you have brought up, and I know people coming after this video will raise some memories some of us have forgotten. But thank you so much. It's certainly a blessing and an honor to be part of this group. And I'm glad to, Uche and others brought up this idea that we should do these videos. I know a couple of people have called me to do my own, but here it is, and hopefully we'll get to see each other soon. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay blessed. See you soon. Jappy signing out. To tell you how much I've talked about Fego, my wife just reminded me if I mention no spadi wawa, Iwawa, no spadi wawa. And also we had, me and a few of the guys we created our small group. They had Lemon Boys, what was the other group they were just talking about recently? I forget who was mentioning it, but we had our own little group, the Max Brothers. Dukakis, you remember this one? So it was Maduka who was Mad Max, Cyril Young, I was Jap Max from Jappy, of course. Then we had Shini Ashiri who was Sash Max. Then we had Wole Adubi who was Romax. His brother's nickname I think was Rombe. So we started calling him Rombe, or maybe it was his nickname, but we now use it as Romax. And there was one other Max. I can't remember who it was, but Max Brothers, if I remember, maybe I joined that last person for there. But Madame just came in and said, so I told her a couple of the stories I relayed back to you guys in my video. And she said, did you mention no spadi wawa? I just burst out laughing. I said, I've talked about Fego too much all these years. And also the Max Brothers. So yeah, just wanted to add that one. Peace.
SS3. Well, probably that's why I say my own good and bad, the ugly comes. Well, I don't have to talk too much, but it all happened that way. But for me, the major event then in my SS3 was, and I'll tell you, it was life-changing. Was in the final, I think it was the final semester, final term. No, it was second term, probably the last, or towards the last day of the second term. Some of us went to the dining hall, picked up the pots as usual, strike, I can remember it was me and some other guys in my class. We took the pots to Cross House. Everybody settled, ate, and it was fine. And the next thing they came back and they were like, well, the pots, some guys have taken the food away, From nowhere, luckily for me, probably I was skinny and tall. My name was on the list to say, okay, no, this all there was one of them. During the holidays, the letter landed, and the next thing was suspended for 4 weeks. My dad now came to me and was like, what happened in school? I said nothing. And the next was, if I slap you, better tell me the truth now. I said, oh, Daddy, I remember. I think the last day, all we did was to rush food. It wasn't anything. Then now showed me the letter. Can you see? You went to school to rush food. And at that point, he sat me down, lots of words, even from my mom, everything, even including my grandma.
So at the point, they now registered me to the school in my end then, at least to prepare for JAM and WAEC and all those stuff. Well, it was a tough time in school at home then, but what would I do? Now to go back to school, my dad said he would never follow me. My mom wasn't in town, so I had to go to school with my grandma. Getting to school again with my grandma, the shirt I wore was the double-breasted shirt. And then, at least to prepare for JAM and WAEC and all those stuff. Well, it was a tough time in school at home then, but what would I do? Now to go back to school, my dad said he would never follow me. My mom wasn't in town, so I had to go to school with my grandma. Getting to school again with my grandma, the shirt I wore was the double-breasted shirt. My trousers was like one kind of bogus trousers like that. I went to the principal's office. The first thing the principal said, Mama, shirt to wear. Meaning that, Mama, don't be angry. Is this naughty boy that's bringing all this embarrassment to you? That look at the shirt he's wearing, a double-breasted shirt. Immediately, my grandma said, pull off that shirt for me. You're not taking this to school. Then I was with my underwear t-shirt. I said, okay, that's the last shirt I have, that nothing of such anymore. So after the whole episode, I had to sit down, looked at myself, gave myself the brain to say, life isn't about being rude or being noticed in school or anywhere you are. Rather, be focused on whatever you're there to do. So for me, I'll say it was really a good one for me and a turning point. So that was why when I got into the uni, I never even had any issue of maybe cultism or something, because I was just like, why do I have to bring problems to myself? And probably if that event had not happened, I could have been in the uni to be another very bad guy, but at least I survived it, and what else do I do? So at this point, I think I just have to sign out. Probably almost everybody's done their videos, and nothing more to say than to say 8490, a great set. Always go to the group. If you need to laugh, you see people say a lot of things and all that, and I'll really give kudos to you guys. And also for those who are already on the 50 mark, long life and prosperity, and the next set to join. I know someone like me, I'm still like maybe 2 or 3 years far away, but we shall all get there and we shall live long. Okay then, thank you guys. Let me peace out. Bye.
Hey guys, this is Clement NM. GS 3F SS3 Blue Ocean House. I'd like to thank Uchenna Odogbolu for getting this Pass the Mic series started. I think it gives each of us a chance to connect in a different way, more organic way, versus the different texts that we send. I also want to thank Maria for passing on the mic to me and giving me a chance to step up to the platform. So 8490, I really am thankful to God for the opportunity to have gone through FEGO, because I believe a lot of the survival skills, the communal living skills, the adaptation, the persistence, those things, those core skills that you need in life, a lot of those were planted in our early years at FEGO. And we built them and developed them and carried them through life, so we got a good foundation back in FEGO. Memory-wise, I have tons of memories. I remember, the fun, the laughter, the hangouts, in class, the singing, all that Nospadi Wawa, type songs. I don't even know how to put a song together for Nospad. I don't know who he is. I don't know what I was singing about him, but I know is that there was a really cool song called Nospadi Wawa, and I would sing to it and I would dance to it, and I had a blast with it. There was also that song in GS3F, Turn Back, Block His Ahead, come on, block his ahead. That was just amazing. Good times. I remember the drummer boys, folks who would, expert percussionists, they would combine the locker, drumming on the locker, drumming on a metal box, those metal box, and drumming on bucket and put it together to form a whole orchestra. I remember the guys in the Ocean's Room 1, their laughter. Atiba, Yemi Lawal, Fatai Sule, Babs K, Koli Salisu, those guys, Fabuji, when they laugh, it was like a choir. One person is laughing in soprano, another one is laughing in baritone, and somehow some managed to find the middle ground and laugh in tenor. And it was just, I don't know, the laugh was so infectious, and it was a joy to listen to, hear, and get infected by that laugh. And quite honestly, sometimes I myself got to laugh like that too, and took it with me through life. It's just recently I dropped that laugh. Anyway, I remember some of the teachers, they gave us fun moments. I remember Ajayi, everything had an air. Look at that stupid fat boy. You are that of stupid. All that was fun. We all laughed to it. It was just amazing. Or was it Wadibia, my friend, can't titrate on the moon? I'm like, where did these teachers come up with these things from? But they made us very happy. Or was it Oshuma Kinde, who he would even call, so he would name somebody idiots. Say, whoa, idiot, I say, that one person in the hip hop is abused, or you what today. He was something else. Then something I was found funny was the way how creatively Febo boys used to fap. Man, it's a big thief. It's a big thief. I was saying it like this. They will pinch your uniform after you wash it, you hang it, they take it away. They would pinch your even when you're bathing, you're taking a bath. Sometimes when you get soap all over your body, you get soap on your face, the nice thieves will come and scoop some water from your bucket, right? And contribute to their own empty bucket, But the really major criminals, when they get hands, they go carry the whole bucket and then you see somebody in the dark with sponge case looking for his bucket, because you can't put your eye where you have to be your eyes, right? And then the funniest one was sleepers, bathroom sleepers. Those guys, they come to your corner to say hi, ask you a dumb question, you're responding. Meanwhile, they have their head over the upper bunk and they are quietly wearing your slippers. They come barefooted and they wear your slippers and walk away. And the next thing, your slippers disappears. You're like, wait a second, whatever happened here? I know I had my slippers under my bed. Now it's gone. Nobody came here. What happened? That made us start hiding our slippers under the mattress. Anyway, in recent times, one of the coolest memory I had is when I came back to bury Momsi in Nigeria. Coming out of the church and seeing Omashola Ibene standing there. That was the humanity of that moment was amazing. That moment will always stick with me, as well as in the village in Enugu State. We went to bury Momsi in the village, and I walked out of the villa house, and standing in front of me was Maduka Udogaraya. Man, these two guys, just let you know, I'm thankful for you guys. As well as the whole group, but 12 for now. That's under the mattress. Anyway, in recent times, one of the coolest memory I had is when I came back to bury Momsi in Nigeria. Coming out of the church and seeing Omashola Ibene standing there. That was the humanity of that moment was amazing. That moment will always stick with me, as well as in the village in Enugu State. We went to bury Momsi in the village, and I walked out of the villa house, and standing in front of me was Maduka Udogaraya. Man, these two guys, just let you know, I'm thankful for you guys. As well as the whole group, but 12 for now. I'm very thankful because that was a moment of, it was an amazing moment of humanity. But I do think this our set is a special set. We're an awesome set. We're an awesome group of people. That's why we earned a really good sender from Adefolajo when we were leaving Fego. And I think we should keep that going. Let's keep building that love. Let's love to love and keep loving to love, it can only get better from here, right? I am happy to hear, glad to be here. I'm going to be passing the mic to Charles Wahaya, Maduka Udogaraya, or Marshall Laikmane, or Matt, if you never pick mic, collect mic, take. And of course, I wear one Nike. And also, I also like to include my SS1 Blue sitting partner, Bola Abagu. Wherever you are, come and pick up the mic and talk to the mic and let us hear some things about yourself. And finally, Helen Johnson. Helen, you're probably in ghost mode, or you're probably not so far from your phone. I hope this message makes its way to you. The mic is there for you to pick up. All right, people. Thankful to be here. Glad to be here. Love you guys. God bless each and every one of you. Take care. God bless. Bye-bye.
On the green grass we shall win. Oshun House. On the green grass we shall win. Oshun House. On the green grass, on the green grass, on the green grass we shall win. I'm not sure if you guys remember that song, those in Oshun House. We actually lost the game the next day, I think, but I just remember the song. I don't know, it's just stuck in my head for so long. So I have the mic now. I just wanted to say thanks to Clement, my main man, my bro now, for passing me the mic, and to Obio, for starting this. I just wanted to say thanks to all those that have sent in their videos. They have been great, and then those that will drop theirs too after mine. So that has, I just look forward to going through them. Really, they are very fantastic. They are just great. Just seeing people, guys with gray hair. I say, look at us, so Agbati Deo. Agbati Deo for one, So, but it has just been great just seeing everybody, who has dropped, mic. So anyway, so thanks, Obix. So my own experiences in Fego. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and just group from JS1 up to SS1 with one word. Survival. Because that was all that I remember doing. I tried to stay in the hostel as little as possible. I spent a lot of time in Odinaka's house because I couldn't stand the hostel. Those seniors were terrible. Well, not all of them, but I would say quite a large number of them, really. So, Jean Baptiste, you are the exception. You are just lucky because they dealt with a lot of us, so serious. Yeah. So, fast forwarding to SS3, when I felt I was in a school, really. In particular, Blue, the best class ever, my peeps. You guys did. You guys were. I just remembered this song that just stayed in my head even after that I left school. Give me the khaki, yo, he said Lawale. Give me the khaki, yo, he said Lawale. Are you coming for dinner? He says Jean. I don't remember how that song came about, but I just remember singing it too, with like most people did. I don't know. If you do remember, please let me know. That is just great. So, back at the hostel, things like buying sneaky or, shuke, bete, shuke, yere, yo, laughter that just explodes to the more evilness that it can. Just so many things that just come to mind that made SS3 really fun. That just, canceled. Well, I won't say canceled that completely. Canceled most of the, first, 5 years of school, really. But, you guys actually made it fantastic because you are the best set ever, really. And I really appreciate how that we have stayed this close. It is very touching, really. So please, you guys, continue to do this. And if you haven't yet, drop the mic, try and drop the mic. This is just fun stuff. Just to see everyone's self is just great, really. But I have spoken enough, and I don't want to have two videos. I want to have only one video.
and I will pass on the mic to 3 people. The first person is Lexi Baba, Tunde Olaleke, and then Peter Osaz, and Paye, Payos Ono. So I need you guys to also try and drop the mic after you guys have recorded your own video. So with that said, thank you everybody. So please stay safe, and we will see you soon or talk soon or both. All right, God bless. Bye.
Hello, good morning, my colleagues from Odogbolu 8490 set. My name is Abdulatif Olatunde Olanlege. You guys knew me as Tunde Olanlege then. Of course, my first name is Abdulatif, and that's why I use it now. First of all, I want to thank God for sparing our lives. I also want to appreciate the fact that we are doing this to basically, first of all, remember ourselves, and also to create a sense of belonging among our mates after all these years. A lot of us have not seen each other in over 30 years since we left school. And this gives us an opportunity to also have an idea of who we are presently, and also to appreciate ourselves, basically. First of all, trying to remember some of the things that happened while we were in school then. In my own case, I'll say I didn't resume with everybody when you guys resumed October, I think. I resumed after the midterm, November 6th precisely, actually. And that day was a Tuesday, I believe. When I got to school, I was assigned to child house, and immediately I was handed over to our house captain then, Jorok, who immediately took me to the hostel, settled me down, and then took me to class immediately to go and show me which class I was supposed to be in B. The reason I'm saying this is because it was one of the first few things that happened to me that made my stay in Odogbolu, let's say, the good part of it. In the sense that as I got to 1B then, the first person I set my eyes on, or the first person I saw who was sitting down on a chair with his friend by the window, was Abimbola Okusoya. And for those of us that know us, Abimbola Okusoya and we practically grew up. Our parents were friends. We used to visit each other at home when we were little. And then, of course, we met there, and it kickstart my sojourn in Odogbolu at the time. Of course, beside him was Obi Ogwegunam, and then the three of us basically became the Three Musketeers. We started moving around, doing everything together. So that's the first thing I would want to mention about my stay in Odogbolu. There were quite a lot of other things that happened, some a bit embarrassing, and I'll say this one, and that was, I'm not so sure whether it was when GS2 or GS3 or thereabout, I'm not so sure. But I know that at that time when we used to sit in pairs, and I think at that time it was a male and a female or something like that, so I was sitting down with a lady called, I'm not sure if she's on this platform, Olanshile Shitabe. For me, she was a very naughty, very funny character. So there was this night during prep, I had slept off, when you are so tired, you just sleep off. And normally we're not supposed to sleep during prep. So I had slept off, and my shorts, at that time, I didn't use a belt, I just used the button. And then, of course, while I was sleeping, I didn't know what happened. So I think the button came off. And then I think one of the prep masters came into the class and, banged on the table, and I, just suddenly got up. And as I stood up, my shorts went down and everybody just burst into laughter in the class. Particularly she, because she was sitting down beside me, and then she saw everything. It was so embarrassing for me. I don't think I can ever forget that experience. Aside that, some other things that probably happened, maybe some of those funny things that we used to do or we did when we started to recognize that we had females or ladies, those things that happen when you start to, when you approach puberty and things like that. And I think this one happened when I was in SS1 Blue. I think at that time I had a crush on someone. She's late now, very lovely lady. And I want to believe everybody will agree with me. At the time, BC Bikunle, late Mrs. Ajetumabi. What happened then was that I think Bolaji Abimbola had one very lovely perfume. Of course, I hadn't started using perfumes at the time. You guys don't blame me. I'm just telling you some of the things that happened then. And then, of course, what I did, I just poured the whole thing on my body. The perfume used to smell very nice to me then. So I thought it was just pour it all over your body and everything will be. And then I did. And, something was so concentrated that it became even very repulsive at the end of the day. And then the person I was trying to impress, unfortunately, didn't come to class that night for prep. So I was just carrying my thing around with me. It was just one of those things. What other thing can I remember? Yes, I remember the day we had the riots. I think I mentioned it on the platform yesterday. Shina Adogeke was basically led the riot on that day. And unfortunately for the principal, I think while he was trying to calm us down around the dining hall area because of the kind of food they gave us, I think they served yam that day and the yam was all practically black all around. To find any white patch of the yam was a bit difficult. So we went on a rampage, if you guys can remember. And then, unfortunately for Mr. Adefolaju at the time, the new school bus that had just been given to the school was driving towards, I think the driver was driving towards the dining hall area. And then suddenly, everybody just went after the bus as if we wanted to smash the thing. Mr. Tunde Adefolaju almost started prostrated and was begging, and immediately summoned the kitchen staff and they started preparing a new meal for all of us on that day. I think that's just one of those experiences I had that I can't forget. And of course, some of those social nights that we used to attend, everybody trying to prove that they can dance, we used to sit down and write songs. In Cross House then, a couple of us would play chess, play Scrabble, and the likes. It was fun. And then let me just say that on a final note, because this is already 8 minutes now and I don't want to waste so much of our time. On a final note, at this point in time, I would want to use this opportunity to remember some of our colleagues that are now late. I really wish I could still see a lot of them. Jide Olatoye, who died not long after we left school. Jide Oshoba, Ronke Sholari, Emeka Orayeli, and the rest of them. I pray God will continue to be with their families as they face the eternal journey that they are on. And one of these days too, we too will go and join them. So I want to appeal to us to let's try and keep the peace. Let's try and appreciate and endeavor to try and tolerate ourselves. Because whether we like it or not, this chapter of our lives can never be erased. It will always be a part of us. And whether we like it or not also, Federal Government College Odogbolu played a major role in shaping us today. Thank you very much, guys. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. My name is Pius P. Known back then to some as Pio, known back then to some as Boss P, known back then to some as Pausu, especially when I was in trouble to my seniors. But honestly, the memories were crazy. I must really thank you guys because Uche, Yemi, Kesh, Coco, Lanway, those of you that really spend endless hours keeping this group together on this our chats 8490. I really salute you guys. I really thank you guys. I really am proud to be part of you guys. But it's just unfortunate that I'm not as involved as I would love to. Sometimes because when you guys go out, you don't circulate the invite properly. Or you guys really just invite campus people. I don't know, but I'm really very proud of you guys. You guys have really held this group together. And it was really, really great seeing so many of you. So many of you that I could no longer recognize. I'm very sure that I've walked past several of you on the road, and you guys did not even know me, or I didn't even know you guys. But seeing you guys again in videos is so to see how some of you have added some flesh, added some gray hair, added some white beards and all. Some have lost all the hair and all. But it's really very exciting to see you guys. I'm so happy. The memories are just crazy. The memories are very crazy. I don't know where to start from. Is it from the dining hall? Is it from the assemblies? Is it from the hostels? Is it from the sports? And in fact, the memories are just crazy. For instance, I remember dining hall, us saying prayers very early, and the mad rush on the food. Then the stronger ones cutting away with all the food. Sorry, but I didn't call your name. Then the lazy ones weeping and crying. The stronger ones bullying others for the food. Oh man, sorry, I didn't call your name. But it was all good. Or is it the assembly? Watching the principal Tunde Adifulaju count down for us, 2 weeks to go. Who goes next? Just like 2 weeks to go to our countdown. Who goes next? I've gone next. I've taken the mic. So you guys have to listen to me. But one thing I really would have loved to ask one or two people was, how in the world were they able to take all those strokes of cane without shaking during an assembly? But that's matter for another day anyway. But Yemi Lawa and Bayo Shoimadi, I remember you particularly for one thing. You guys ended my prominent and promising football career by tagging me highest goals loser. To the extent that when I even held on to the ball and I was about to score, when I look at Bayo's face and the way Bayo will shout and laugh, I'll balloon the ball away. He made me lose Chelsea color. I didn't call Chelsea, it's Liverpool. But anyway, it was fun anyway. Because I got to be dedicated from playing the football to clapping on the sides for people like David Uwa. Oh my goodness. What is it? Remembering those crazy rush, trying to get water in the morning in that reservoir when the tankers come. See us bullying each other just to get that hose and get clean water. Then, or is it hearing people scraping the reservoir for leftover water? or those managing to get a bucket of water, and we will now manage very well to bathe, to wash, and to rinse. If you are unlucky that you cannot get the rinse, it's your headache. You just wash and dry. Or is it those social nights, those party nights, those I don't know what to call those nights. Well, I remember one particular event in one of those nights. You know, most of all the guys have coupled up and already had their partners, and those of us that were still outside looking for how to hook up. We were just hanging around that assembly hall that night, and lo and behold, I saw this lady come. She was big, not looking, but eventually when I got close, I found that she was a junior. Then I just got talking. We were somewhere in the dark corner. But I don't know why the girl was tired anyway, but all of a sudden she was resting on my body, and I had to walk her back to her hostel while she was resting on my shoulder. I don't know why she was resting on my shoulder, but she was just resting on my shoulder. But little did I know that some guys were tailing me behind, and maybe when they saw the girl resting on my shoulder, they just felt yes, maybe something had happened. And when I let the girl go at her next thing, Baozu, come. What did you do? What happened? Tell me. Initially, I thought I was in trouble, but when I saw, God bless, I just play along as if something had happened. I can't forget that night because I sincerely hope they did not go back and do anything else anyway, but I remember that night very well. I remember my teacher, my French teacher. She was very pretty. I can't remember her name right now, but I remember she was very pretty, but her eyes were 4:30. You could never really see where she was looking at. So when she gets angry with me and is coming to flog me, you will not know where it's coming from. A French teacher, I remember her very well. I remember watching guys like Yomi and Bola dance in all those social gatherings. In fact, we always looked up to watching them dance because Yomi and Bola seem to always know how to bust the groove. I remember one very crazy memory. I remember our last nights at Fego in the library, kind of a special night to say goodbyes. I remember what made it very special was one eye open watching out for that Baba's torchlight. The guy, remember the guy that normally goes around the secret. I forgot his name right now. He was very watchful to be sure that when the torchlight comes, he was not going to catch us and flog the living daylight out of us. I remember that night very well. I'm sure I remember too. Oh my goodness. I remember you called me my Jamal and Duma in front of the girls, and the girls were laughing. I regret you in this school. My Jamal and Duma. Or was it Tijani that kept on singing? Should I say yes? Should I say no? Oh my goodness gracious. There were different times. I remember Lance Arumi, I remember Bingala Gigi, I remember Charles Ohio, I remember so many fun guys. I remember Ebola. I remember Bros G. I remember today is Labor Day. Oh my goodness gracious. It was really fun. When I think back, I miss so many people. Big ups to people like Shaya, big ups to people like David Kema, big ups to people like, in fact, so many of you, I don't want to call too many of their names, but if some of them brings back memories and tears in my eyes, that time could just tear so many people apart. But I think to really get this thing rolling out, you will need to actually sit down and really put your memories back on paper to be able to actually. I saw someone like Bayo putting things on paper and jotting things down. But it was fun. It was fun. But I honestly have to sign out now so that other people can have time to talk. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for you guys for waiting out on people like us, the latecomers. I love you guys. Bye.
Rada, what did he say?
He said, give him the car keys, and he said it loudly.
Yes, he said it loudly. We're going to get to that story much later. My name is Rashid Badru, known then as Bayo Badru. I was in the B class in JS1 to 3. I was in blue, SS1 to SS3. And I'm going to start with a little word of prayer in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise be to him, the Lord of the world, the most beneficent, the most merciful, the master of the day of judgment. Only you do we worship, and only you do we ask for help. Continue to guide us through the right path, the path of those people whom you have shown favor, not the path of those people who seek your anger and those people who go astray. Amen. So, not to waste too much time, I have a little piece of paper here. I'm going to try to run through it. I was a day student to get started with when we started, and I think I came onto the boarding house in JS2 when my dad got transferred from Vego. He was a teacher there. So my first experience actually started from JS1, not in the hostel, but in the class in JS1B. And we had this assignment to build a one-bedroom apartment from the home economics class. And so I built my own with mud from home. So, and the other students, of course, use cardboard and stuff like that to build theirs. And the day we were supposed to submit this, I brought it to school before assembly. Guys saw it and they were like, oh my God, it's so solid, it's beautiful. By the time we came back from the assembly, oh my God, Victor Lave, Tokumbo Gutuga, they already broke it down. And when I accused them, they even beat me up. I couldn't even get up to tell my dad. But one way or the other, the home economics teacher gave me my full mark. So I think I eventually won. And second thing which I will never forget in my life, when I got into the hostel. So one of these boogie nights, I went to a boogie night and I came out to get some fresh air after dancing. There was this senior sitting by the dining hall door, and he was like, what are you doing here? And I said, I came to dance, of course. And he was like, you are too ugly to be here. It's not meant for people like you. Oh my God, for a little boy, the feeling was very, very harsh on me. I went back to the hostel, I cried all night long, and I told myself, well, what I was going to do, I actually blamed my parents for allowing me to get burnt when I was little, to get these marks then. But you know what? I woke up the next day, told myself I was going to be a good student, and I was going to make sure everything about me is going to be beautiful. I married a very beautiful wife, my daughter is very beautiful, my sons are very handsome, and I am so beautiful in my heart too. I thank God for that. He's done so many wonderful things in my life. So kind of turn it to a positive reinforcement. Talking about positive reinforcement, you know, we were always kind of competing among each other, trying to outdo each other when we were in Fego for good things. So I did my first GCE exam with a JS3 brain. Like after our JS3, that exam that we went home and came back and it was GCE time, I did GCE, you know, because other people were registering for it. I registered for it and I got like 5 credits, you know, without even being SS1. Then in SS2, I registered as an outside student too, somewhere in Ibadan. Then Ramoni Bakari, may God bless his soul, whenever his dad's driver come to Fego to pick him because he also registered at Egba, I'll follow him to Egba, then enter the bus to Ibadan very early in the morning to go write external exam, you know. Eventually, I think the school matched the external exam with the school exam, kind of did not let us, I couldn't take the maths one way or the other. I couldn't go out to take the math, but I got like 5 credits there too. So because I couldn't take the math outside, I had to wait for SSC to take my maths. But it was a good reinforcement thing, that competition among us. Then quickly, I'm going to talk about this. Oh my God. Bad pressure about friends. I mean, little kids there. So, Lola Shodiya, she was in my class. And then I can't remember what she did, what happened between us. And then she kind of pushed me. And then people laughed because I couldn't beat her back. I was going to, but people were like, boyfriend, she had this boyfriend. Damn, we say he was a senior, was wicked. So, I mean, I just couldn't do anything. So on the last day, you remember what we call the last day syndrome? So my friends reminded me, you got to deal with that. So that day, the day before the end of the semester that time, so I saw Mokwe and I was like, you pushed me that day, I'm going to push you back. Then I pushed her in the chest, like that kind of thing. So she went to tell her boyfriend, oh my God, the boyfriend located me. Only one slap, he gave me one slap, like a military slap on my face. Up to today, I'm still seeing double. I'm seeing, maybe that's why I'm using glasses. Seeing double, I'm seeing stars, I'm seeing rainbow. Only one slap. Ever since when I saw Mokwe from SS2 to SS3, I usually run away from party. When we settle our score, that maybe when we get that reunion. I love you, Mokwe. So another thing was like, I became very active when running into SS3 in Muslim Student Society. Ahmed Mohammed, Kubrat Balogun. We used to kind of coordinate MSS in the school then, and then we even represented the school on the outside competitions, and we did very well. We won a lot of prizes for FEGO. That really first exposed me outside competition, and I really love that. I can never forget that. So I'm going to talk about what many of you remember, Kaki story. Gidi Olatoye and I, God bless his soul, we were Ibadan guys. We used to visit each other during the holidays. So I used to laugh at him when we went FEGO for good things. So I did my first GCE exam with a JS3 brain. Like after our JS3, that exam that we went home and came back and it was GCE time. I did GCE, because other people were registering for it and registered for it, and I got like 5 credits, without even being in SS1. Then in SS2, I registered as an outside student too, somewhere in Ibadan. Then Ramoni Bakari, may God bless his soul, whenever his dad's driver come to FEGO to pick him because he also registered at Egba, I'll follow him to Egba, then enter the bus to Ibadan very early in the morning to go write the external exam, Eventually, I think the school matched the external exam with the school exam, kind of did not let us, I couldn't take the maths one way or the other. I couldn't go out to take the math, but I got like 5 credits there too. So because I couldn't take the math outside, I had to wait for SSC to take my maths. But it was a good reinforcement thing, that competition among us. Then quickly, I'm going to talk about this. Oh my God, bad pressure about friends. I mean, little kids there. So Mokwe, Lola Shodiya, Mokwe, she was in my class, and then I can't remember what she did, what happened between us, and then she kind of pushed me, and then people laughed because I couldn't beat her back. I was going to, but people were like, boyfriend, she had this boyfriend. Damn, we say he was a senior, was wicked. So, I mean, I just couldn't do anything. So on the last day, you remember what we call the last day syndrome? So my friends reminded me, you got to deal with that. So that day, the day before the end of the semester that time, so I saw Mokwe and I was like, you pushed me that day, I'm going to push you back. Then I pushed her in the chest, like that kind of thing. So she went to tell her boyfriend, oh my God, the boyfriend located me. Only one slap, he gave me one slap, like a military slap on my face. Up to today, I'm still seeing double. I'm seeing, maybe that's why I'm using glasses. Seeing double, I'm seeing stars, I'm seeing rainbow. Only one slap. Ever since when I saw Mokwe from SS2 to SS3, I usually run away from party. When we settle our score, that maybe when we get that reunion. I love you, Mokwe. So another thing was like, I became very active when rolling into SS3 in Muslim Student Society. Ahmed Mohammed, Kubrat Balogun. We used to kind of coordinate MSS in the school then, and then we even represented the school on the outside competitions, and we did very well. We won a lot of prizes for FEGO. That really first exposed me outside competition, and I really love that. I can never forget that. So I'm going to talk about what many of you remember, Kaki story. Gidi Olatoye and I, God bless his soul, we were Ibadan guys. We used to visit each other during the holidays. So I used to laugh at him because his mom once said he liked bees at home. So when we got to school and he was made the Daniel captain, I used to say, I changed his name to Ewatoye. Ewajide Ewatoye, Enu Ewa. And one time drew him on the board in the class, and then he said his best food was Ewa, that kind of thing. He hated it so much, and then he got me bad. So one day, Mr. Atiba was in the class. He was our English teacher. He was teaching us oral English then. Then he wrote on the board like 4 things. I remember the first 2 clearly. Give me the car key, he said loudly. Are you going for dinner? He said gently, or he asked gently, I can't remember. So he now asked me to stand up and read, like everybody was. And I was like, give me the car key, he said loudly. And he said, it's not car, it's car. So after classes, oh my God, Jide turned his I can't remember, to a guitar. He said, give me the car key, oh, he said, Lawale. Are you going for dinner? He said, gently. Give me the car key, oh, he said, Lawale. Give me. It just, that song just became a hit song from nowhere. Maybe I should have done like Busola and not mind him, but I was minding him. And then it just became a national anthem there. So that's the story of Give Me the Car Key, Charles. So, and I'm now almost 8 minutes. I'm going to just use this time to remember some of our past mates, Jide Olatoye, Jide Oshoba, Sholari, Bikunle, Mekanrayele, and the rest. God bless their soul. God forgive them their shortcomings. And those of us remaining, God Almighty, please do not let us die young. Let our ages be counted in 3 digits. And do not let us die without being somebody that knows you better. Either you're a Muslim or a Christian, just please be godly, be godly, be godly. And God be with us all. I'm going to pass on this mic specifically to our head boy, Michael Ugegele. You were the head boy, you got to be on this. I'm going to let Bros G, please come on. We have our own little thing. When there was Beastie Boys with the Tiamiyus, the Aregbesholas had the Delicates. That was Bros P, Bros G, Bros B. We're doing our own little thing. Bros P, please come on. Bros G, come on. I'm going to ask Kubrat Balogun, Kubrat Kuku to come on. Ahmed Mohammed, please come on. Lapai, come on. Edward Bananda, please come on. And also my main man, Olanrewaju Tiamiyu. Come on, we are waiting for you. God bless you. God bless everybody. And hopefully we are able to do our reunion very soon. I love you all. Prebo, thank you. Yemi Lawal, Keshiro, all those people Coco, all of you that are always kind of making this to be what it is now. And also, Demola Wonaike, come on. I don't know what you're waiting for. Demola, we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. Come on. We love you all. Bye.
My dear fellow Fegosians, wanted to say much love to you guys. I know some of you are waiting on a video from me, but I've not been able to get myself together, compose one that will be reminiscent of Fego years, more so because I'm still in mourning. The only things I can remember right now really are my brother's passed and my friend Robert's passed. But in due time, hopefully I'll get myself together to compose a video. That being said, the little things I remember about Fego was the continuous assessment by Dave Olaju. I always remembered when those days come up and he's like the first and last tree, and those who will be before presidents and head of states, and there was always this rapt attention from everyone to see who last tree was. Could it be me or whatever? And obviously those who were the first tree were always, excited about it. So, I mean, in a nutshell, that was pretty much my memory. The other ones, but I think they should suffice for now. I want to also thank Obikudu for his initiative. Thank you, Coco, for passing the mic to me. That was a fun thing. I kind of expected it, but yeah, I mean, it's a good thing. One thing I'll say is that I'm a gentle lion. Political and religious talks, I love stuff like that. But these days I'm mellow. I'm a gentle lion. I think a lot of people who don't understand me misjudge me, but I come in peace. I mean, naturally, if you are attacked, then you would have to defend yourself. But for the most part, I'm a defensive posture kind of person. So again, one love. I pray God be with your families, and I pray this group continues to grow in peace and love. And let's all be safe, okay? Take care.
Hey, good morning, guys. Wonderful to be a part of this Drop the Mic activity. Thank you, Uche Obikudu, for thinking of this. And I want to thank also all those that have dropped the mic since this started about, I think, a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Norris, and once again, accept my sincere condolences for the loss of a brother and a very dear friend. Thank you, 2496. We've had our 30 years anniversary. Unfortunately, COVID didn't allow us to celebrate the way we would have wanted to celebrate. I think the committee is still in place, so as one or two people already said, as soon as the coast is clear, we will still try and organize something for ourselves. Wow. I don't think everybody remembers, and I don't think everybody knows that I never joined the 8490 set from GS1. I didn't. I actually came to Odogbolu in my GS3. So I did the junior WAEC and the senior WAEC. So I came in the year that the junior WAEC was being prepared for. And I was in 3C. So I was in 3C and I moved on to SS1 yellow. So I was in yellow till SS3. And then when we did our WAEC and left school. So many memories that I have, and a little bit different from a lot of us. I was a little bit, would I say quiet? Well, from my own assessment. So I don't know, others may have seen me differently, but I think I was quiet. I had a few friends, but what I usually remember, and each time I remember, I just laugh. I laugh because the person I'm going to talk about has not really changed. And he amazes me. And it's been like that since I've known him since JS3 till I left it SS3, and all the years after school till now. He's still the same kind of person. Jovial, fun to be with, unassuming. You never get him angry because he's never angry. Articulate, brilliant, and a very, very intelligent young man. Someone I think I was privileged being in school with and being in the same class with. For those in yellow, you will remember these scenarios because it never happened once. It happened almost on every night when we were having prep. Almost on every night we were having prep. And you see Samuel Keshiro, that man, Kesh, he would just start drumming in class. We're having prep, people are trying to study, people are trying to read, but Kesh is drumming. As he's drumming, some people will be giving him some lyrics at the background. Then David Kema will scream and say, Kesh, can you please stop drumming? I want to concentrate and read. And Kesh will always respond, Kema, sorry, I cannot read without drumming, so I must drum to be able to read. That happened every night. There will be arguments and fights. And some people will leave the class and go and read in other classes. Some of us will remain with the arguments and the noise. Sometimes the prep master will come and chase everybody out or discipline some people. It was just fun. I can never forget those scenarios. I also became a born-again Christian when I was in Odogbolu. I attended the chapel very well, which was why I made those comments when the chapel was being renovated. I actually read the entire Bible when I was in Odogbolu. I'm not a born again as the Christians call it again. I love God, I believe in God, and I worship Him the best way to my ability. That's something I'll never forget. I really enjoyed my stay when I was visiting the chapel, and I really had a nice time. I want to also make a shout out to a few people. I think we missed them out from the list. Bolaji Omolade, I remember. I think Dr. Dosumo is listed. If he's not, please can somebody just add him to the list. Shola Ogubanke, yeah. So those three names I want us to add to it. Life is so funny. When I go on vacation, on holiday, those days in Odogbolu, and I'm to resume back to school, I will start crying and telling my parents that I wasn't going back to school. And not because of food or anything, but because of one human being, one person. And that person was a senior. All of you remember Gemini Adolo. Gemini Adolo was, I think, a year senior. And I will also be scared going to school because of him. Why? Because once he sees me, it's like he had a houseboy in school. Once he sees me, nobody does anything for him again but me. I was in Cross House, so he would always pick on me. Go and do this for me, go and do that for me. I was almost like his maid. And God is just wonderful. We all left school years after, and I had to work with Gemini in the same office. So funny. Yes, I had to work with Gemini in the same office. He actually had to report to me in an office. So just let us be good in life. But of course, I never took it against him. I never took it on him. We worked very well, and he's doing very well now for himself. And we see, and anytime we remember those incidents, both of us just laugh, and we moved on. We moved on. Thank you once again, Uche Obikudu, for putting this together, and thank you, Norris Idue, for passing the mic. I would want to pass the mic now to David Kema. So for those of us that can locate him, I think he's in Port Harcourt, please locate David Kema to come and give his own. I'll pass the mic to David Kema. Thank you.
Hi, Fegosians. How are you? It's so good and so great to be in part of this group. One of my great highlights of Fego was when myself and Taiwo Thompson used to stay over in the hostel during prep to make food. Taiwo Thompson usually goes to the bushes and goes and gets buri, and he would make soup, and we'll have something to eat. So it was a very interesting time that we had during that period. And Oshun House was great. We had a lot of great times in Oshun House, a lot of difficult times, and inspection days, and the porter coming around when you don't leave the hostel or the dormitory on time for classes. Another point of highlight for me was football. When I played for 11 Planners, I think I was the only junior student who played for the 11 Planners, and the only junior student who played for the Fego school team. So it was great times when we had the competition that we played inter club matches, and we 11 Planners won the cup at one stage, and it was a big celebration. So that was the big highlight for me, and also playing for the school team, where you had quite a few schools in the Odogbolu area playing against us, and coming to Fego before the match starts, coming to look for me and wanting to find out how I was going to score goals and what I was going to do. So it was fun, and we actually played inter-school matches where we went to different schools. Like we went to King's College, played at King's College, we played at Ijaniki. Those were like great moments. And yeah, so I like to say shout out to all the guys and girls in the 84-90 set. Omat, Shei Turner, Toby, Tao Thompson, Obas, and I would like to say a big thank you to Ubix for organizing this. This is great. Thank you, guys. I'm so happy to be part of this group, and I look forward to future engagement and to be part of the team. Thanks a lot. Take care. Bye.
Yeah. Hello guys, how are you? Good evening everyone. I'm sorry this is coming rather late. I'm very sorry. Apologies. I'm very sorry. First of all, thank you, Uchibiku. Thank you, Ugo. Odogbolu, Ashono, and others that passed the mic to me. I'm very sorry I'm coming out late. My name is Shaitan of FGC Odogbolu. It's for 90 sets. I had a lovely time in Odogbolu. Very lovely time. First experience was the first night I came in. I was okay. Most people probably know I came in almost end of the first term, class 1. I was in FGC Igualawo. That was Benue State, then Benue State, for 6 weeks. I couldn't stay every other day. I would always ask my dad, come and take me. And one day, lunchtime, just came from the night out. I came back to Lagos, and next day, came to Odogbolu. Wow, was house, no windows, nothing. Very different from the FGC Igualawo I left. It wasn't bad. Next morning when I woke up, everything that was stolen, everything, provisions, uniform. I remember one senior was Tony Adike gave me the war uniform by a week or two before my principal new said to me. Yeah, that was it, and I started. I was just 1A, met Odogbolu, Ashono, Shola, Asho, and became friends. Then I came to Shola, channels, and a whole lot of people there in my corner. I can't remember when, because I met Shola put me at the DG. Yeah, Form 1, I think it was my Form 1 or Form 2, it was my class 2. Okay, end of first time Form 1, I met this senior. I'm sure some guys can remember him. His name is Lekon Odesoya. He just came to the room one night about 11. I just said, oh, she Jonah. I said, this calling me again. This just want to kill me. I just saw the guy. He said, yeah, shit, man, just give me a dirty slap. Wow. I said, what have I done again? He said, I'm your family friend. I met your dad. He said, I should take good care of you. And that was it. Started enjoying the life of knowing this in a very wicked team and a lot of Fred. I met a lot of bad guys, as some people call them. So then I think it was sometime afterwards, Tunde Aluko Shako was coming to Lagos and I was really homesick. That's why I came to Lagos. I lied to my parents that was a public holiday. And I don't know how my father found out when I got back to school. They called me, called my name. That was the first time they flogged me on assembly. I think I was the first junior then. I remember my apology letter was drafted by one or two people in my class. I can't be Abibola Utuja and someone else. The school asked me to submit the apology, so I submitted it. Cameo uses calligraphy and writing. I submitted it. I wore my best uniform. They called me. I can remember Mr. Izuku. I can't remember the man's name. This chubby man flogged me with 5 strokes of the cane. Where the apology letter. Even the principal, when I think we started clapping, the man actually felt if I had padded or nothing. And that was it. Went as usual, went back to class. But I was always coming lastly. I think myself, Wally Makoju, it was quite an experience. Went to JSS. I was enjoying it. For me, everything that happened to me, I saw it as an experience that's formed into who I am now. I won't say I'm hardened, but I'm very cautious. I can take anything, any stress, any pressure. I'm used to it, unfortunately. Also used to waking up at 4 a.m. every day of my life. I don't know how, but I remember that bell or the rush or the sound of the tank, those tankers. I wake up at 4. Even if I go out and I get back 3:30, by 4 I'm awake. I had a couple of ladies I admired in school. I'm not going to mention their names. We had loads of original, and at once or twice I enjoyed it when at night prep the lights are off and you have to go and slap your face. If you students bomb or touch the breast, but I'm not sure if I ever did one, but I think it was really fun then. And also the seniors beating, bullying. It's alright for me, it's nothing. I still love them, I know now. We're friends, I get along with them. Then what happened with Odogbolu? Then we started forming our caucus, having in our caucus friends and so I didn't know how some people would just have sparkling white shirts. I couldn't wash my clothes, so my clothes were just white for maybe first 2 weeks, and afterwards I wear anything, maybe 3 buttons, no iron, nothing. That's kind of there. I could never escape it. Dirty water, I have rashes all over you. It was fun. Then we went to senior secondary school. That's how I ended up in SS1 Green, all guys. I don't know how everybody, they picked me, they made me the prefect class captain for 3 weeks. They always bullied me. I couldn't talk to them, I couldn't control them. They always bullied me. I'm fine. So, Odogbolu, quite memorable. Made friends. Our friends that are still friends till today. And I have sisters, Bola Bagun. After Bola Bagun and I became so close, then Shile Shitabe, we have used to come to Lagos together. Bola Bagun's mom and my mom were actually classmates in secondary school, so we've always been friends forever. We're still siblings now. And then when we went to SS1, then SS2, we started becoming monsters as well, bullying students, beating the hell out of students, sneaking home. I can't remember. I never jacked the locker. I was too frightened. You understand my experience of being smacked on the assembly ground. They didn't give me that guts, and maybe I didn't really need it. I'd rather just starve and everything when there's no food. So I finish my food and money. 2 weeks into the what's it called, into the term. So then, yeah, some of us were called a groom. I was too shy to talk to women then, I mean, I got throughout school, because I was just always admiring when they wear those lovely skirts, those green skirts or pinafores, Then it was good, it was alright. Then what happened with Odogbolu again? Then I started becoming monsters ourselves. Too many freedom being a senior. You sleep, you wake up at time, you cook, rise. Then I think I moved from Cross House, then staying in Child House with one myself, with my Sonia. I'm not sure if the Kukutuga was there. I can't remember Shola I just always there. Wicked room, bullying, slapping, enjoying it. Then, yeah, fun of Odogbolu was when we were having our press day. I loved going out of school and going to Shagama. I had loads of friends there. Yes, I enjoyed the letters you write to other from colleges, schools, college, and everything. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, then I had juniors that were my friends. Up to now, we're new friends. Then Odogbolu happened. Yeah, it was all fun going to town. Yeah, I think going to town was exciting from then. My dad, I'm not sure if very few people knew my mom's dad, my grandfather, maternal grandfather was actually above Odogbolu then. So they always send provisions, things to me. So I knew a lot of the academic staffs. Yeah. And I remember one of the people in the accounts office was staying in my granddad's house. So and we had one putting down the roster for what's that thing called? Traveling allowance. I can't remember what it's called now. So I was staying in Lagos, go and meet the man, change it to Sokoto, and get $30 at the end of the time. It was just fun, general fun. And that's that. Odogbolu was really fun for me. I learned how to manage money and I later stay in school. Although I think at one time I spent my school fees, I forgot, for 5 naira. Money was just so much, I spent it. And when I got, I just told my dad, man, beat the hell out of me. Well, that was fun. Then also, yes, we were suspended or expelled. My dad had to come back to school, bring me back when we were called back. The day we were called back, it was Dolapo and I. Apparently, Dolapo's dad and my dad were friends. So they met in the principal's office. They were met with day students. I don't know. They went in and had the discussion with the principal, and man said, "Okay, we can't go back to this store." Yeah, that was that. Dolapo, rest in peace. And I made a lot of friends. I had friends everywhere. I'll be sleeping in Oshun house today, Cross House tomorrow, Child House tomorrow. I was a nomad. Sleeping everywhere. I had friends. I was lazy, but I was enjoying it. I'm not sure I read. I was just playing. Then also happened. Okay, I can remember this is very funny, very, very funny. After Odogbolu, obviously I failed my school science. I think I had 4 C's and all P's. My dad, he taught the hell out of me. He yapped me. I remember then I had started this jam school, top to study Odogbolu. So I just came home and they said, "Uludu, see your results." Luckily, WAEC was just around there. I did WAEC, so I didn't have to stay. I didn't have to stay at home, did WAEC. Then I just got a call. My dad just asked him to call me outside. I had a phone call. I had a phone call and it was, Akim guys, Sheitona, Akim Musoro. Báwo ló ṣe pass jam? When you pass jam, mo ní Akim. Ṣé gbígbà yẹn mo mọ̀ kí mi gan mọ̀wé? Ṣé o pass ti? He said, Sheitona, ti bá mú ẹ. I said, Akim, fuck off, Joe. I just hung up. And now it's Odogbolu is fun. That's my own experience. It was fun. Our friends, and thank you, Joe, for this. And I appreciate the spirit. We all come together when a friend of my colleague itself, we will come together and support each other. for weddings, burials. It's a good thing, and I think we should start again. We should reach out, try and find out what's going on in everybody's life. Those who do it from, try and find out whoever was close to them, try and find out what they're going through. In the little way, in whichever way we can support, might be words, might be financial. Like let's try and reach out. It goes a very long way. It goes a very long way. We should do that, and also very soon we should be preparing our kids to start getting married. So we should start saving also for when they're getting married. So we give them money as well to start them life. Yeah, thank you everyone. These are my only two experiences. I had so much fun with Odogbolu and all the seniors that were wicked. Lots of them are my friends now. I know them. A few of them I'm very close to now. I see them around. That's life. I think it was a great experience. No. Those of us that were not too brilliant, I guess everyone is doing well in their own way, and I wish everyone the best of luck in all we do. God Almighty will protect and guide us and with us. And those of us who need healing, God Almighty will heal us. Those of us who need financial elevation, the Almighty God will elevate us. In a nutshell, it was fun. It was an experience, and I love the experience. If I'm going to do it again, I'll go again. I'll go to the again. Probably smarter now. Thank you everyone. Apologies once again for coming late. Cheers. See you guys very soon.
It's Naganja Basito. First and foremost, thanks be to God for preserving all of us. All the rumors say man don't day somewhere. Well, I know this somewhere. Now life. Really ogbon. Man go Russia and all that things, But nonetheless, I'm so glad I have this opportunity to share my, some few things with you guys. First and foremost, thanks to Obikudu. Well, don't forget the kind of songs where they sing for Obikudu back in the day. You go like this. Obi kereke, Obi oyara, Obi. Well, make we live on like that. Well, it's an honor to, just, I share some few things with you guys. For example, I was struggling in Odogbolu, with schooling and stuff like that. Then came this young man back then, but an old man now. Well, Dr. Bola Olatunji took me to one of those abandoned buildings and told me, Omo, if you want to study, make you sit down that side. Me, I go sit down this side. And that journey will never be forgotten. And thanks again to Dr. Bola Olatunji for, bringing about education and stuff like that in my life. And I'm so grateful. Don't really have much to say, other than, just let's keep on doing the good work. And may God preserve all of us, save us, bless our families, and continue.
Fellow colleagues, my name is Falsat Opayomini Alimi. I was in DSD and SS Purple. I was one of the most quiet among the girls. That was 84-96. But as quiet as I was then, I love looking for small trouble. I can remember then. There was this incident I always remember. It was myself and we were on the field where we normally do our sporting activities. So I don't know what Beyonce, may God be pleased with her son, did to Henry Toby. So I was like trying to what is it? Do you want to chance her? Because then she was like she was the JJC. So the next thing, Henry gave me a punch in my eye. I don't know if it was my left eye or my right eye, but that incident I will never forget. I always remember it. Then I also remembered on a Labor Day, we were given a portion very close to the either biology lab or physics lab. So I didn't know how she had got to my back. So my cutlass hit her on her eyelid and I just heard her scream. I just turned, I saw blood coming out. She was just crying. Americana now, but she was just speaking her phone. I had to console her that day. So, dining hall, honestly, is a place I always dread to go. But the irony of it is that I hardly miss my meal because I spent 6 years in Fego, and throughout my 6 years, I never had the opportunity of being visited by my parents on visiting days. So the little provision I bring from home will have to sustain me. Sometimes it doesn't even take up the month before it finishes. So I had to manage myself. I had to go to all to keep myself to the end of term. Because then, if you can remember, seniors will come, maybe like 3 of them, they will share the dining food into 2, take half and leave the remaining half for like 10 or 11 or 12 of us. So the food was hardly enough. I started enjoying my dining hall when I became a prefect, because we were like 5 on the table, so the food was enough to go around. So there was also a time that anytime I go to the library, we had a new librarian at that time, Mr. Shomefun or Shokefun. So I discovered that anytime I go to the library, this man will not do any documentation for me. He'll just give me a book, I will take it. When I finish, I will return it, So one of my mates, I'm not going to mention his name, just came to me and said, this man, I mean the librarian, I want you to come to his house. I said, okay. I obliged. So we went, it was in the night, we went to the librarian's house together. He gave us rice with egg, and we left that night. It was in the night, very close, the quarters was at the axis of the boys' hostel. So on my way, on my small mind, I started thinking that maybe this guy is trying to take advantage of me, or maybe he has an ulterior motive. I stopped going to the library after that incident. I wasn't going, I became scared. The books that were with me, I did not return them. So I also remember that there was one Salah. I was not opportune to travel because the Salah fell within our school, within the school section. So we're not giving holiday. We're just giving like 2 days break. So there was no how I could travel to Kano. So my friend, she came with powdered yam egusi with chicken for me that day. So I really enjoyed myself. She really made my day. So if I travel to my parents' house, I'm sure I wouldn't eat something better than that. So I really appreciate her and I thank her for that. February has really taught me a lot. It has taught me to be perseverant, persevering. It has taught me to be tolerant. It has taught me how to face challenges in life. Because if you go to February and you are not wise, you just forget it. So it has really shaped my life in so many positive ways. All the girls were my friend. I got along with almost everybody. I was in Cross House with the likes of Tutu, Wimi, Sola, Oyewole, Iyawo Ikobu, Shola Ogubanke, Sylvia Ipe, Perimo Boyere, Shade Onogbesan, Wimi Oyewole, Mabel Edenaro. Then Shola Ogubanke, Shola Odutola, Yinka Idowu, Buki Ogunade, Bemini Ogunfowo, Kuburat Kuku, me, Omonijo, Munisola, she was my very good friend. Sherifat Oreshagun, Lola Olawole, Buki Bumiloju, Inka Jeko, Rita, Mradike, BC, may God be pleased with their soul. Monsurat Ahmed, Kapilat Awodun, Yabo Amoda, Adola Dimola, Lola Famuyiwa, Maria Nweze Abu, again, Mukwelola, our drummer girl, our entertainer, no dull moments with her. I hope I've mentioned everybody's name. I mean, all the girls. Who again? I think I've tried. I go along with everybody. I'm blessed. So I passed through FBC Odogbolu. 8496, you people are great. You guys are great. I like the spirit of brotherliness. I might be an inactive member of this our group, but honestly, I follow up on every post. I love the intelligent arguments. I love the spirit. I love the way we help each other. I love everything, and I always appreciate you. I'm so happy that I came in contact with all of you. I wish and I hope we are all going to meet again someday, soon. If there's going to be another grand reunion by the grace of God, I wish to be there. I hope to be there. God